Hello and good morning and welcome to this day one of the Welsh National Surfing Championships part 2. We're live from Lanswick Major and I'm joined in the booth by a slightly more grey-haired after the last few days, Mark Vaughan. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Robbo. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Yeah, good.
How are you?
I'm well and good. It's been, as you say, a challenging 36 hours or so. Haven't had the forecast of all forecasts midday Thursday when we made the call. By midnight, that had changed completely on its, the swell had flipped on its head from 12 foot to 3 foot. Yeah. And,
I was just chatting to Elliot Dudley and your brother, Gareth, downstairs. I said, I don't think I've ever seen a forecast change quite so significantly in such a short space of time.
No, and that was the words of Jamie Bateman, Surfline. He did
a paradigm shift, he said, didn't he?
Yeah, great use of the English language. I'm sure co-commentator Tom Anderson will appreciate that. But it was a dramatic shift. So here we go. We're at the Welsh Nationals. It's the Pura Vida MyPost Welsh Nationals in association with Barty Rum, Welsh Coffee Co., Mystic, and of course, new sponsors, BCRS.
Yes.
Business Loans. So, Stephen, I know you'll be listening or tuning in this morning. Good morning. Nice to have you guys on board and the rest of our sponsors, of course. Now, conditions, as you can see, are fairly small at the moment. We're in the sort of knee to chest high range. The tide is on the drop till about 10:30. We've a running order of 2 women's semi-finals, followed by the under-18 boys semi-finals, and then we hope to go into the Open, where we anticipate the swell increasing with the incoming tide, and waist to shoulder high is what we're believing we may have. 2 forecasts on the wind, Rob, this morning. Number 1, it will blow westerly from the BBC local forecaster at about 15 mile an hour all day, increasing late on. And Wind Guru forecasting quite light winds from 10 o'clock onwards.
That as we see our surfer in red up and riding on
Cynthia.
The backhand on the right-hander, yep, that's Cynthia Susdian in the red. Local charger by way of the USA. And up and riding now in white, it's Emily Williams.
As you can see, it's the girls are up and running. You know, we've had a couple of rides already. I think Cynthia falling.
I think first on the board was Amelia Dickinson, our surfer in green. This is ladies longboard semi-final number 1. 3 surfers in this heat. First of green, a 1.0. First of red, a 1.5. And now locked in, first of white, a 2.83. So it's an early heat lead for Emily Williams. Is that Emily Williams? The Emily Williams.
The Emily Williams.
Her in the longboard.
Yeah, she's
she is.
taken to logging by the looks in a part-time. And with the run of summer swell type surf we've had, we haven't really had anything of note, have we, for some time? And here we go, surfer in green.
Amelia Dickinson. Nice. Second ride of this heat. Sitting with a 1.0 at the minute. That might well extend her into the lead. Will be very tight, though.
Nice little boardwalk there. And we've got a free surfer in the water there by the looks, so I'm sure that will be addressed.
1.27, so it's still Emily in the lead. Green second, red third.
So a couple of morning teething problems, as you'd expect. And then the team here, the production team, Diana and Craig, were 5 hours or plus last night setting up. We're in the wonderful Lanswick Major Surf Life Saving Club building, which allows us to put all this live stream and technology together. And we're very fortunate to use that. So big thank you to Lanswick Major Lifeguards and Natalie especially, who's been key in organising that. We've actually got a fun, coastal run taking place this morning, so I'm anticipating 500 muddy runners to pass because we've had a right deluge over the last 24 hours after what has been sort of 8 weeks of continual sunshine and early concerns for a Welsh summer drought.
I did see some athletes outside, and Elliot.
Yes, Elliot could be confused with being an athlete, couldn't he? Probably the lone one amongst us, exception for Logan, Pat and Emily. Yeah. But full day ahead. So we'll look forward to the swell increasing. Surfer's just taking the time. 5 minutes gone already. Say Cynthia probably had the best looking wave in that opening exchange, but unfortunately fell on that backhand carve. She's shown some interest here. We are running with priority as well. She's decided to have a look at this one on the forehand. Oop, a little bit of a step there. Perhaps a little bit optimistic about this, where this one will take her, but she's still going. A little bit of boardwalk time and into the shallows. Meanwhile, out the back, Emily Williams looks like she's got a fairly good looking set. The right hander's possibly opening a bit more face. Here we go. This one's on the waist high side. And there's looking for this inside section. A little bit of a dab off the top. And pulls out of that. So interesting to see what the judges go with that. Emily on the bigger, kind of more committed wave, if you want to call it, in these conditions. And was that? Oh, sorry, was that green that had the last ride, or
I think that was
red?
white. It was white.
White on the right hander. On the left hander, is that green Amelia, or was it red Cynthia? Sorry, it's all happening here this morning.
Just for the viewers and listeners at home, we are sitting in the life-saving building watching a screen. We have got a Velux window next to us. It's a bit clouded at the minute, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we're relying on the camera work from our fine cameramen who are busily keeping an eye on what's going on out there.
And we are slightly delayed to, a minute delay, or not a minute delay, probably 10-second delay, sorry, to what's actually happening in the water, to what's being beamed into your homes right around the world. So if you are tuning in, wherever you are tuning in, might be a few people tuning in from sort of New Zealand, Australia.
Yeah, I expect so.
A few fans of Welsh surfing out there. My Kiwi mate Richard Dilks is usually one to tune in and be sending plenty of abuse.
My sister will be watching from Australia in a couple of hours, I expect.
WA.
Mate.
So, the other side of Australia, in Newcastle, they've been enjoying nice waves.
Yes, very well. Much akin to the forecast that was. Up and riding now, surfer in red. This is Cynthia on one of the bigger waves of this heat, managing to stick in the pocket there before coming off on the cobbles on the inside. The Cynthia, we're currently sitting on a 1.77 and a 1.5. She's in second position. She'll look to better that 1.5, and she will do. It's a 2.03. So Cynthia now with a total of 3.17. 3.8, sorry, and out in front, it's Emily Williams still with a combination of 5.20. Surfer in green, Amelia Dickinson requiring a 2.53 to jump into that second position to advance into the final. Coming up next, we have semi-final heat number 2. As Mark mentioned a few moments ago, a few teething problems this morning, unusual, as we just find our feet with the cast this morning. Up and riding at surfer in green, Amelia Dickinson. She's looking for that 2.53. A nice fade back into the white water there, change of direction, and straightens out again, hoping to stick with this wave through to the inside. A little bit of footwork before kicking off the back of that one.
Yeah, I like Amelia's style. She's, there's a lot nice and upright, really calm sort of approach and considered. It doesn't look too hurried with anything, and very, suited to longboarding, I would say. Unlike maybe a frantic shortboarder, she's very calm and collected this morning. And I can see co-commentator Tom is
busily scribbling
notes. Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I'll wait for you to translate that, Tom. So for the moment, we have 11 minutes remaining. Let's say this is part 2 of the Welsh Nationals, Pura Vida My Post Welsh Nationals, and we ran the under 16s, 14s, over 40s and over 50s at Freshwater West on a Sunday 2 weeks ago in beautiful sunny conditions. Nice shoulder high conditions for the first few hours, but it did ebb away quickly, that swell. We decided to utilise it as best we could, and because Freshwater, our traditional and spiritual home, but with all the ISA requirements these days of or adhering to an ISA event, we of course need to run with a priority system, live scoring, and at Freshwater that does become a little bit more challenging, especially if weather conditions come in. And here we go, Cynthia. Oh, looked like she picked off a gem there, just caught the nose. Right behind her, Emily Williams. She's got a nice looking right hander here. Little cut back to start. Lining up the inside, she's going to walk to the nose. She does, just shy of the 5 there. A little bit of board walk time, and just clocks out before she clocks those boulders with that probably single fin, I would imagine she's riding. And although Lantuit is a cobble point, and it possibly looks a little shallow to you online, it's quite user friendly even when it's small. In terms of that peak, does generate a little bit of power, and it's even when you fall in the shallows, it's quite unusual to really hurt yourself. Cuts are a common theme, especially on bare feet. or bare flesh. Here we go. Green, Amelia Dickinson. What she got on the backhand?
Well, taken off behind the peak there, coming into
Yes.
second, unfortunately. So green, Amelia Dickinson looking for a 1.4 to progress through to the women's longboard final. Just over halfway through this heat. Coming up in heat number 2, semi-final number 2 will be Georgina Lutus in red, Anne Harrijon in white, and Rachel Cozier in yellow. Now, we talked, Mark, briefly about people listening, tuning in from around the world.
Yep.
You talked about Dilks in New Zealand,
Mm-hmm.
my sister in Western Australia, plus others, I'm sure,
Yeah.
dotted around the place. One place that I know for a fact is tuning in, because I went down and set it up this morning, knowing that there'd be some rain delays. Pontier Cricket Club. It's on every screen in the joint, and they can't turn it off.
Goodness me. Well, they won't be playing cricket today, Robbo. Far too wet. And
It's the one place, I think our seconds, thirds, and fourths are rained off. The firsts are home, and they're going to be playing.
really,
Best drainage in Wales.
best drainage in Wales. There we are. Well, we haven't had a lot of rain lately. And in fact, as you look at the water, Llantuit's, a long way up the Bristol
it's
Channel.
pretty
Look
blue.
at this one, Rob. This could make a difference.
This is a wave of the heat in terms of size.
Ooh.
India managing to just about hang on to that bottom turn before her overbalancing as she went towards the lip there, and up behind her will be surfer in white, Emily Williams, heat leader, looking to replace a lower score of 2.83. Unfortunately, they're just not managing to make it through onto that open face.
She falls as well, and both Emily and Cindy obviously are known for their shortboarding. So moving to the longboard, it does take a little bit of while to adjust, and you can just see the girls struggling on the takeoff there as they adapt into the extra speed the longboard gives you, and the requirement to sort of come off the bottom. Amelia, here we go. She's probably more used to it. She's favouring a forehand on these lefts. It is into the wind. The rights seem to have a bit more scoring opportunity. Felt Emily and Cindy on that last exchange maybe cursing their luck as they both sort of fell on the takeoff. But both of their waves pitted out quite quickly, so nothing lost there, I would suggest. And this heat as we're not quite at the 5-minute mark, but it's tight. Just a 1.4 required for Amelia. That doesn't require an awful lot to get into second place and advance into this final. So, good morning to the any cricket fans joining in and your local cricket club. Are you captain this year, Rob? Or?
Yeah, I'm captain of the T20 side.
Oh, congratulations! No mean feat.
We're doing all right.
And medium pace, medium fast, I would understand.
Oh, I used to be a bit faster.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
but medium on the spot now.
It's it takes something as you get into your older years, Rob, to maintain the speed and power. But what are you now, 50?
Well, we celebrated Elliot Dudley's 40th birthday last weekend
Yes,
with
Elliot
a little
Dudley.
trip to Croyd.
Wow, 40 is he? And Elliot Dudley, 2-time European longboard champion. Good time to bring his name into the conversation while we're watching the women's longboard. And he'll be competing. We'll reassess the situation in terms of conditions, possibly today, but I would have thought tomorrow as they hold back the finals.
This is a good juncture to update our listeners and viewers on the running order of today. So we've got ladies longboard semi-finals 1 and 2 now. Coming up next, we have... What is next?
Under 18 boys.
Under
18 boys. 2 semi-finals there.
And then into the Open.
And let's
Six
say
heats.
that's going to be, that's an hour's time from now. First heat of the Open, time is 9:15. Low tide is 10:30ish.
Mm-hmm.
So
We'll be hopefully starting to see some waves. But some bigger waves. I know we have waves right now, of course.
I would say 11:30, 12 o'clock, we'll start to see the best of what's on offer today. And if this wind does miraculously drop
just
off...
after my heat finishes.
Yeah. Well, let's wait and see. I think we're just all sort of breathing a sigh of relief. We've got something that's surfable after, say, that...
paradigm shift in the forecast.
Yeah, 6 o'clock Thursday night, having made the call midday, I was phoning, my fellow organisers, saying, okay, perhaps we could have a midday start on Saturday. So the swell fills in, the wind turns sort of cross off for the evening. Enjoy 6 hours of pumping waves rather than rush down for an early start. And let's say, by the time I woke up the next day, that was all in tatters. And but the call was made, and the wheels were in motion.
Hey, and the surf.
Yeah, and we got some surf.
Talk us through it. Well, so obviously we've got Jamie Bateman on hand, which is handy, Surfline forecaster, and he wrote, as we mentioned on the Surfline analysis, that there'd been a paradigm shift in the swell model overnight. So is that low just didn't deepen as predicted?
Yeah, it was
tracked slightly differently.
Tracked off Southern Island and kind of west-northwest flow, and the isobars really tightened. because it was fairly local. You know, it was pushing it's fairly 30 mile an hour plus, 40 mile an hour plus winds off Southern Island, more sort of 20 mile an hour this way. And that suggested a good pulse of strong, fairly local swell, but that wouldn't have hurt us here this far up the channel. There were other events taking place today. We know there's the Rip Curl Grom Search in Croyd in Devon. Originally on Tuesday, they called the event on with a relocation to Putsborough, which is a protected bay, only to have to change that to relocate back to Croyd. I think they made that decision yesterday. So you can imagine the logistics involved with that. There's also a British Longboard Union event.
Was that not at Croyd as well, the BLU?
Yep, that was Saunton. Here we go, red up and right in Cindia. This is going to make a difference as we close into the final moments of this heat. A couple of taps off the top, a little bit of board motion.
Yeah, Cindia looking to replace a 1.77.
Yeah, she's... Emily's out in front. She's in control here, isn't she? And Cindia needs a 3.83 to go first. I'm not sure that will quite do it.
No.
But it's really now a tussle between Amelia and Cindia for that second advancing position.
I imagine will happen is Cindia will improve her situation, but not quite catch Emily with that last.
Yeah, maybe a 2 point something, 2.5.
2.03, something like that.
So, yeah, just going back to the BLU event, they actually, due to the forecast, Wednesday evening, decided to postpone it completely due to the 40 mile an hour winds that were forecast for all day for Saturday in Croyd, or Saunton, Devon, that area. And yesterday, Thursday, that decision looked to be, a very, very sound decision. Can't imagine Saunton at 8 to 12 foot, 10 seconds with a 40 mile an hour onshore would have been anything surfable. But then yesterday, you say, it all changed. And the longboarders are all spitting blood. The Grom Search has had all sorts of relocation issues. And, of course, we are now here. And we have what we have. And this is the wonderful sport of surfing. Who'd be a contest organizer, eh? 2 minutes remaining, Rob, or 2 minutes 20. Who are you fancying as this heat closes out? I've got a feeling Amelia's going to come back in this and just snag this from
she's been keeping busy, and as you said, she's got that very languid style, which will appeal to the judges.
And now this one.
Here she is on a backhand now, on a right cross stepping towards the nose. Now, this is some of the best footwork we've seen in this. Amelia looking for just a 1.66 to progress through into the final. And then behind her was the surfer in second, Cindia in the red, looking to replace a 2.03. She won't do it with that, but we may well see an improvement of Amelia's score in green. And behind them is surfer in white, heat leader Emily Williams, looking to replace a 2.83, currently sitting on a heat combination of 5.86. So she's fairly safe for now, I would say, with 1.5 minutes remaining in this heat.
Oh, no.
As predicted, Amelia Dickinson does jump into that second position. Last of green comes in at a 2.50. So that's her best wave of the heat thus far. The judges, I imagine, really enjoyed that footwork, cross-stepping on her backhand, very stylishly. And we talked about that languid style.
I felt there was a point in that wave she did the cross-step work, and it looked really nice on the eye, and then she sort of had to just sort of bank on her backhand back into the face of the wave, and it looked like for a moment she might not sort of make it, but she did, and that was critical because that awarded her the 2.5 and advance in spot with 1 minute remaining. So pressure goes on to red.
There, Mark, and that last of red coming in at a 1.3, so not replacing that 2.03 that she needs to in order to improve her situation. Now she's chasing a 2.87, so that will require her to get her best scoring wave of this heat, and with just 40 seconds left on the clock, it will be.
Yes, that's just heard co-commentator Tom just shout out in the background, defending longboard champion Cindia Sostian about to be eliminated. She's 30 seconds left. Doesn't look like an awful lot there, but things do pop up. And hang on a second, Amelia may just solidify her position here if she can get into this one. Looks like it's got a nice wall.
She is on her backhand, choosing to go right again. Cross-stepping forward, but just banging that nose into the slightly choppy inside there. So a lump coming across the wave, and these longboards not having much rocker, quite flat boards, and that, I think, will signal the end of the heat as we hear in the background there the horn sound. Coming up in semi-final number 2, we have Georgina Lutus in red, and Hara John in white, and Rachel Cozier in green. So it looks like the results are in for semi-final number 1. Emily Williams in white taking the lead, taking the win. Amelia Dickinson in green second. Cindia Sosdian in red in third. And we'll jump into an advert now, and we're going to swap over, and Tom will be joining us in the booth.
Good morning, we are back. Tom Anderson here with Mark Vaughan. Pretty exciting first heat there, and we just saw the first heat of the day. We already saw an upset. We saw the defending champion Cynthia Sosdian eliminated there. We are a minute into the second semi-final of the women's longboard. Georgina Lutus and Anghara John are both former winners of this event. And here is Anghara John getting started. Rachel Cozier from the Ogmore by Sea area. Georgina Lutus, Pembrokeshire surfer. Angharad from Porthcawl. Couple of natural foots and a goofy in this heat. Pretty dominant performance from Emily Williams in the last heat. Taking down the win. Very close between Cynthia Sosdian and running it very close at the end. Just getting held up by a lull at the end there. Last minute lead change. In this one so far, there's no significant scores of note on the board. Got a little bit of a weather front coming in. Conditions are very contestable. The fabled peak of Lantwit, the fabled Cobble Peak, is trying its best to do an impression of itself. Here you see Emily making her way up the beach. So she'll be looking to add to a long list of Welsh Nationals titles, all of them previously in the shortboard categories. But as we saw in the last heat, Emily's also handy enough on the longboard. Picked off the set waves in that heat just gone, Emily. We've got a paddle there from the surfer in red, Georgina Lutus. And there's a nice bowl on this, but she's right behind the peak. And Rachel Cozier declines to go, and you can see that the end of that wave was pretty dribbly. So Rachel probably making a good call there. There's still an open priority between Georgina and Rachel, as none of them have ridden a wave yet. And Hara John having ridden a left-hander to start off. A 1.1. She goes into third priority, so that does mean that either of the surfers in red or green could choose to ride waves over Angharad's priority. As soon as you see the surfer in red or green ride waves themselves, they will then jump down into third priority. Angharad will come up into second, and effectively a queuing system will then begin. The third surfer to catch a wave will be rendered P1. If you're a lay viewer, you haven't watched that much surfing using this refresh system, the P number on the left of the scoreboard refers to their stage in the turns process of catching waves, not their position within the heat. Up and riding here in the red, this is Georgina Lutus, former champion. A nice little cross step, and then runs into a bit of deep water. That'll be the wave of the heat so far. Probably a wave that Georgina will look to replace. Lovely looking little bowl there. That wave pulling in nicely, that unridden one. So there's scoring potential out there. Angharad has come right across. A little bit of a rip current will start to push in as the tide turns. We've got low tide in about an hour's time, around the 10:30 mark. It's interesting when you have the weather moving fast here that the visibility comes in and out very quickly on the horizon. So what you can actually see over there are the cliffs of Exmoor, and it's not often that you can see them as clearly as that. Actually, a pretty spectacular view. Linton and Lynmouth are over there. You heard Mark Vaughan talking in the last heat about some of the wind conditions forecast for the Croyd area, which is in North Devon, which is only a couple of miles away from here. over that channel. And the dilemmas that contest organisers have faced this week in figuring out where and when to run things. Because we had rapid changes in conditions and rapid conditions in what was forecast. So you can hear there Rob just making a beach announcer statement to the competitors out in the water. So you can see now the surfers are sitting and waiting. So this year we've got a new sponsor on board, BCRS Business Loans. They join up with Welsh Coffee Co, Mystic, Pura Vida, Barty and MyPost to bring you this event. And we are again running Barty's Wave of the Welsh, a competition to get the highest score of the event. We're looking to do quite a few heats today, somewhere in the region of 15 to 20, so that we can break the back of it. There's about 10.5 hours of surfing to do for this event, with the juniors having already run in Fresh West a couple of weekends ago, and a couple of paddles there. And those 10.5 hours, that is Georgina Litas, so she's going to get her second. Angharad has also ridden away, so we've got Georgina and Angharad both in scores approaching towards the 2, and then Angharad with a low score backup. Georgina will now have a low score backup as well.
Now, Tom, it looks, having watched both the first heat and now into the second heat, the conditions are improving marginally. The wave's starting to run a little bit more down the reef. Slightly longer ride, and I know we don't judge on length of ride anymore. However, it is offering the competitors a little bit more opportunity.
It helps give opportunity, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. The more time you spend on one of these waves, the more likely you are to find the right section to do something.
Last of red, 1.10. Surfer in red, you are now in first position. Surfer in red is in first position with a combination of 3.03. Surfer in white, you are in second position. You require 1.31. Surfer in green, you're in third. You require 1.61. Priority sits with surfer in white. That's now changed. Priority sits with surfer in green. Second priority, surfer in red. Third priority, surfer in white. 11 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this longboard, women's longboard semi-final number 2.
We've got these condenser microphones to pick up a good bit of ambient noise, so I think sometimes when the beach announcer is talking, what we'll do is let you hear the beach announcements, because they're giving the same information. Here we are on the front side, Angharad John, and a nice cross-step front-side carve there, and she'll definitely get the make on that one. Looking to protect her fin as she comes into shallow water, and then Rach Cozier opening her account with a 1.23. She's going to be superseding that with that wave. Comes off on the inside, very shallow by there.
So Surfer in green looking for a 1.61, Tom, and got busy on that wave.
I think green will top her best score, and I think Angharad probably just rode the best wave of the heat so far. I'd imagine that lovely cross-step cut back on the front side for Angharad was pretty good.
I think she will definitely improve her situation. So chasing that 1.61 to move into that second position, that will see her through into the into the final, as we see a last score of white drop in at a 2.2. So Angharad John, the surfer in white, propels herself back up into the lead. Now looking to replace a lower score of a 1.73. Meanwhile, scores are still to drop for surfer in green, Rachel Cozier, chasing a 1.81. And she gets it, Tom. A 1.9 comes in for surfer in green, meaning she's now in second and is in that qualifying position for the final with 9.5 minutes remaining.
And Angharad with a 2.2, so that's the highest score we've hit so far.
Last of white, 2.2. Last of white, 2.2. Last of green, 1.9. Surfer in white, you are in first position. Surfer in green, you're in second. Surfer in red, you are in third. Priority sits with surfer in red. Second priority, surfer in white. Third priority, surfer in green.
What's your take so far then, Rob? You watched 1.5 heats to my half. Well, I did actually watch the other heat on the from the balcony while you guys were calling it. What's working so far for competitors?
Well, it's all about the rights, Tom. We've seen all of the scoring waves occur on those rights as we see surfer in red, Georgina Lutas looking for a 1.2 and
She'll get that,
really
won't she?
maximising any scoring potential on this wave, riding it right into the shallows there. Yeah, it's all about the rights, Tom. We talked briefly in the first heat. I'm not sure if you listened in or heard any of it, Mark and I, about how the forecast
Here's
changed
Howard.
so much as we see out the back, surfer in white and Howard John taking a look at that wave. So that will change the priority situation. Yeah, we talked about how the forecast has changed so much.
Yeah.
And I think it's the right call putting the longboard in. First of all, of course, those bigger boards allowing the surface to catch the small condition, also the small waves on offer this morning, these small conditions. But we are hopeful that conditions will improve with the turning of the tide, allowing some more of that energy to be dragged in to the beach here at Atlantic Major.
There's one version of the weather forecast for today in which the wind is a little bit lighter through the middle of the day. I'm going to keep the faith with that one. I don't recall which of them it was. I've seen 3 different forecasts today, and different was the right word for them.
Well, whilst we ponder the conditions, Tom, I'm starting to see scores drop in for red, and it will be... We've seen a paradigm shift in conditions. We're about to see a paradigm shift in heat situation. Scores just being finalised.
It's going to change the situation, is it?
It will change the situation considerably, and it will be the biggest scoring wave of the heat so far if it remains as is on my screen. One judge left to lock in their score, and it was for that last of red, that long right-hander that we saw Georgina Lutas ride all the way through to
wave of the
inside.
heat.
Still being pondered and considered by our judges. They want to make sure they get every call exactly
having a good
right.
thing.
They're just reviewing what's occurred so far in the heat, comparing it to the last of red before they make any decision. With 6 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, the situation as it stands is surfer in white and Howard John is in the lead. In second is Rachel Cozier, and in third Georgina Lutas. Georgina looking for just a 1.20 to move into that second position. And she gets it and some, because now she's slingshotted into first.
Great
last
score.
of red, a 3.27, which means Georgina Lutas is now in first position. In second, it's Anne Howard John in white. And in third, Rachel Cozier. The priority situation is surfer in white has first priority, surfer in red has second, and surfer in green has third priority. Situation update. Last of red, a 3.27. Last of red, 3.27.
So Lutas going up into the lead there now with that one. John in second. So Rach Cozier. But the scores do not have to be high for the action to be exciting, and Rachel Cozier only needs a 2.04, which is infinitely gettable. She's got a 1.9 already, so she's shown that she can run close to that score. See there some of the juniors getting ready for the next round. So we're going to run the under-18s. So they didn't run the under-18s at the Welsh that took place in Pembroke a couple of weeks ago. They ran the 14s and 16s and 12s and some of those other categories. And here goes Rach Cozier looking for that 2.04. And do you know what? That is going to be very close. She got a good bit of length to ride. A nice bottom turn. And Lutas will lose priority there, but John will also go. Oh, now there's going to be a little bit of a paddle battle between Lutas and John to get back out again. They'll probably they've given first priority to Georgina Lutas, second to Anghara John. That is an important priority with 4 minutes left, as Rach Cozier awaits a possible 2.04 for that last wave. It is going to be very close.
And Tom, she gets it because the last of green drops in at a 2.23.
And then Angharad now needing 1.94. Oof, and that will also be close. 1.94 needed for Angharad John. Oh, back up again for a second little walk. Now that will send us to the deeper parts of surfing's rule book. Anghara John proning again and then getting back up again. That will count as one wave. So while it might not be worth a lot when she's trying to get 1.94, even the 0.01s could make a difference on that one. So John, will she get 1.94? If you compare it to the wave of Rachel Cozier that got the 2.23, it is there or thereabouts. Compare it to the other, compare it to Rach Cozier's other wave of 1.9. Right in that ballpark. So I think it's on a knife edge whether or not Cozier, John will get the 1.94 and pop back in front of Cozier. And before we even get the score, Rach Cozier is going to go again. And that's a pretty steep takeoff. She makes it, comes around, redirects, finds the power pocket, and she's going to get a bit of length of ride here. So if John and a cutback and another reform section, so the last of white didn't go up into third, and Rachel Cozier will have undoubtedly improved on the 1.9 with that last ride. So I'm certain Cozier is going to improve her situation in second. Will she go as far as the 2.98, effectively a 3 that would be required to jump up into first? Possibly. But that was a pretty strong wave for Rach Cozier. I mean, if we compare it to the 3.27 for Lutus, I think that last of green is, again, I think it's close. I think that probably is going to turn out to be the wave of the heat from Rachel Cozier just then. That said, here goes former champ Georgina Lutus. And that one's not going to go into the top 2, so that will leave Anghara John, the surfer that needs a score, with the priority. So when the surfer in need of the score is the surfer with priority, it means at least that we're going to see that ride. And really comfortably, the last wave of green goes up as the best wave of the heat so far, a 4.17. So this puts Rachel Cozier in the green onto a heat total of 6.4 and a pretty solid lead now. So Anghara John is now, the requirement has gone up to a 3.01, and that is because Anghara John is no longer chasing the surfer in green. She's now chasing the surfer in red. So it is former champion Georgina Lutus who is looking over her shoulder. And John, penny for her thoughts. One of my favourite questions to ask, Rob, is which surfer would you rather be? The one with priority, needing the score, or the one who's got the score already? I think in these conditions, I think with a minute left, you'd rather be red, looking over your shoulder to try and keep white off from a 3.01. And Anghara is also located at the moment just off the peak. She's going to be going on this one on the front side, a left-hander, and it fizzles. That is not going to get a 3.01.
We had a similar situation at the end of the previous heat with the surfer sitting with first priority in third position, but no waves came through. However, we did.
And then that was that, yeah. Well, I think we're going to see, I'd be astonished if any situational change can come around into the last 20 seconds now. It looks like it's going to be Cozier green, Lutus red advancing in this one. And Anghara John eliminated. So we therefore have our final. Our final is going to be Emily Williams, Amelia Dickinson, Rachel Cozier, and Georgina Lutus. That will be the final. We move on into the juniors after a quick ad break.
You should have seen him at the local hall. Now they're playing at the Hollywood Bowl. White light shining down their bright. First time it gave them a fright. Ow! When the show was over, we all went into town. Made an Eskimo in a white gown.
Welcome back. We're live from Plantet Major, the Pura Vida My Post Welsh Nationals. And we have just completed Heat 2 of the semi-finals of the women's longboard and have now moved into the first of the under-18 boys semi-finals. Missing a few surfers this year due to travel arrangements, etc., and postponements of this event. But already we've had 2 quick rides, one from Red, Thomas O'Leary, and we've just seen Green, Arthur Buick, get a quick up and down. Tom, what did you see?
Well, in the last heat, I saw it going right the way down to the wire. In this one, I've seen the juniors get busy early with no significant scores, but that's changing as we speak because here goes the very stylish Elijah Jones.
Did well there, didn't he? 'Cause
Yeah,
got
he did.
Opening slashing forehand turn. Bit on the, bit of a tail slide, and
Yeah.
then managed to get a connection for an inside closeout. So he'll be really happy with
Good
his
score,
start.
I would imagine. And he masked with his style how difficult it is to get a bit of speed. It really kept it smooth all the way through.
Yeah, for sure. And we are. I just took a peek outside, Tom. The swell does look as though it's starting to, as predicted, increase as we get into this low tide mark, and then on the push it'll probably double in size somewhat. There is a very nasty looking dark cloud to our right. It's off screen, and the weather forecast was for a 10 a.m. downpour.
Is it?
So we'll just keep an eye on that because that could really, anything could happen with the wind there. But after that, we might be all right for the rest of the day, but we'll see what happens.
So that 10 a.m. delivery of the rain, is that recorded delivery signed for?
Signed for with my post. Nice crack off the top there from Red. Tom O'Leary is busy.
Just not quite managing to get that last re-entry in, so we can clear. The judges will be seeing clear difference between that and Elijah Jones's first wave. They've gone in with a 4.5 for the first of white, Elijah Jones.
That's a fair score in my view, Tom.
I agree with you completely. I think that's a decent use of the scale, isn't it? They've
Best
left
ride
room.
this morning so far.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, currently,
Wave of the Welsh.
Wave of the Welsh, and the £500 Barty check would be presented to young Elijah. He picked up £250
Yeah.
courtesy of BCRS Business Loans just 2 weekends ago. Oh, look at Green. He's got a nice looking
If he
one.
can get onto the section.
He has.
Lovely. And he's going to come round. Nice, Arthur Buick. Okay, so he's off to a cracking start there as well. And O'Leary then. Oh, I can see a bit of kicking of water going on there. We're in a paddle battle situation. This is O'Leary and Arthur Buick racing to try and see if they can get priority. Elijah Jones is joining in that process as well. Red stops paddling, which is sometimes a way of trying to get priority.
He's got it.
Yeah.
He's got it. Effective use by the young man. Obviously a student of the game. It's good to see. And look, he's rewarded with his priority. No, he doesn't show any intention to catch that.
No.
Priority system is running. The priority board's just under our judges.
We've got a priority judge.
Yeah, we've got a priority judge, of course.
Full time. That's their one job.
No, we're rotating the panel.
Okay.
So all the guys have had some practice over the years and fine-tuned those skills between our rotation of ISA qualified judges. And it's a difficult task, the old judging job, that's for sure, especially in these sort of it's difficult in any conditions, really, isn't it? You've got to assess what you see and determine in your own view what the score is using the scale and the criteria provided by the ISA rulebook.
What would be making it tough now, of course, is that you've got a short paddle back, and as a priority judge, you've got to decide on a kind of defined position that is the peak, haven't you?
Yeah, and here we go, Red.
That's a squandering of priority for my money. Vaughnie, what do you reckon?
Well, he's got a 3.17 and a 1. He wants to get that quick, 2 scores in the locker. I would then be looking to solidify my position, sit at the back with priority, wait for the sets. And they are starting to come through a little bit more frequently. We just saw one behind Red, Tom O'Leary then, that could have perhaps had a greater opportunity for more score than that. So Arthur Buick, they did like that kind of forehand floater and reconnect. That was a 3. Tom O'Leary, his first opening kind of vertical hit was a 3.17. He didn't manage to find a second connection, whereas Arthur Buick just kind of made a sort of very, very soft second turn on a tiny little bit what was a wall that was left.
Point of difference, wasn't it? Clear point of difference.
So I think Tom, for me, he got the nudge, and I agree with the judges there. And Elijah, yes, certainly, definitely got the best wave so far. Max Davis, I believe, is a no-show for this heat, which is why you're not seeing any scores for him. which is a shame because he could have been competing for a place in the under-18.
Surf's good, Max Davis.
final. Yeah, well, we're not going to see him today,
Yeah.
and it's down to these three guys now. And it's good surfing, to be fair.
Yes.
It's not exactly great conditions. You can-
Elijah Jones, Langland boy?
No. It's interesting, Elijah's story. His dad, Jonathan, who we speak to quite frequently, is based in Cape Verde.
Oh, that's them. Right,
Yeah,
okay,
so
yeah.
Elijah has a fair bit of time there and a little bit of time out west as well.
I've
Very
heard
passionate Welshman.
a
Jonathan.
rumour that Cape Verde is
Don't, no,
associated
no.
with good
No.
waves.
Yeah, there is good waves there. I know where you're going, and that's not to be put over the airwaves.
Well,
the
nobody
internet.
knows where. And I think that's the point,
know
is
where
that
you-
no one knows where anyone's going.
Roads to nowhere, I think you're referring to. Or is it Matt?
Very good.
Yeah.
Very literary of you, Forney.
Talking heads, Tom. You're talking something else. Let's move on.
I know someone who went there. Owen McCarthy Deering, Irish surfer,
All right.
on a boat long time ago, and he
Ooh,
reported a very good wave. Oh, now this is the wave of the heat, surely from Elijah Jones.
Great surfing, wasn't it? Nice,
Yeah.
nice and fluid, and a third.
I might not give him the make on that third, do you think? But I suppose it doesn't matter a lot, does it?
It's just a polished finish, if nothing else. It wasn't a fall. It
Yeah.
wasn't, they're basically running out of water. But interesting to see if that goes ahead of his first, because his first he did have
Yeah.
that nice opening slash and into a closeout re-entry. They were two kind of face smashes, weren't they?
O'Leary on the
Red.
backhand.
Here we go. He's got strong style, Tom.
Yeah. Powerful surfer.
Yeah, definitely.
Classic low centre of gravity style, and then Arthur Buick, and he's going to get stuck behind the section on this, so probably go back to the drawing board quite quickly. Might get a little bit of water spray in here. They love a paddle battle, these grommets. Here they go. Look at that. We could be
Yeah.
watching surf lifesaving here.
Oh,
They could be in their skull caps and their speedos, couldn't they? Look at that.
where's Geordie Smith? Tune in for this one, mate, because it looks like Green's got the edge
He's
on
got
red
it,
here.
yeah.
He's a little
It's gonna
bit
go
further out.
White, green, red, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean Arthur's about 2 foot longer than
Yeah.
Thomas, who's only got to point himself in the right
Yeah, he's a
direction. He's no, mind you, Tom's very
stylish
tall
fella.
these days as well, isn't he?
Mm.
So, but Arthur is a very tall gentleman. He's got to be 6'2" plus. And
Arthur from St. David's.
yep, and becoming somewhat of he was an underground charger, but he was rewarded for his heroics through Carve Surfing magazine. I like to think of
Steve England.
Yeah.
Shout out.
#1 surf magazine in Europe.
And a
Uh,
stalwart of the print media, I think we've got to commend Steve's enduring dedication to the pleasure of flicking through a printed surf mag. I think it's brilliant.
But for sure, but the Carve's commitment to UK and Irish surfing has been right from the start, and they rewarded young Arthur with the Underground Charger of the Year award last year for his
great.
determination to drive many, many miles to Mullaghmore. And I'm not sure if he borrowed a board or there was some sort of story there where he packed himself
Did he?
into quite a bomb on his first attempt out there without any friends or assistance. So and I
On the
seen him-
backhand too, that would have been, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yep. Also seen him out at. So we're asking for scores here.
Okay, surfers in the water.
Oh no, you hear the
Situation
authoritative tones of Mark Vaughan taking over on the beach announcing for a second. He's issuing the scores and the situation to the surfers, and you can see that they slightly move around and readjust in relation to what they're being told. Vaughan,
Green, you need a 2 point.
oh, sorry, I thought we had his attention again then for a second. We don't quite yet, so he'll be explaining the situation that Green is in need of a relatively gettable score at the moment. Arthur Buick at 2.18. He just needs to use a bit of wave selection. Heat leader also holding priority, so it's all going well for Elijah Jones so far. 2 scores above the 4-point mark. So a heat total in the upper 8s. Usually that's going to get you through most first round heats.
Yeah, sorry about
Bonnie, you've been to Mullaghmore when it's firing, haven't you?
that. I have.
I remember a story. I remember you telling me that you watched it, and then I think you went in as well, and you were saying that it's quite normal for surfers to sort of go in when it's big like that and just ride one wave in like 2 hours. He's quickly consulting. Vaughan is the man of many hats, by the way. So I'm in the middle of asking. Go. Oh, he's
yeah.
back.
To answer your question there, Tom, or I have been to Ireland frequently, as many people have, and its ways are now very well known across the world. I think Mullagy was still, I wouldn't say it was underground, but I did sit, having spoken to Richie Fitzgerald, who's one of the sort of early pioneers of surfing Mullaghmore, along with Gabe Davies and a few others.
Himself a stylish goopy putter.
Yeah, and I'm not going to pretend to know the first to ride Mullaghmore, but it's a hell of a wave, that's for sure. And I had the pleasure of sitting with then team rider Jared McCabe on the beach, and he was probably about 13, 14 years of age.
Right.
And Mully was treble overhead, sheet glass, sun out, a few of the chargers in.
But they
John
take
McCarthy.
a while. They take a while to get a wave, don't they? Sometimes they're
do.
quite
They
happy
all
to surf
paddle
for a
that
couple
day.
of hours.
I watched John Mack paddle out for took about 40 minutes to paddle from the beach to get out. That's a hell of a long paddle,
Yeah.
even on an 8-foot board. Mac got about, I think, 2 rides in 3-4 hours. So
Wow.
You've got to be really dedicated to it. And me and G-Man sat and watched and thought, we're going to surf Pampro Bundoran.
Nice.
But G-Man was a little nervous as a 13-year-old, and now look at him. Just
Oh,
goes to
wow,
show
yeah.
that the exposure to those waves, what it can do for you, and possibly
One
one
of
of Europe's greatest chargers.
one of Northwestern Europe's bravest surfers, I would argue. Him and John McCarthy.
Yeah, and many, many others from Ireland.
And then there's Arthur Buick over there trying to get a bit of a conversation, trying to get a seat at that table.
Yeah, that's all sorts over there from these days, isn't there? Nathan Florence.
His Arthur Buick seat at this table, however, is going to require a 2.18 ride if it's going to go anywhere. He's in second priority, Elijah Jones in first. So red and green are settling in. They're waiting. They're going to pick their ride.
Okay, situation, surface in the water.
And Tom
Situation remains the same.
O'Leary,
White,
meanwhile,
third,
has come
white,
right
you are
off
third.
up towards the west
Second,
end
red,
of the peak.
red
So
on second,
as you're
Arthur,
seeing from
green,
the
you are
screen,
third.
your left is the
Arthur,
east,
you need a
your right is the west. So
2.18
Tom's
to
paddled
go
towards the
second.
west. And clearly the intention for O'Leary will be to try and replace his 2-point ride with a left-hander from there. And now, as I say that, O'Leary starts to track back. So in third priority, I mean, he might as well keep busy. Now Buick with second priority. And that is then going to put him in behind Tom O'Leary for a priority. And 7 minutes left. Probably a little bit early for O'Leary to start marking Buick out. But
Well, here we go, Tom. This 10 a.m. front, bang on the button. I can look into my right. It's looking horrendous.
they're going to be calling you to go and put your signature on the delivery package in a second. For that rain.
Indeed, but I think these guys in the water now, I mean, there is more opportunity out there. They seem to be heading for the lefts. I mean, my preference at this stage of the tide would be going
right, yeah.
for the rights. They tend to offer more scoring opportunity, but look at Elijah, 2 lefts, highest scoring heat of the day, and here he is again on his forehand. He's looking aggressive.
Yeah, and that was worth a go, that one, because if he had made it onto that next section, he's taking chances now because he knows that the worst case scenario is that he stays on a pair of decent 4s. Do you think this front's going to bring with it a few extra gusts of wind? Because sometimes when you get a big pile of rain comes in, it sometimes blows out at the same time as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not looking pretty to the right, Tom. I will say it has the potential to put us on hold. It's that kind of weather front. We'll wait and see.
Well, we don't want that.
No, but for the moment, it's a pleasure watching Elijah here. He's
Isn't
keeping
it
really busy.
Right idea.
Commentator's curse. So,
Right idea though, isn't it? He's looking to improve on that score, and he knows that if he does what he's always done, he'll get what he's always got, and so he's looking to change it up a bit and find something else, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, we've talked about Arthur a bit. No stranger to big waves. Seen some stuff off Madeira in
Yes.
it's surfing some
Jardim
insane.
Domar.
Yeah, big
Oh,
stuff.
here goes O'Leary. Important wave possibly if he can replace a 2, but he can't.
Yeah, we haven't talked much about Tom. Thomas, he's been competing for seems like forever now.
Yeah.
And he went
won
after the
plenty
World
of things, yeah.
Championships, the ISA Worlds, last year, I think it was, as a
El
junior.
Salvador, yeah.
Yeah, El Salvador. I think that was a big learning curve for him, and I do enjoy watching this kid surfing. He does remind me of a typical Welsh goofy foot.
Surfs with Eli Perrins Davis a lot as well, doesn't he? So
yeah.
you can, I think you can actually see the influence in the surfing styles.
Strong, sort of goofy-footed surfing, as you
Yeah.
say, and but he's managed to keep himself in second position here. He's holding priority down. Arthur has priority. So that's why Thomas is looking busy. He's got a little inside section here. Is he going to have a chance to hit it? Yes,
I'm
he does.
interested that Arthur didn't go on that right behind it. It does actually look like the right decision.
That might. I'm wondering, Tom, whether Red's wave will just nudge up
Go
a
over
little
the
bit there.
two.
Let's
Yeah,
see
well,
what
he
the
kept
score is.
going, didn't he?
If he can just, anything. He has. It has improved. He's got a 2.17.
Oh, requirement goes up for Arthur Buick.
Your last score of 2.17.
So
Red,
Arthur
your
Buick
last
now
score of
needing a
2.17.
2.35.
Green, you now need a
2.35 for the surfer in red.
Green, you need a 2.35 to go second. White, you are first. White, you are first.
And we might get a paddle here from the surfer in green. So there's something's gonna have to happen in the next 3.5 minutes. Coming into the last 200 seconds of the heat now.
Well, I noticed there, Tom, that Elijah was just the wrong side of what looked to be a peeling right. It was
Yeah.
off screen. This front, maybe it might, maybe it won't. We'll wait and see
So
what it does. But for now, there are waves that we've got to say pair of fours in those conditions. Elijah, well surfed.
on the front side, going left.
Yeah. Sometimes that wind just holds it up, and we are expecting the wind to come more from a cross-off direction as the day progresses.
Oh,
It's
that'd be
still
nice.
kind of like horribly onshore, isn't it, at the moment? And
It's a good, honest onshore, though, isn't it?
it is a good, honest onshore. Yeah, one way of putting it. Say 10 o'clock now, low tide mark, 10:30.
And then,
Really
in,
gotta
and then in
see.
it comes.
Yeah, really got to see what happens then with the swell, but just got to keep our fingers crossed. But all action at the back, 2.5 minutes remaining. Elijah, he's looking pretty safe for the win, isn't he, here at this moment? And
Oh, yeah, Jones is going through.
Well, the other guys, they need a 5.66 for Thomas to
Wave of the day, that would be.
yeah,
With 2
but,
minutes left.
Arthur's got a 3 in his locker, so it's not impossible.
Yeah, here
Yeah.
could be the moment. He uses priority. He keeps Tom off. But more importantly, this is the wave he's going to need to try and get a 2.35 on, and that is not going to be it. So,
God, he did well to stay with that in the
Yeah,
first place.
and
Looks like
O'Leary-
Thomas has got a better one. Look at this.
yeah,
He's
he's
got a
gonna
nice
improve the
inside track.
situation.
Oh, he comes off the back.
So that exchange needed to go Buick's way. It went O'Leary's way. So it looks to me as though Tom O'Leary is going to move into a pretty commanding position. He's also going to have priority over Green. Now, whether O'Leary is able to identify that Green is the surf that he needs to be blocking is another question. This is one of the things that these juniors are slowly learning, is that heat strategy. I think O'Leary will have a fair idea of the fact that it's Green he needs to keep off. So Green is going to then use the inside. He might as well. There's only 80 seconds or so left in this heat. Possibly Green could have tried to get a little bit further out before going for that one, because it didn't yield up anything at all.
In the water, the situation remains the same.
And so
White, you are first. White, you
with
are first. Red,
White holding
second.
down priority and the lead with 1
third.
minute left. Jones is sitting
1 minute
pretty. He
remaining.
might take a
Green, you need
victory lap wave,
2.35. Green,
but only if
you
it's
need a
looking any good. And so
2.35
now
to go
Red,
second.
rather than marking Green, is going to try and improve his situation instead. So that's not going to happen. So we have got 45 seconds left, and there is a possibility for the surfer in Green to still try to do something about it. He's going to need to make sure that he gets outside. He is outside. So 35 seconds left. We're going to get effectively, that's enough time with a sort of 8-second period or so for about 3 waves to come through. So there's one of them goes underneath Arthur Buick, and then there's going to be another 2 waves probably that he could paddle for. And that'll be the second one going under him there. So I think unless Buick can see something that we can't, this is going to count out, and it's going to be Jones and O'Leary. So a pretty comprehensive performance, really, by the two of them when all is said and done.
Yeah, just as that one's counted out, that result will stick. It did feel like green and perhaps red. Thomas should have waited a bit more for perhaps a set way, but then again, it was this man, Elijah, on the hooter, just getting another quick ride, but he just did look fast and fluid out there. Congratulations to him.
Languid style. It's lovely to watch.
Indeed. We're going to go to ad break, and we'll be straight back with you.
Into the second semi-final for the under-18 boys then. Picture quality will improve when the weather improves. So at the moment that camera is a long lens telephoto technology, and it's having to look a long way through a lot of water. There's a lot of water in the air. So what you can see in front of you, it's not an issue with any sort of connectivity. That is the best the camera can see when it's zooming through a quarter of a mile of raindrops. The air is thick with water right now. Humidity must be about 95%. And so that's why you can see what you can and can't see what you can't. Picture quality will improve as soon as the weather improves. We'll get a lens wipe, and you'll be able to see pretty good. We've got a high resolution stream coming through on YouTube. Picture quality will improve with the weather.
Just stepped outside the judges' booth just to give one of our judges a dry robe. They're starting to feel the cool, damp air. But hopefully this front will blow over in about 20 minutes' time, half an hour for the start of the Open. But it does look like there's a bit more swell starting to show, Tom. And we can look forward to the Open after this second semi-final, the under-18 boys. Really hope these guys get an opportunity to really showcase their surfing. So it is, will look small on screens, I'm sure, but it is surprisingly surfable. That were the words, or those were the words, sorry, of Emily Williams after her first heat, because I said, how is it, Em? She said, well, it's actually better than it looks. So that was quite a glowing endorsement for what is otherwise a pretty junky day where you'd be perhaps waiting for the sun to pop out.
Well, it's a good day for sitting at home and watching sport on the telly, and here is a day of sport for you. Courtesy of the WSF.
Yes, Welsh Surfing Federation. Oh, flipping heck, we've run this Welsh Nationals for some years now. We're well past our 50th birthday, a bit like myself. And but far from being too long in the tooth. It's quite impressive what we managed to put onto this little venue, Atlantic Major, Tom, in terms of the technology that's evolved now in these events. And say, I would not wish to be standing down the beach at Freshwater West on a day like today.
No.
Which is why we were able to utilise it 2 weekends ago, because it's the polar opposite of today, weather-wise. Beautiful light off shores and sunny conditions. But, that was quite a redirect, as Joey Trappell would say, from Atlantic Major to Freshwater West. Just that's a distance.
Variety is the spice of life.
105 miles, something like that.
Is that what it is it?
Something like that. It's a good 2 hours. It's an hour and a half, hour and 3/4. Green opening ride, Ollie Phillips.
West Walian miles, though, are a little bit longer than East Walian miles, aren't they?
Yeah, that was a nice backhand off the top and a second.
Kobe John Williams.
Lovely.
And Luca Owen behind. Classmates, these two.
Oh, well.
And there goes Luca.
I would say that Kobe was ahead of Luca on that one in terms of the
rank order of the register, yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. Is this Ollie again on his
nice
backhand? Or was that Ryan? Sorry, Ryan.
Speaking about the
Croucher.
Open, Vorney, most of the big names are here, aren't they? We got Patrick here, we got Seth here, we got Logan.
Yeah.
You're involved. You in?
Yeah, I'll dust down for old time's sake.
Who's
but
in your heat? He's pretending he hasn't looked.
No, I have Craig Bright and Arthur Buick. But
That'd be fun.
no, it's great to see Pat and Logan here for sure. We've got Eli Perrins-Davis, Elliot Barton travelling in Bali, as is Indy Lynch. The weather really is teeming down now. And so some great surfers. And Seth Morris has returned to Wales, which is great to see.
Yeah. Really good surfing.
We like watching Seth surf. And
he'd be a contender to win this whole thing, I'd say, from what I've seen this winter.
Yeah, I mean, you look throughout the first round draw, there's no really easy heats. There's a lot of people either who've done a lot of competition and will know this way, a couple of local boys. And then you've got, of course, people like Pat and Logan who are on the WSL, WQS, and
Pat
European leg.
Only a heat away from a Challenger Series.
Heat away from the Challenger Series. Wait and see if he manages to get a wild card into any of these
There's
events.
a chance, isn't there?
There is a chance. He's had a couple before. Rob Gunning awarded him. I think we may have
He
tried our
got
best
two,
to
I
help.
think, didn't he? He got Brazil and he got Balito.
Balito, yes. And that's coming up. Balito Pro.
Yep, next one after they finish up in Newcastle.
Right. I must shout out to my surfline friend and best mate, apart from my bro, of course, is Mr. Jamie Bateman.
Oh,
Nice backhand
Kobe
off the top
John.
there from Red. Kobe John Williams smashing it. White Luca Owen on the rail.
Oh, if he gets a finish turn there,
Yeah,
Luca
going
is
on there, wasn't it? But
trying to
yeah.
answer Kobe John's question.
yeah, big shout out to Jamie Bateman today. He would normally be judging. He does an awful lot of work in the background for the WSF, and of course is your surfline forecaster. Jamie undergoing the surgeon's knife this morning.
Is he?
Yeah, tore his meniscus quite spectacularly the other night. A couple of us helped him up the beach, while a couple of others enjoyed the fact that
nasty.
we were helping him up the beach and enjoyed the 2 to 3 foot glassy conditions to themselves. So you know who you are and you know who your mates are. So
Well, in a situation like that, a good mate carries someone up the beach and a best mate goes and rides 4 foot perfection on their own.
well, in that case, Mark Jock Jones is a best mate. I got to announce some scores.
Documentary.
The documentary. Come back to that. Let me announce some scores to the surfers in the water.
Okay, surfers in the water. Opening exchange.
So we'll
Red.
go through the scores here as well for you at the same time. So Kobe Williams moving into a relatively comfortable lead here now with a 4.33 and a 3.5. So Luca Owen goes up into second. So although there's a little bit of a battle between Red and White, duking it out, they are still both sitting in the advancing positions. Croucher and Phillips needing scores that are slowly building in terms of what they need. 3.47 or a 3.17 for both the surfers in blue and green would be equal to the the third or fourth highest scores of the heat. They're both scores that are higher than any score that Luca Owen's got so far. So it's relative to the surfers in the water. It is an ask for Croucher and Phillips to pick up these scores in the 3 range, when you can see that Luca Owen, you've seen the surfing he's been doing, and that's been coming in the 2 range. There are scores still to drop for Luca Owen and Kobe Williams, however, both of which I reckon will be half decent by the scale of this heat.
Well, interesting the sort of the variances in age groups that we have in this under 18s heat, because you've got Green, Ollie Phillips, local boy, in the under 14s, under 16s and under 18s, so he's really stepping up to a couple of years above.
Steve
Phillips' boy,
youngster.
yeah. He's really coming on as young Ollie, so we wish him every success. But stepping up a couple of age groups is always going to be challenging. But
course it
we
is.
wish him every success here.
Surfing well, Ollie Phillips. So I've seen him a fair bit. He's around Rest Bay quite often with his dad.
He's on like 200 surfs for the year already. It's just like insane. Here we go, White, one of the biggest waves of the morning. Nice off the top. Backs it up with a floater.
He's got a squat that he doesn't go, but he needed to squat that out, didn't he? I don't think they give him that second turn.
Didn't convince me, but we'll wait and see. I think that first turn was where all the kind of score was anyway. Ryan Croucher. Know much about Ryan, Tom?
No, he's a new name on the draw, Croucher. Sitting up in third at the moment. You look at the score, but there's an interesting little situation where the surfer in fourth actually needs a lower score than the surfer in third, and that's because he's got the higher single wave of the 1.53 over the 1.23.
Yeah, so here we go.
That was an
Now-
in and out. That's not going to be any use to. I think that was Ryan Croucher then, wasn't it?
Well, Luca Owen, we know quite well. He's got an under-16 boys title, I believe, from
He
last year.
does.
He stepped up into the under-18s this year. And Kobe, John Williams, he was competing at last week, or 2 weekends ago, Welsh
Yeah.
Nationals, the under-16. So he's stepping up a couple of ages. Here we go.
Oh, well,
Looks
he
like-
can surf, Croucher,
That
can't he?
was
Look
a
at that. That
nice-
was a lovely turn.
Lovely forehand off the top. And looks like the sets are just picking up a little bit now, Tom.
It's picking up a lot now, Vaughnie. Starting to twitch, sitting in the chair here with surf muscle memory at the sight of some of these waves. Yeah, Luca Owen, and he's also in the thick of GCSE season, so I think he's had to sort of do some kind of revision deal with his mum and dad to get permission to come out, to get leave to come to this event for the day.
Surface in the water. Just over 10
So
minutes
they can get
remaining.
their
Red, you are
scores read
first.
to them.
Red, you are first. White, Luca, you are second. You need a 4.90 to go first. Blue, you are third. Your last.
And
Right.
Kobe Williams has a little paddle there. And here goes Luca Owen. And he's going to go on the backhand this time. He's got a good backhand, Luca Owen, as the first
Blue, you are
turn.
third. Blue,
but
you need a 4.
Goes into a little deep water section. It's difficult to get through.
Green, fourth. Green, you need a 4.07 to
And-
progress. Green, a 4.07 to progress.
There's a solid looking set coming through here. I'd say this is one of the better looking waves of the day so far. Things are picking up. Really promise. It's picking up before the tide has even turned, but I suppose it's because the tide has stopped going out in effect. And this is the surfer in green, Ollie Phillips. Just couldn't get into the racetrack bit on the inside then. Lots of gestures and signals being dished out from coaching crews and families on the beach.
Well, Tom,
Well, I say beach, on the point.
Yeah, well, Tom, I'm just taking a look out from the window here, which is absolutely covered in raindrops, but you can clearly see the wind has eased back a bit as that front's passed over.
Oh, we like that.
Still plenty of rain behind it. There was a suggestion from one of the forecasts that the wind would drop off. Have you
I'd
got a
heard that
paddler?
one, yeah.
Oh, sacrifice priority. Meanwhile,
Here he goes again. Now Croucher.
no, I think that's Ollie Phillips possibly there in green, is it? Hard to tell, isn't it, with this? No,
We haven't got the score
I
for
think
that
you're right. I think
first
it was
manoeuvre
right.
of Croucher yet either, have we? The decent little inside
Well,
Rio.
there is a score come through, Tom, and you probably can't see it, to be fair, on your screen. It was a 3.10.
Oh, well, there it is. It's popped up.
Yep, so there's a little bit of delay there between the...
2.5 the requirement. So, oh, and there goes Ollie Phillips, and he gets a nice crack off the top on that one too. And he's going to look for an inside
Surface in the
reform
water,
here, and he might well
situation.
get it.
Red, you
A
are
little
first.
bit.
Red, you are first.
Good job,
White,
Ollie
you are
Phillips, on that one
second.
there. So I think
White, you need a
we're going to be seeing a
4.9
nice
to go first.
spread on the
Ryan,
scoreboard
Blue,
now.
You are third.
All of the
Your
surfers
last
have got a couple of
scoring
points
wave
to
at
their name.
3.1. You now need a 2.5
Kobe Williams
to go
remains out
second.
front, but I'd say looking
Blue,
at the
you
way
are
that
third.
Croucher
You need a
surfs,
2.5
if
to
he
go
can get the
second.
wave selection right,
Green,
then there would be
you are
every
fourth.
chance that
We await
both
your
Williams
last
and
ride.
Owen will be
You
looking
currently
over
need a
their shoulder. I don't
4.07
think
to go
anybody is
second.
comfortably where they are. I don't think anyone's comfortably in their position yet in this heat. So Croucher, he can surf. He's got a 3.1, and then he has had another little ride on the inside. I don't think it'll be as high as the first, but he only needs a 2.5 now. So Luca Owen slightly vulnerable there as well. But I'd say not even Kobe Williams is guaranteed to be advancing at the moment. And here goes Croucher now, interestingly, picking off a smaller one again, but he goes to a little frontside turn. This has got a fast section on it, though. Smacks one, sticks it. Ooh, they give him the make on that? volley?
I would. It's a make for me. It's got a similar sort of Eli Perrins-Davis approach to
It
that
does,
sort of
doesn't it?
forehand bash.
Yeah.
I mean, as you say, he got some speed up with that, and I think the judges will enjoy that. It was a clean section, smaller wave,
Yeah.
but there we are. Let's just wait and see. He needs a 2.5.
Oh, I think you get it for
I
that. If
think
they
he
give him
will.
the make,
Yeah, for me it was a make, and
We do tend at this level to be slightly more benefit of the doubt inclined, don't we, on
Yeah.
whether or not turns have been made. And they've given it him 2.77. Croucher
There we
pops
are.
into second. Luca Owen now needing a 2.95.
Surfers in the water, situation change. Red, you are first. Red, you are first. Blue, you are now second.
And-
Blue, you are second.
Kobe Williams
You are third.
uses priority
you are
there. A
third.
decent
White,
frontside
you need
carve. I would be surprised if that ends up being
2.95
more than a
to go second.
3.5.
White, you need a
So that would
2.95
mean
to go
that
second. Green,
we're
you are
looking at
fourth. Green, you need a
the
4.34
surfer
to
in
go
white. That's
second.
where all eyes will be, a 2.95. Now, the surfer that needs the score is the surfer with priority, Luca Owen, so eyes on him. Ollie Phillips, it's not beyond the realms of possibility, is it, for 4.34? And here we go, up and riding in the green, Ollie Phillips. And we're going to see now a little flurry of activity because there's a set coming. I would be interested to see how well we will see how long is Luca Owen going to carry on waiting for now. Oh, and Croucher tries to get himself a slingshot into the closeout section. And if we have a look, there's another wall of rain coming in. Kobe Williams goes for a whitewater takeoff. Luca Owen sensibly sits, waits with priority. I'm sure he'll have confident and clear signals being sent his way from Greg, but Ryan Croucher looking to try and see if he can improve the requirement here. Goes on a right-hander, gets moving, won't go into his top two. Situation will remain as it is. Luca Owen, if he wasn't wearing the white vest, he's still recognisable by the lovely orange arms on his wetsuit. Dad Greg makes custom wetsuits and loves a bit of colour, and that's a lovely fins free whack for Kobe Williams. We'll ask a question of the judges. Arguably the best single manoeuvre that we've seen in the heat so far. Luca Owen has a think. There's a decent set coming in behind, though. I would imagine Luca Owen will be having a careful look at some of these waves here. I think that is Greg in the red top.
Well, he's definitely given some there's some signalling going on, so it's got to be the one and only Greg Owen.
They're Greg signals. I know them well.
With all that competitive experience, but plenty of time yet. You know, I mean, you could get
4
two
minutes,
rides easily in 4 minutes with the conditions we have. I'd just be waiting patiently for a set now. And, you know, Luca got one of the biggest set waves of the day, and I think that, you know, he missed that kind of finish on that forehand floater, didn't he? And given the close, what separates white from green? 0.27.
Yeah,
you know,
2.95 the requirement.
Yeah, but if that wave that he had the 2.93 on, I think had he ridden out that forehand closer, he'd have got a 3.5
Absolutely
plus.
would, yeah.
And
Here he
wouldn't
goes.
be in this position. Here we go. He's waited patiently. He's paddling hard.
He's lost priority.
Oh, he might just be
3
lucky enough
minutes.
to pick another one off. Nope, there isn't one behind. Okay.
Well, maybe he's free from the shackle of priority now anyway, or from the, from the pressure of it. Greg,
Yeah.
clear instructions.
Okay. Red.
Kobe got a 5 for that one turn 2 waves ago, Vorney. That fins
Wow.
free smack on the inside.
Good.
So
On
the
him.
judges are not shy to give you a score for one manoeuvre if that one manoeuvre is solid.
I like this Ryan Croucher surfing. He's
Yeah,
it's nice and
me too.
rapid, isn't he? But that wasn't the best wave to have taken off on.
He's on the verge of getting a scalp here, isn't he?
Yeah, and within that 30 seconds flurry of activity, Luca went from first priority to fourth priority, and he's now back in second priority. No harm done. And young Ollie Phillips is holding down first priority. He needs a 4.34 to advance. That's a solid score. Not out of the question. He just needs to get on a decent face.
There are signals going somebody else's way as well, just down from Greg Owen. I'm not
Yeah,
sure who that is.
I think that's Steve Phillips down there, possibly, with the family.
Wow.
It looks like young Noah and Tasha there.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, something going from Greg.
It's all going on here, isn't it? There's some
There it is. Look at
signaling.
that.
There's a set.
We got Y and M in place there. We just need C and A from 2 more, and we'd have the full set, wouldn't we?
Yeah, high drama though, Tom, as we're counting down 2-minute mark. Really, like Kobe's way out in front. I think he's not really catchable now, but it's down to what's going to happen in this last exchange. I feel there seems to be a few lines out there. Will they hit in time? Let's
It's
wait and
exciting
see.
one this one now, Vorney. We've got a grandstand finish with 2 minutes remaining. Greg's sending Luca off towards right-handers. Oh, now telling him to hold his position.
There's an awful lot of signals going on there.
Oh, I
That's
don't
going to
know.
be a lot for a young mind to take on, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I think Green Ollie, he's a goofy foot. He's probably going to favour his forehand in the dire moments. Luca, natural foot, he'll probably favour his forehand. So they could almost do a deal on splitting a peak. Couple of lines coming in.
It's like
Here
a
we go.
lifeguarding exam out there, isn't it?
It is.
Well, we've got an unpredictable peak position, and
There
here
we
goes
are.
Luca. This is the one. Onto the rail. Spray. Pushes it. 2.95 the requirement. Probably needs to do something else on the inside. Probably can. Gets moving. Might well still need to do a little bit more. This is going to be very, very close.
2.95 the requirement. Ollie Phillips in the green needs a 4. What have you got for us, young Ollie? Oh, he just gets caught off the back there. Didn't look like that wave offered a lot. 50 seconds.
That is surfing's equivalent to a tennis ball that has hit the net and has gone up into the air. Which side of the net is it going to land, Vonnie?
Well, I'm favouring that's going to land on the side of Luca. That opening turn was on rail.
2.95.
It wasn't through the lip. It's only a 2.95. And he suggested, Tom, he had to make that second turn count. It wasn't a big turn by any means, but it did. And he got a third sort of wiggle.
I
Over
think you're
John.
right. I think you compare it to that 3.1 of Croucher, it's around there, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he might even go
Slightly over.
3.84. So it's a say.
Yeah, about 3.5 would be my prediction.
Yeah, let's wait and see. But it's 10 seconds counting down. And could be heartbreak
I'm
for
not a
young
judge,
Ryan
though,
here.
and if I was, I'd be a bad one. So
4 seconds.
could
Will
well
he
be
get
wrong.
up in
Oh,
time?
This is a buzzer beater. No. Okay, so it's all about whether Luca gets that score. So we're going to hold off from going to the ads while we wait for the score now. So you can see nervous moments. Greg Owen
Oh, well, we'll wait.
on the point. Steve Phillips comes over. All's now fair in love and war. They start to chat to each other and compare notes.
Wow. High drama.
It
What's the
is.
score going to be? It's coming through.
Ollie Phillips rides one in.
Wait it. Still waiting to come through. Judges still debating.
2.95 the requirement. So it would be Luca's best wave of the heat. And you're right, Vorney. If Luca had ridden out at the second turn on that wave earlier, then we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But that's what we're waiting for. Surfers being sent in, told to behave and not stand up on the way in. We've got a lot of surfing to do today, so the judges will be keen to get this result in and move on and start the next heat as quick as they can. So we're going to be waiting on the result. We're moments out. So Luca Owen, 2.95 nervous moments. I'm not sure whether they might crack on with the next heat here now, since there's a judging panel changeover. So I think the judges from the previous heat can now come up with their decision. And so there's a little bit of a set coming through here. I don't think the next heat's going to start in time for that. I think we're going to go to an ad break while we wait for this score, and we'll bring you the news when we come back.
Welcome back. Wow, that was a bit of a nail biter in the last heat, but it does look like Ryan Croucher just managed to hang on there. The general consensus was that the last wave of white wasn't quite enough to go there. Tom and I perhaps getting a little bit excited and carried away in the moment. Was felt that blue's more explosive approach was enough to edge him ahead of young Luca. So that one is done and dusted. So congratulations, Kobe Williams. Ryan Croucher, you are moving on into the final. Well done, guys. And we now enter round 1, heat 1 of the first round of the men's open. bang on the 10:30 mark. That means the tide will now be starting to turn, and we'll probably see our competitors shortly having to endure the infamous Llantwit Major rip as they will paddle furiously to the right-hand side of your screens just to retain their position as that rip kicks in for perhaps the first hour, then should ebb away. But shouldn't trouble our open surfers. And what a heat we got here. Logan Nicol, 3 times Welsh Open men's surfing champion and WSL European competitor. Forget Logan's ranking at the moment, but didn't make the Challenger Series, but has moved into that kind of position in life where he moves from being a full-time pro surfer to now part-time pro surfer and fireman. So saving lives, not a bad occupation to have. And Willem Beck, a very stylish goofy footer from West Wales. Look forward to seeing Willem. Oh, here we go. Look at this. WSL style flash up of Logan Nicol. Some of his stats. And now we have as well in the green vest, twice finalist in the Open Men's, Eli Perrins-Davis. I've seen Eli surf for quite some time. He only lives down the road from me, but he's been traveling, doing a lot, working on his surfing, and good to see how Eli's progressed over the last sort of 12 months since I've had a good surf with him. So, yeah, good heat this. Look forward to it. Just hope the surf delivers, because around this low tide mark, just as the tide turns, we do have what we call a slack water. Tide is in a slightly confused state. You've got water rushing in, some still rushing out. The swell gets a little confused before it then understands what it's got to do and starts smashing through. There we go. Eli Perrins-Davis, second in the Men's Open 2023. Wasn't here to compete last year. And Logan, 3 times champion. So young Williams got his work cut out here, but he is a solid surfer in his own right. And yeah, loving these new images, these graphics. Team going absolutely Burko. Loving this. And who better to start with than Logan Nicol? So just under, 2 minutes closing in on past early days yet. No ways ridden. We hope you're enjoying this live stream. Somebody's just handed me a cup of tea, or are you just putting yours down? That's for me. Wow. An act of kindness from contest director Hugh John? No? No, it's your cup of tea. Thanks. Just teasing me. That's really kind. And holding the fort here while Rob and Tom getting ready. Red, opening ride. Little forehand slash. That'll be a 2.5, probably 3-point ride keeper. At this stage, early days. Having a little chat there with contest director Hugh John, who's just alerted me to the fact that my fellow commentators, Rob and beach score announcers, Rob and Tom, are in a heat together shortly, so that should be exciting. And what was exciting there was watching Logan Nicol on the forehand, putting it on rail with speed, and just showing how it can be done in these marginal conditions. So look forward to seeing that opening scores ride. I'm thinking somewhere in the 4s or 5s. There we go. Yep. Looks as though judges' scores are starting to drop. And Eli Perrins-Davis as well had a great opening ride. So what have we got? Confirmation still to come through, but it's looking like we're going to have similarly placed scores. Perhaps Eli getting the better of it. So you have to excuse me, I was being momentarily distracted by other events. Of course, we've got people doing multiple things here, commentating, beach announcing, judging, organising, and surfing and competing. So just got to announce some scores here. So
Surfers in the water. Red, Logan Nicol, your opening ride, a 5.67. Red, your first score, a 5.67. Green, your first ride, a 6.33. Situation, green, you are first. Green, you are first. Red, you are second. White, you are third. White, you need a 6.54 to go second. Just over 15 minutes remaining.
So just took a quick glance to my right. Does look like that weather system, or the worst of it, has passed over. And if the forecast is to be believed, then may have some drops of rain throughout the day, but nothing quite as heavy a downpour as that was. So just start to see the lineup looking even more ruffled, if that was even possible. With that kind of turning of the tide rip and the onshore breezes, say we expect this wind to veer more west. I think the turning tide will bring that, and as that front finally passes over, may even see some break in the cloud and a little bit of some very welcome sunshine. This early June, here we go. It's like green sacrificing perhaps his situation priority. White holding firm, waiting for his opportunity. But yeah, green popped down to third priority. Red on the inside, picking off a nice looking inside right wall. Bang, two quick off the top re-entries. It's a little bit hung up. Felt Logan could have really attacked that first one a little bit more. Perhaps had his eye down what was happening down the line, but that will certainly put him into first position. And he will no doubt be happier with that. And I think, given what's happening with the rip, given what's happening with the wind, just sitting inside a bit is not the worst thing you could do. It's a little bit of, I saw a cleaner face on that one. Just wait for that score to drop. But yes, is looking a little bit brighter to our right. And that's what's coming towards us. Yeah, 4.33 for Logan's last ride. 4.33, not bad. He's going to be happy with that. And has he got into double figures? He has a 10-point ride. So he's halfway to perfection. So Eli, 6.33. Barty Wave of the Welsh currently sits with him, £500. Very early days to be suggesting that score might be enough to claim the check and that swelling bank balance, but I'm sure it's going to be tricky to beat in these conditions, but a lot of surfing to go, so we'll see what happens. But currently, Eli, you're in for that check, and Red and ride him on his backhand. Logan Nicol, quick off the top, on up the inside, bangs through the white water. Good release of the tail there. That might even, he did have to force it out a little bit. Didn't have a ton of speed. Might just surpass his 4.33 and solidify his situation in first position. Willem and White still awaiting that first opening ride. And this lineup can lead you into waiting an awful long time for waves. And yeah, perhaps he's seen some of those sets that the juniors were enjoying and felt that he'd be best placed to wait for those. He is to have gone a little slower, but then, as we've seen with Logan, he's managed to find two clean faces out there. And we await that final score. It was a 4.07, so just shy of the right hand. I did feel it was just a slower pace. And we can start to see a wave entering the lineup, heading towards Surfer in White. He's making a paddle. It's just gone off screen there. Here we go. It's on his forehand. Willem Beck. Oh, just to say that bobbly wall face kind of tripped him over a little bit. He did regather his footwork and managed to put it on rail, but waited an awful long time for that ride. It's a 2.07, straight in with a score there. So let's do my beach announcing job.
Situation in the water. Red, you are first. Red, you are first. You have a 5.67 and a 4.33. Green, you are second. You have a 6.33 and a 0.93. Green, you need a 3.67 to go first. White, you are third. Your last score, a 2.07. White, you need a 5.2 to go second.
Here we go. Red up and right in first forehand. Entry. And then a nice finish. Comes unseated. Ooh, into the shallows there.
Can you put your rash vest on, please, for the next heat? Red, can you put your rash vest on, please?
So, another exchange there. Logan Nicol really busy in this heat. Sometimes he does like to kind of wait for the best waves that come through, but he's really making use of the midway point of the lineup, I would say, where the sort of inside ways hold a cleaner face. He's putting it on rail, he's carrying speed, and the judges are certainly enjoying that. Eli Perrins-Davies, unfortunately missed his first opening ride. I didn't see that, but it's the best ride of the heat. It's a 6.33, so he's in a comfortable position waiting for his second scoring wave. That's providing he gets it, of course, because his second scoring ride is only a 0.93. Willem Beck, a 2.07. Needs a 5.2, certainly not out of the question. So if Willem was to get that 5.2 or better, he's really going to put the pressure on Eli. But still a fair bit of time here. We've only just crossed the halfway mark. Eli, second priority. Logan, first priority. Willem puts it up on the forehand. Cuts back. He's got a really powerful forehand slice. But just not quite sure if he managed to hold on to that to convince the judges. But he has at least just given us a brief view of what he is capable of. And here we go. Green on a nice looking wave. Eli, lovely backhand slide, comes up. Vertical off the white water, looking for the inside connection. He's pumping. He's just coming off the back of that wave. That was a shame, but then didn't seem to offer an awful lot more. Did enjoy the first opening turn, and that's kind of straight into the foam climb on the backhand. Think we're going to be in the fours with that one. Might be enough to just edge him into first. I'll wait and see what the scores come from the judges. 8 minutes remaining, time ticking away. Willem needs to get busy here. We await his last score. Looks to be a 2.43, yet to be locked in. And looks like Logan's last ride. Right-hander on his forehand. Could. Yep, it's dropped now. Scores dropped. So he has now the highest scoring wave of the heat. It's a 6.43. That puts him well and truly into first place. Eli Perrins-Davies, his last ride, 4.67, not too far behind. And yes, waves are starting to come through now, thick and fast. White, Willem Beck, 2.4 through. Here we go. He's back up and riding. That was much better from Willem on his forehand, coming back to the white water, comes to a forehand re-entry, throws a tail. He's going to like that. That's going to ask some questions of the judges. Just... Oh, we go, hang on. Logan up and riding. It's all going on here. Comes up with a bit of speed. Bang, lovely carving wrap. And again, it's got a second. This is looking good. And just pulls off the back. Well, here we go. Flurry of activity. Let's see what the judges scores. I'm going to have to do some beach announcing. Excuse me a second.
Okay, surface in the water. Red, you are first. Red, you are first. You have a 6.43 and a 5.60. Green, you are second. Green, you have a 6.33. Your last ride, green, a 4.67. White, you are third. White, you are third. Your last score, a 4.07. Situation, red first, green second, white third. Just over 6 minutes remaining. So correction, white, your last score, a 3.73. Situation, white, you need a 7.27 to go second. White, you need a 7.27 to go second.
Green on the backhand there, two lovely backhand cracks, and a third. Oh, just comes unseated. That would have been the icing on the cake. Damage was done on those first two, though, right through the lip, and a nice bit of tail release, good speed. No downtime between turns. This could go into the 6.5 zone, maybe overtake that top score. Doesn't matter. I know. So stop telling me. It's for those because there's people on the water going or in the car. So 5 minutes remaining. Just wait and see what young Eli's last wave scored is a 5.83. Wasn't shy from the 6.5 mark. And that leaves him in a situation. He still remains second. Had he made that third turn, I wonder, had he would have gone for a 7-point ride and really... Oh, he's up again here on his backhand. Comes up. Goes for the rotation. But, yeah, that's not going to go into his top two. Whew. Action thick and fast here. Interruptions plenty as well from some of the contest team trying to get to my attention, needing me to do announcements. Keep an eye on this, that, the other. Not a single offer of a cup of tea or a cup of coffee from anyone this morning. Thank you very much. I knew that would hint. So Tom Anderson, he's got all the technology in front of him. He's got the screens. He's got the commentator's booth. And he's got what heats are in next, and he's still somehow managed to realize, well, I don't know, got changed, thinking he's in the next heat, but he's in the heat after. Well done, Tom. And you're a teacher, yeah?
Yeah. Do you know how I did it?
So what are you teaching? Common sense? Doesn't look like. Can't teach it, can't be taught. And well done, mate. You've even got the heat sheet in front of you, and you read it incorrectly.
I'm actually a little bit warmer than I was in my coat anyway. I'm a little bit warmer than I was in my coat anyway.
So, I hope you're enjoying the live footage here from Plantet Major, Pura Vida My Post Welsh Nationals, in association with Welsh Coffee Co., Barty Rum, Mystic, and of course BCRS Business Loans. Just saw Eli Perrins-Davis there in the green, twice open men's finalist, just falling off on a forehand gaff. Logan Nicol, 3 times men's champion. Forehand re-entry, comes along, glides up the inside, another little forehand smack. Don't think this one is going to go into the top 2 unless he manages something spectacular. Don't know. Certainly worked hard enough at it. And just trying to have a commentator shuffle because we've got all sorts going on here in terms of our commentary team surfing in the event. It's got, say, Heat 3, Rob Webster Blythe, Tom Anderson in the booth. And in Heat 3 together. Can't wait to watch that one.
Greg Owen as well.
And Greg Owen.
Yeah.
So
he would probably be one of our first people we'd coach as a backup, wouldn't he?
Yep, he sure would, Tom.
Run us through the rest of the draw then, Vaughan.
So I'm going to run you through the draw now.
And definitely in the right order now, so that none of us get lost.
So yeah, sorry about that. Everyone just trying to sort things out, and we are going to have a special guest join us from the My Post team. So very shortly, I'm just going to run through this draw. So currently we have Logan Nicol in first place, Eli Perrins-Davis second, and Willem Beck chasing in the final 2 minutes a huge 8.43. He hasn't surfed badly in this heat, to be fair, Willem. He just hasn't quite had the opportunities present them to themselves.
And he's ended up in a heat with 2 surfers who could easily be 1 and 2 at the end of the whole event.
Yeah, and that's it's going to be a challenge in his final minutes. It would look to be a done deal. Heat 2, Ewan Buick, last year's under-18s champion and also GB Cup under-18s finalist. Thomas O'Leary, just saw him make the under-18s final. Seth Morris, back with Wales, and will be quite a challenge without a seed. And Elijah Jones, under-16s champion. So that's going to be a great one. Then it's the battle of the commentators, Rob Webster Blythe, Tom Anderson, Greg Owen, and Ollie Wong, local boys. So we'll look forward to that one. And I will be commentating with without
With our special
any
guest.
shackles on. So, following that, Ryan Thomas, multiple finalists at the Welsh Nationals. Patrick Langan Dark, does he
Oh
need
my
any
God,
introduction?
what a heat.
Top 10 European QS. Luca Owen, last year's under-16 champion, and multiple men's finalists, Gareth Vaughan, who will be taking over from the mic me shortly.
In about a minute's time.
And we also have then, following Heat 5, Tom Sheldon, last year's first-time finalist. Tyler Baldwin, good surfer, Tyler, and had a little chat with him earlier. I think he's looking forward to today's action. Callan Thomas represented Wales for the first time last year at the GB Cup. And then Heat 6, the guy on the mic, Mark Vaughan, that's me, and Craig Bright. Again, I don't believe Craig's made the men's final. I know he's won a couple of
He's
under
been
16,
close.
18s. Arthur Buick, we saw him in an earlier heat. And he is a big wave charger, but can also surf the small stuff. And Eddie Waring from West Wales. So look forward to that. We're going to go to a quick ad break. And I'm going to swap mics with my brother, Gareth Vaughan.
Welcome back. So there you can see the final results of round 1, Heat 1. So I'm going to introduce into the commentary booth. We've got a guest commentator. Now, there was a lot of speculation in the media yesterday about who the secret act at Glastonbury might be this summer. But that is nowhere near as important as wondering who the secret act in our commentary roster might be. So I'm going to give you a few clues. He is an axe-wielding maniac. He is he's a powerful man in the corporate world. He's known to surf from time to time, and he's the best surfer in his own family, and his name is Gareth Vaughan.
Thank you for that introduction. Very glowing endorsement there, Tom. Thank you for that.
How are you, Gareth? I haven't seen you in ages.
Very good, thank you, Tom. And yourself?
I'm doing all right. All the better for seeing you this morning,
Stop
Gareth.
it.
You've been
Stop it.
watching the conditions?
I've been parked up in my van. Here we go. Someone up and riding here. Some very testing
Tom O'Leary,
conditions.
that is, on the back end. You've been parked up in your
Parked
van.
up
A
in the
good
van
start
in
to
that
most
rain-
stories.
In that rain squall that came across, and watching. I was behind a big pile of rocks, so I was watching the contest on the live feed, believe it or not,
Were you?
in the beach car park. So excellent feed it is, too.
Ah, well,
Been
The
listening
waves
to
are-
you guys.
the waves are looking all right, aren't they?
It's starting to pick up a bit now.
And you've put yourself in the draw.
Thought
This
I'd
year?
give it a go.
Been surfing much?
Not really, Tom. No, but a little bit more than the last couple of years.
Oh, nice.
But
How's married life and parenting and all that treating you?
it's awesome. I love it. Fair play. 3 beautiful kids, a beautiful wife. Can't complain, mate.
Oh, lovely.
As we've got a rider up here.
Kids surfing?
Gabe started giving it a go. He's keen. He's into every sport known to man at the moment. So whether it's American football, ice hockey, baseball, rugby, cricket, football, he's into all of them. So
that view of the Exmoor Cliffs over there is fantastic, isn't
looking
it?
lovely now. Sun's starting to
Yeah.
come out.
So he's all in all the sports?
He's into all of them. Yeah, Florence and my daughter's into the horse riding, and
Oh.
my youngest Aussie is. I think
Well, he's
gonna
young,
be.
young, and he's what, 3?
Well, no, he's 5 now, but
5.
he'll be some kind of.
Not far
Oh, here we
off.
go, UFC fighter, I think.
Oof.
Oh, so we see a lovely
What
turn
a
there.
start. Seth Morris, that is. Back in the Welsh colours. And Ewan Buick is going to go on. We saw Arthur Buick earlier, and that's a accomplished looking turn there. Cuts back to the power source. He's going to get an inside reform. So, Guff,
That's some
I'm
nice surfing there. Two
I'm
good.
gonna ask you which of those is the highest scoring wave with a
well,
huge first turn for
big
Seth Morris
first turn. I would say that one big turn may equal about the same as the
as the other one.
but may just get the edge. Ewan on that, as you see, White with a quick in and out.
Good surfing all round that one.
Good surfing. That's good to see.
See much of Seth Morris surfing over the last couple of years, Guff?
I saw it up close and personal in the club contest recently.
Oh yeah. Oh, you went to the Wilkinson.
Yeah, it was in that. Yeah, just making up the numbers and not bothering the judges. So yeah, it was. It's good to see the level of surfing in Wales improving and the youngsters showing the old farts how to do it. As we see up and right in.
Seth again. Oh, that is
Nice.
very
That's-
accomplished surfing,
Yeah,
isn't
it's
it?
good surfing.
On very difficult, the lumpy wave as well. Two cracking turns. I
Yeah.
mean, Seth got a 6 for his first wave, and Ewan Buick a 3.8. So
3.8,
that
yeah,
is
it's a
telling
big
us
difference.
the extent to which the judges want to see single good manoeuvres taking place.
Absolutely.
Do you like that in a judging scale, Guff?
Yeah, big turn, critical part of the wave. That's what you want to see, isn't it? Over the wick whacking. It's good to see it being rewarded. Because it's not easy conditions out there today.
What's with all the... You see these sort of multiple chops that are going on.
Yeah, we've got the turn of the tide at the moment.
Is that what that is?
Yeah,
So
you
that's
got the wind,
tidal chop,
you got
right?
tide and you got wind. So it's a combination of the two factors there. It will, as the tide does turn, we'll probably have a half hour, 45 minutes or so of pretty messy conditions
Right.
before it hopefully sorts itself out and on the push.
No lefts are the best idea right now then?
Well, it's you tend to go left and here, but to stay out of the current, to be honest. But as you see, Red up and right in, Ewan with a nice little hack
Oh wow.
and another nice little combo there. Lovely surfing.
4 turns there.
Yeah, it's a nice wave from Ewan there.
But as we saw with the 6 for Seth, that number of turns is not everything.
Yeah,
A 4 from Seth now to back that up. And now for me, that's got to be Ewan's best wave so far, I think, because we had a cutback, a slightly bigger wave on the right hand
Yeah.
to start with, but a cutback. And Seth goes
Seth
again. Wow. Christmas tree.
He's
gonna
done well
ride
to
through.
stay with that.
Wow.
That's some very good surfing there from Seth. Fair play. Some good turns.
Could
on
well
a
be his...
tricky wave.
I put that in between his first 2 waves there, wouldn't you? 6
Yeah.
and a 4. Put
Yeah,
that
I would
maybe
say.
somewhere in between, maybe around the 5. So then I just wonder whether Ewan Buick's first wave is probably his better of his waves as well. And
It's
so
gonna
that
be
would
similar, isn't
potentially
it?
Situation.
be- Yeah.
Green, you are first. Green, you
So,
are first.
The surfers are getting a situation here now,
Second.
and
Red.
there will still be a couple more
Red
rides
in
to
the
come
fourth
in.
or
Yeah,
fifth
Ewan
green.
Buick goes in over the top with a 4.23 for his last,
First.
and a 4.53 for Seth. So, Guff,
Good.
you
good
and
call.
I could moonlight as judges if we needed to.
Multitasking.
I think
no
we
problem.
quit while we're ahead here on the judging. We
Definitely.
plucked some numbers out of thin air, and they turned out to be quite close to what the judges came up with, but that's about as far as our judging ability probably extends. Tom O'Leary with a in and out there on the front side. And that puts all of the surfers scrambling around. Elijah Jones, the stylish, goofy foot, now has the lead. We were hearing about Elijah Jones of Cape Verdean heritage. So he now holds priority, a stylish surfer. I don't know whether you saw Elijah Jones surfing earlier this
I
morning,
did.
Duff.
I watched it from the heated seat of my van, and yeah, he was superb. Fair play. He was. You could see the difference there in the scores quite easily. He surfed really well in that heat.
Yeah, very good. Okay, now that view there is not selling it to me. I mean, that would make it. It's the sort of thing that people who like to paint would enjoy trying to get the texture of. But oh, and look at that rip. So that is the rip we can see there now, isn't it?
That's the.
I think we had a nickname for it during the British Cup a couple of years ago. I'm trying to remember what
Well,
was
it's
it. We
probably
called
the
it
conveyor belt, is it?
we called it the Lantwit Thalassotherapy Spa.
Oh wow!
You know,
Yeah.
thalassotherapy. It's saltwater therapy. You know, it's
Yes.
like bubbles and you know, all that kind of stuff. The Lantwit Thalassotherapy Spa. There it is. Somebody's turned it on, pushed the button. It started gurgling, and on the front side and carving away Seth Morris. So he fancies practicing his paddling skills as well to get back out. Oh, and on the backhand and in and out, that was Ewan, no, that would have been Elijah Jones, wouldn't it? And here goes Buick. Oh, well, those waves are getting bigger, aren't they?
Oh, it's nice
Bit of
too.
rail. And on the back side, on the front side there, Tom O'Leary. And there we go. So you were in your van this morning, chilling.
Chilling out.
You have a quiet one last night? I was at the footy. I was.
Yeah. Oh, I was. Good win for the Welsh.
Yeah, it's
football
good
team,
atmosphere
that.
as well. Yeah.
I was watching my boy practicing cricket last night.
Cricket.
So I was over in Will Bailey's territory.
Oh yeah. Now
Over-
Will's son is doing a bit of surfing, isn't he?
Yeah, they're both doing really well.
Yeah.
But they're both very good cricketers as well. So
Are they?
Yes.
I suppose
So,
that is Will's scene. He comes from that sort of, those sorts of neighbourhoods and
Yeah.
villages, doesn't he?
It's a good social over there on a Friday night,
Yeah.
and obviously nice to watch your children.
Yeah, fantastic.
But getting keen in their sport of choice.
All rounders? They're all rounders at that age, are they?
They are, yeah. He's going to be a demon bowler, I think, Gabe, when he's older.
Yeah.
But big shout out to the Lantwit crew for staying out of the lineup today. I'm sure this would be a jam-packed lineup today. So big thank you to everyone for not being in there in these conditions. That
It's
there's
offering up
usually
a surf, isn't it?
there's usually a few brave members of the team out there.
Oh, so the surfers now, by riding right-handers, have given themselves a bit of paddling. So after a flurry of wave activity, things have slowed down a little bit. Morris in the lead, Buick in second. Those last scores that we showed you still remaining the same. O'Leary now in third, needing a 5.36 if he was going to pop up. So that would actually be the second highest scoring wave of the heat. So if you think about the way that Seth Morris has been surfing, the judges are effectively asking Tom O'Leary to do that, to pop up into
Which
second.
is a tough ask.
That's a tough ask. Maybe you could almost treat 5.36 if you look at it as a heat total instead of 6.3. If you're O'Leary, if you treat it as a heat total of the 8.03,
Yeah.
you maybe treat it almost as a combo.
Yeah.
A pair of fours,
fours.
rather than trying to get that upper five.
Yeah, definitely. If you can get a 3.5 and then lower that requirement to get into second.
Yeah.
Which is possible, and you
It's
can
doable.
get 2 quick waves here very easily.
And O'Leary got those sorts of scores in his junior semi-final earlier. Buick looking to try and see if he can up the requirement. Lovely bit of rail, but directs too hard into the whitewater and unstuck. Morris managed to make his way back to the left off the top, and a second. Tight pocket surfing, not as much spray as his previous waves. He's still going to take this one through to the inside.
Nice inside turn.
And he's going to be asking the judges. He's going to be asking the judges to have to do a fair bit of thinking to decide whether that does top a 4.53. It'll be pretty close, I
very
reckon.
close, I would say. That was, again, very good surfing and did very well to paddle back from the right-hander to get back on those lefts.
I'm going to go and
Tom, you've
start
got a
paddling
heat, I
out in a
believe.
minute.
Yes.
Guff, I'm out there in 8 minutes, so I'll hand over to your brother, and we're going to be getting the Vaughan Brothers show.
Oh, look out.
Okay, surface of the water situation. Green, you are first. Green, you are first. Red, you are second. Red, you need a 6.84 to go first. White, you are third. You need a 5.36 white to go second. Blue, you are fourth. You need a 5.2 to go second. Green first, red second, white third, fourth blue.
Just about heard that. Welcome back. Marvellous to be with you in the combox today. For the first time today. Here we go then, Gareth. Vaughan Brothers. Double the trouble. And double the viewers clicking off, probably. Who we got? Tom O'Leary just giving it a little smash there on the inside. It is Tom O'Leary. He's already done 2 heats this morning. It's not even, 10:30 low tide? 2:15, quarter two, 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock already, is it? Flying. As we see up and riding, Ewan. Now, Ewan Guff was quite a standout for Wales last year at the GB Cup in Jersey. The energy that young man has is like few others. I mean, he is an absolute machine. Serves for about 100 hours a day, if that's even possible. Obviously not, but he does serve so much. I think it's like, I don't know, he served for like 12, 15 hours in that Jersey event. Free serves around the heats. I was like, aren't you going to be tired? No, of course not. He's only 18 years of age. Do you remember that?
It's a long time ago, Mark. 30 years now, so I don't think I ever surfed for that long in a day. But I do remember a certain young Mark Vaughan surfing for many an hour in a day.
Yes. It took me a long time to improve. I needed 3 times longer than everybody else. But so you got a heat coming up, Guff. It's been a while since you put the vest on. You excited?
I'm a little bit nervous, Mark. I have to be honest with you. It's has been a long time.
It's been a long time.
Yeah. My better half telling me to give it a go and just enjoy it. So why not? Why not? It's nice to see all the familiar faces around the contest scene again, and see some of these youngsters coming through and showing us how to do it. It's great to see the level of Welsh surfing improving all the time, and
Yeah, it's gone up a notch, hasn't it?
it certainly has. So I'll drag it back down. Don't you worry.
Good skills. That's what I like to hear, Guff, going into that heat already with loads of confidence. Well, I'm very pleased to see you back in the competitive vest, and good on you, Mrs. Vaughan, Clara, for encouraging you to get back in there and give it a go, because despite your modesty, you are a multiple finalist of the Men's Open 3 times.
Yes.
And, of course, current Channel Coast Surf Club champion. And when you consider Logan Nicol and Eli Perrins-Davis are members of our club, that's not to be underestimated, their achievement, as well as many others. Here we go, Green. Was caught in 2 minds there, wasn't he? Left or right, followed by the left.
Managed to get around it, but there's not much left by the time he did. And Ewan putting in a sterling effort trying to get that and showing his displeasure and not being rewarded.
Yeah,
And he's back in the conveyor belt.
He is back in the conveyor belt, and I would say, I mean, Ewan's done quite a few contests here now. Like, he won the under-18s last year, and I don't know, since we've had this run of Welsh Nationals at Llantuit, we haven't exactly been blessed with great waves. But I mean, one thing this cobble point does, as you know better than anybody, is it does magnify what little swell there is into that peak, and it does give you quite a projection into the waves and gives you that little bit of extra speed to, send you down the line and smack in the lip or the wall, whatever it is. But Seth, on the other hand, obviously a highly experienced competitor, but I don't believe has surfed Llantuit all that much, and certainly in a competition or a rash fest. So he might be finding his feet as he goes along.
Yeah, well, he's certainly found them, because he's posted 2 very good scores in this heat already.
Indeed.
And certainly been the standout so far. But can Ewan change that? Not on that wave. Didn't offer much there, but has got him back out of that current a bit, so he can reposition himself for another wave.
Yeah, he's sat comfortably in second at the moment. Elijah, he needs quite a big score, 5.06, but as we saw in his under-18 heat, certainly capable of it.
Surfed really well.
Did. Nice and smooth, and he's probably just in a bit of a shock at the moment of what this rip's doing, and quite the changing conditions. Bit of extra swell, a lot more paddling. But Ewan is probably safe. He's in 4th position, and he can now go about his work just catching any wave he wants. Just a 1, stay out the rip, and 2, just roll the dice on an opportunity. Here we go. Call it, Gaff. What we got?
We got split peak here. We got Seth on the right doing a nice rail turn there, and another little snap on the forehand. Another wrap around to the inside, and it just fizzles out a bit there. Tom went on the left. Not too sure what he did. I saw a first turn, but then we focused on Seth, unfortunately. So we'll have to see what the judges say on his.
Yeah, I think
that'll improve his situation.
Yeah, Seth seemed to get the better of that exchange. Some lovely wrapping turns. He has got a lovely style, has Seth. But even he managed to sort of had to force it through a couple of those turns. Tom on his forehand, similar sort of forehand cut back, as a perhaps more triangular face. So used to. Here we go. Blue, Elijah. This could make a difference. Puts it on the rail.
Cut back.
What's he got here for a Guff?
Well, he's hoping for this one to line up a bit, but it's a difficult wave to serve. He's done well with a couple of little snaps there, but didn't really offer him a nice clean face to lay any turns down. It's a very difficult stage of tide, this, where you're caught in 2 minds, because the current's taking you the one way, so you're paddling the opposite. You almost want to catch the wave going left, but then the rights are sometimes the better option, but the paddle back can be a killer. So what's Ewan got here on the nice turn? If you can ride out of that. To see what the judges say, you may not deem that as a complete turn, but a nice little snap nonetheless.
Well, it just goes to show that those lefts, it does present that kind of lovely little section coming towards you to put it either really stamp a turn down or stomp a turn down rather, and even present an aerial section if you've got those sort of skill sets. I'm just going to announce some scores to the competitors and leave you in the safe hands of Guff.
So we've got 1 minute, 15 seconds to go. Seth is looking comfortable in first place at the moment.
Surfers in the water, 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining. Green, you are first. Green, you are first. Red, you are second.
We have a small set approaching here.
Blue, you are third. You need a 4.
Couple of paddlers. And we have white up and riding. Thomas O'Leary got a close out here. Nice turn, but incomplete, unfortunately, so that won't go into his top 2. But knows he needs to get something on the board and putting it all on the line there, Tom. So he will get back out there with 30 seconds to go, hoping that he can pluck a 5.36 from somewhere.
Yes, indeed he would. Love to do that. And who we got to say? I think what's apparent in this, Guff, is you got Seth, obviously highly experienced surfer. Ewan, who's just gone from that under-18s to open division, and all of a sudden your world's come crashing down because you got one chance of competitive success rather than having the backup of maybe an under-18s, 16s, or overs. So, yeah, and Elijah and Thomas, they say they're in the under-18s, and I think Elijah is under-16 boys champ, so they're making the step up still. So no shame in these results for them.
And good experience, Mark, coming into the open division.
Exactly.
You know, it's find your way around these events and get to know the surfers and the level that you need to be.
Indeed,
to be surfing at.
Yeah, well, you need to be surfing as well, because you're coming up. You've got Heat 3, the commentators surf off. You're in Heat 4, so you've got 10, 15 minutes to get changed and into your wetsuit and at the water's edge. So
loads of time.
Loads of time. Probably got at least 15 minutes.
So what you're saying is I better go and get changed.
Up to you, but we're going to go to a quick ad break. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back to not quite sunny Atlantic Major, but it's starting to brighten up. The waves are picked up, perhaps even a touch more than we are anticipating at this stage of the tide. This is the Pura Vida My Post Welsh Nationals for 2025 in association with Barty Rum, Welsh Coffee Co., BCRS Business Loans. And we're delighted to welcome you here this morning. 11:15, a flurry of activity this morning already. We've run the women's longboard semi-finals, the under-18 boys semi-finals, 2 heats of round 1 of the open men's, where we've seen Logan Nicol, Eli Perrins-Davis, Seth Morris and Ewan Buick progress through to the next round. And here we go. Commentator surf off. Rob Blythe on his forehand. Nice little wrapping back there. And a second. Line up this inside. He's got a nice style as Rob. Nice and smooth. So he's struggling to make that wall work anymore, but he'll be pleased with that opening. We wait to see what the scores award Rob for his first ride. So, yes, low tide mark was 10:30. We're 45 minutes past that. Probably the cream of the conditions will be from possibly about 11:30 midday onwards. Potential ease in the wind around that time remains to be seen, but a change in a more westerly direction should see the faces clean up, the rip will ease off, and we should see some great competitive action. We're in, say, round 1 of the men's open, 6 first-round heats. That'll be followed by the second round of the men's open. So if you're watching competitors online, be braced for round 2. And yeah, we're entering fun surf conditions. Say some of the scores certainly suggest that the waves are more than competitive, highly competitive surf conditions. And just seeing our riders come in across the rocks there. Some of them opting to wear boots, some of them not. And those not, a couple of fallers there. Who was that in red? From the previous heat, was that Ewan Buick? Certainly be a few with less skin on their feet after today. A unique experience, hot footing it barefoot across the barnacle-covered rocks of Llantyp Major. Oh, in fact, that was Rob Blythe doing the runaround from the right-hander in the pink vest who took a tumble. He's making his way back out. And seems to have... That's a smart decision with this low-tide rip. And his opening ride, a 3.67. Ollie Wong, the only non-commentator in this heat, a 4-point opening ride. He's going to be delighted with that. And Tom Anderson, a 2.33. And Greg Owen, 10 times Welsh champion across multiple categories, yet to get going in this heat. Intrigued how this one will pan out. We can see Greg Owen there paddling hard, head down in the Llantyp Major conveyor belt. And this first hour really is where the rip is at its most furious. It's a small tide, so it should be fairly manageable. You can see it does chop up the face, but that'll ease off. Anderson on his backhand. Initial backhand hook, but just comes off the back of that one. I think that'll do nothing. Well, it might enter his final scoreline if he doesn't get another wave, but I'm sure Tom will be looking to better his tally. And what these guys doing in these 20-minute heats, obviously you want to get off to a good start. If you can get a couple of rides in the opening sort of 5-7 minutes, that just allows you then to build house, as the old phrase is. You can just start to look for bigger, better waves and start to really put your surfing on edge and build your scores higher and higher throughout the heat. That always sounds nice on paper, and not always workable. Here we go. Red, Blythe on his backhand. This might be a nice little backhand swoop. He's going to have a second one. Blue at the back, Greg Owen. Let's see what he does. Rob still going. He's got a little inside wall here. Might chance for a final re-entry. He has. Couldn't see what Greg did from this position. He's still going as Greg Owen and smacks a backhand Rio. I sensed a little fist claim there. Green. Ollie Wong. Down the road in Roos, sizing this little inside up. He's a big lad, Ollie, rugby player. He's got, I feel he's going to do some damage on this one, is he? Just puts it up through the white water. Oh, here we go. All happening. So, last one of Anderson, 1.77. That momentarily pushes him into the first, but I don't think he's going to stay there. And we're going to queue up a replay. Here we go. Technology's really kicking in this morning. Here we go. Owen on his backhand. This is from the other camera. Soft off the top. And that second one, sort of mid-face there. Could have done with coming a bit more vertically, but did manage to smack it. Oh, just come off camera there, but he did smack a final re-entry. You did see that on the first live play of that wave, so we'll wait to see what the scores. Rob Blythe, of course, had those sort of 3 swooping turns and that's a final smash, so I fancy going to be a tight exchange between Greg and Rob. Perhaps Rob getting the better, but we'll wait to see. Ollie Wong with a score to drop as well. So at the moment, it's not.
But if we go through till 5, or say 4 o'clock,
Yeah.
how many heats will we have done? Anybody got a number in their head?
We'd have done 10 by the first round of the Open's finished. So we do the second round of the Open, that's 13. We get 3 more done after the second round of the Open, job done for today.
Yeah.
You know, if we get anything more, bonus.
So what, with it on just on 16?
Yeah, that'd be enough.
Yeah, and what was the total? 27?
33. We can get, like, might be able to squeeze something out. To see.
Say it all swell.
Higher wind. Blow it out, we'll see. But at the moment, scores are coming through. Okay, sorry if you're picking up the contest official chat online, but trying to make decisions on conditions, which, of course, probably aren't the prettiest. Well, we know they're not the prettiest, are they? You can see them on screen. But we do anticipate this continuing to improve. Obviously, the swell height has. We are now at the shoulder high range. And Blue Owen scratching. And drop down to 4th priority there. This is where that rip can be soul destroying. Just trying to piece the jigsaw that is a heat together. And you have to deal with external elements that are completely out of your control. And the frustration of that rip dragging you out, just slightly out to sea, but certainly in a easterly direction. They can mess with your mind in a 20-minute heat as you're trying to get 2 good rides. Greg is opening ride a 4.33, and Rob's last ride looks like it was a 2.73. So, Greg, they did like the backhand Rio finish there. So, highest scoring wave of the heat, but he remains in 3rd position, but only 1 score, of course, so he's got a second to add to his tally. Ollie Wong, 3-point ride for that. Through the lip, down the line right-hander. They did like the speed and approach of that, whereas Rob's kind of more slopier, tapered left. Despite the fact he did 3 turns, obviously there was nothing that excited the judges in that sufficiently, just a 2.73. And I would say that's fair judging. It's easy to get carried away when you're behind the mic watching this on screen. And, of course, the judges looking to reward based on a criteria. Speed, power, flow, most critical part of the wave. They're looking for risk. Risk equals reward. And fat, shouldery waves don't offer much risk. So that's where we can see just one giant turn exceed that of several, or a combination of turns put together on a wall and wave. Here we go. Greg Owen in a nice looking right-hander here. Takes off on his backhand. It's a bit of a wall. Oh, he pulls the vest down. Might be slightly frustrated there. But one thing he's inside, out of that rip. He's going to put a 1 point on the board. Is that going to be enough to put him into 2nd position? No, I don't think it is. It's going to be just shy of what he needs. It's under 10 minutes remaining, but he's probably in a better place there. As we saw with Logan Nicol in one of the earlier heats, he was really busy through the sort of midway point between where the waves are breaking in the outside section. And he seemed to be picking off much cleaner faces. And you'll see there's a lot of chop on the face on some of these waves that are just being buffeted by the rip. But here we go, Ollie Wong. Oh, it did look like it might have a right-hand wall there, but it just disappeared quite quickly. So I'm trying to remember who's in contention for the Barty Wave of the Welsh. I think Logan Nicol possibly holding down the highest score so far. I think it was a 6.43. Harry Cromwell was last year's winner, of course. with an 8.33, I believe. Quite different conditions. Solid overhead wave. Did a couple of nice backhand hooks on the mid-tide mark here. What was, again, another tricky forecast to read. We had sort of 40-mile-an-hour winds predicted for that day that never appeared, and we enjoyed quite strong surf conditions. But then it suddenly petered out for the finals, but got the job done. And Logan Nicol retained his Welsh title and became a 3 times Welsh Open champion in the process. So I think next heat will be quite exciting because we got Patrick Langendark coming up. And Pat will certainly be one to watch. We've also got Ryan Thomas, multiple men's finalist, Luca Owen, and Gareth Vaughan, who was obviously my brother, Gareth, as his nickname is. Here we go, Greg Owen. Paddling, not sure this one's going to offer much. Greg just shy of advancing here at 2.07. And perhaps all that talking from Anderson has worn him out, because he looks beat in the current there. There's not a lot of energy being displayed on screen by the surfer in white, Tom Anderson. That's all those late nights where the kids are catching up on him. Or maybe it's tactical. He's trying to convince his competitors he's out of steam, whereas secretly he's eyeing up one of the rights. But he is in first priority, so he's got the pick of the bunch. Ollie Wong, second priority. And Rob, third, and Greg, he's fishing away on the inside. He's just looking for something. And I would say this is probably one of the more difficult parts of the tide to surf, or an hour after low. And probably for another 20 minutes. This is where fitness and experience comes in. And perhaps not surprisingly, the younger surfer in the draw here, Ollie Wong, is running some rings around his fellow or elderly statesman in this heat. 6 minutes just over remaining, so we have blue up and riding and white. This is going to be interesting. Little tap from Owen. If he makes this, he's going to be in contention. He falls. I don't think that's going to be a 2.07. But he is the right side of where you want to be. And I think there was also another ride from one of our surfers. Didn't quite see. They went off screen as I was watching Greg. Might have been Tom Anderson. We're going to queue up a replay. Here we go. It was Tom Anderson. Just this little swoop on the forehand. What's he got? He's eyeing up the inside. Comes round. Puts it on the rail slightly. Say it's not really offered him much, that one. So I don't think that's going to go much above a 1 point something. So it looks like the situation remains the same. And to our competitors watching, and if officials, got the Beach Cafe down here in Lantwick, of course, offering plenty of goodies and snacks and meals, cup of tea or a nice coffee. But we've also got the bakehouse in the town here, Lantwick Major, newly opened. The bakehouse offering competitors a 10% discount just at the top of the beach road. So go and see Laura at Dewi. And they've got a full checklist of who's in the event, and present your name to them. They'll check you're on the draw, and you'll get a 10% discount from the bakehouse. So feel free to pop in there, post your heat. Cracking pastries, fair play. A nice bit of Welsh coffee to wash down your favourite pastry with. Here we go, Greg Owen in the blue. Needs to make this count. Little tap there. Another tap. It's really low down the face. The judges probably won't like this. If he can smack a re-entry in, though they will, runs out of water. Very difficult to surf those lefts without an oncoming section. Greg, he needs the smallest of requirements. Oh, hang on a second. 3.17 for his last wave. The judges did deem that more successful a ride than I thought. He moves into first position. The old dog, he's still got it. Current over 50s champ, won 2 weekends ago. A stellar performance. He's been working on his fitness. It's showing.
we sorted that.
Yeah, very good. So, yep. The pressure is now on. It's Rob Blythe v Tom Anderson in the commentator's surf-off. Rob getting the better over his colleague Anderson for the moment. Anderson needs a 4.1 to go second. Ollie Wong, and he needs a 3.51 to go first. And Rob Webster Blythe, 3.34. Kate, if you're watching in Western Oz, put a wager on it. I reckon he's got enough in the tank here, Rob, to progress ahead of perhaps Greg and Ollie if he can just get on the right wave. And Bob, hope you're tuning in as well, wherever you are, possibly France. Usually down there this time of year. Briege back home. And the girls will be watching Father Tom glued to the screens. So wait to see what unfolds in these final 2 minutes 22 seconds. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot of lines, but here we go. Anderson swooping, fourth priority. Doesn't matter. Fourth priority or anything. Kind of a bonus situation at this point in the heat because you can look for anything you like. Whereas if you're holding first priority like Rob is, you have to make it count. If he paddles for a wave, misses it, he's right to the back of the queue, and being out in the rip there, it's going to be even harder for him to get that second score he needs of just a 3.34 to advance through this heat. Ooh, tense stuff. I think it's going to be exciting to see the next heat for sure. With young Patrick in. Blythe swoops. This has got to count. What's he got? Oh, he just approached that a little horizontally. He's eyeing up the inside. He's in calm. If he can just smack a re-entry in here. Come on, Rob. What have you got for us? This has got to count. Bang. He does. He lands it. Is that a 3.34? Ooh. Not quite sure, but he certainly rolled the dice and given the judges something to think about. Just a little tepid on that first turn. Anderson. I'm not sure that's going to be a wave unless I missed something at the start there that's going to increase his tally. So it all comes down to the judges and what they will reward Rob Webster Blythe. If we think they gave Ollie Wong a 3 for that kind of down the line. Here's Ollie. Is he going to put the nail in the coffin for Rob? Puts it up there, pokes it up. Don't think that'll pass his 3. Rob Blythe, a 3.07. Oh, heartbreakingly close. Well, if nothing else, that ensures that Anderson and Rob Webster Blythe will remain your commentators for the majority of the day. I think they've some over 35 heats to surf, but well in, fellas. An entertaining heat. Greg Owen, rolling back the years. First position for Greg. Good on you, mate. And Ollie Wong, strong performance from him. Well, pretty much local surfer, just to say, 10 miles down the coast, down in, well, not even that as the crow flies, down in Roos. But those two will progress. And stand by. These heats flying by. We're going to go to an ad, give myself a chance to wet my whistle. We'll be back in a moment.
You should have seen him at the local hall. Now they're playing at the Hollywood Bowl. White light shining on their right. First time it gave them a fright. Ow! When the show was over, we all went into town. Made an Eskimo in a white gown.
Okay, we're back. Live from Clantrip Major, the 2025 Pura Vida My Post Welsh Nationals in association with Barty Rum, Welsh Coffee Co, Mystic, and new sponsors, BTRS Business Loans. Stephen, if you're tuning in, welcome. Lex, as well as Mystic. We're just queuing up your adverts. We've had a couple of little techie issues this morning, but you should be seeing those fellas coming through. So thank you for your support. As to Jonathan of Barty, Jim of Pura Vida, and of course Ken Vaughan of My Post, the old man. Thank you very much. And Hugh Williams of Welsh Coffee Co. Guys, couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much for all your support. Round 4, Heat 1 of the Open Men's Surfing. And what a heat we have here. Ryan Thomas, multiple men's Open finalist, has represented Wales on the international stage, including an ISA World Championships in France back in 2017. Patrick Langendarg, number 10, I believe, forgive me if I got that wrong, on the WQS in Europe. And in the green vest, Luca Owen. Looking to perhaps may felt frustrated from his under-18 semi-final. Just fell short of progressing. The last minute kind of buzzer beater attempt. Just fell short. And my brother, Gareth Vaughan, Guff, a.k.a. the funny one. And what a legend he is. Gus made, I believe, 3 Open finals. Incredibly talented, hates competition, and decided to put the vest on for one last time as it's on his local break. Well, it won't be the one last time because he's in the over 35s as well. And he will be difficult to beat on his home turf if he can get some rhythm going. So, whilst Pat will obviously be the favourite in this heat, you have to catch waves. And if you don't catch any, of course, you will not progress. It looks like we've got quite a few people down the beach this morning. In fact, I can see members of my family here. Gareth's wife, Clara, and their 2 children, Gabe and Ozzy. I think Florence is off horse riding. Here we go. Got an opening ride. My screen's temporarily delayed. This looks like... Can't quite see. Might be Luca Owen on his backhand. Just a couple of swoops. Say my screen is temporarily delayed. We've had some, well, all sorts of things going on here at Clantrip Major this morning. We've got runners, we've got cold water swimmers. I say the run was a coastal run. I believe it started at Barry, finishes in Ogmore. And Ozzy looking very smart down there in his red jumper and his big stick. Morning, Ozzy. And yeah, Gabe cheering on his brother, his dad. And we'll see what Father Gareth Vaughan can do in this heat. It's looking a little slow out there at the moment. The rain stopped. See a couple of 100 people down here this morning. Nice to see people coming to watch the surfing, which, say, as many of you know that are tuning in, Freshwater West was our spiritual home for many, many years. And we had to relocate from Freshwater in order to adhere to modern competition standards, which is priority system. Surfer in red, Ryan Thomas, big smack on his forehand. He's got some energy in his head. Look at the power of this young man. Just fades back on his backhand there, but he made that count. He'll understand what it is to get through heats on this wave. Here we go. White, Patrick Langendarg. What's he got for us? Got a nice looking right. No, decides to eject, and that was a good decision. So quick up and down from Pat. The epitome of calmness, isn't he? And just cruising through that rip as though it's not even there. And look out in the blue vest. Gareth Vaughan on a nice looking set. Bangs it up on the backhand. That's a completion. And I think the judges will like that because that was a nice... straight off the bottom, straight off the top. Perhaps a fraction late to get into the lip, but it was a clean turn. I'm calling a 4. I'm just going to use the white water to get out the rip. Luca Owen on the second wave. It's already had an opening ride. It was a 1.67. He's going to have to go some surpasses far older competitors, but not a bad start there. And Pat just caught in the rip a little bit. Rye Thomas at 2.67. Luca at 2.23 for his last ride. So an early lead for Luca Owen. Pat just a quick up and down, 0.93. And yeah, I'll just wait for Gareth's score to drop. As I was saying, yeah, we relocated from Freshwater West in order to adhere to ISA surfing standards. And as I try and tell you that story again, Blue up and riding, that's a quick up and down. That won't really factor into things, or hopefully not. And ISA standards insist that we run with priority system and live scoring. Live scoring, whilst our competitors may not be able to hear it in the water, of course, their officials and judges and coaching staff can. White, Patrick Dark, what a nice looking wave. This is bangs it up on the backhand. Big smack and a second. And that's what professional surfing does. Oh, look, thought he come and seated there. There's 4 turns in quick succession. Little fifth dag, and he's smacked this up on the backhand. Beautifully smooth surfing. And that is going to be going into the 7s, I would think, straight off the bat. And what a way to open your account in the Welsh Nationals. And we'll see what the judges give him for that. Gareth Vaughan a 3.53 for that opening single hit. He'll be happy with that. So there we go. 7.67 for Pat. And he'll be delighted just to wash down all the excitement of this first event. Ryan Thomas on the backhand in the pink vest. 2 backhand stabs. Look for a third. He's got it. Well put together wave. Now, this will be interesting to see where the judges go with that one. 3 hits on the backhand. Kind of more calmer face versus the single turn of Gareth's. It's a 5-point ride. I think a fair assessment. And say, kind of got 3, even 4 turns in there. They were strong turns as well. But say Patrick's opener 7.67. And already, after just one wave of note, really, for Pat, he had a quick up and down. In contention for the Barty Rum Wave of the Welsh £500 check. Gareth on his backhand. That's one you'll rather forget about. As I say, we've relocated from Freshwater West. ISA judging standards required. And this location at Llantuet Major does give that opportunity. We do need infrastructure. We need a building. And we need power. We need the internet. We need, of course, protection from the elements and the versatility to be able to move around the beach, depending on surf conditions, sizes, wind, currents, the glare. You name it, all sorts of things to consider when running a surfing event. And this venue at Llantuet Major does offer plenty of versatility. We are probably stuck to the peak, or the point as it's known in this part of the world, which is where we're holding the competition action. To the left-hand side of the beach is a long running point break, which offers waves well in excess of 100 yards plus. A couple of free surfers having a go at that, but it's kind of knee-high over there today. But this cobble point does pick up an unusual amount of swell. And we're delighted to see. Here we go. Gareth on his forehand. Nice little opening slice. He's got another section here and another one. That was nicely put on rail. And a little third kind of stab on the white. That was a well-surfed wave. Had a little look from Luca Owen behind. Now, this will be good to see where the judges go with this one, because Gareth did release the tail a bit there on that second turn especially. They're giving him a 4-point ride. Say they prefer to see the board through the lip. Puts him into, just shy of 3.68 is the requirement now to go into second place, just 0.13 away from achieving that. It might feel a little harshly dealt there. And as his brother, I'm going to be try not to be biased, but I felt that second one there was a bit of tail release in that. But then when you think back to Ryan's 5-point ride, he did have 3, again, power snaps off on the backhand. So a fair assessment. Judges, all ISA qualified, many of them 10, 15 years plus experience. not just at the Welsh Nationals, but British and European events as well. 10 minutes gone of this one. Wow, time's flying. And I can see Greg Owen there in the blue vest from the previous heat is just giving some directions to son Luca in the water. And we just see there Patrick Langdon Dark pop up on your screen. 2 Welsh Open men's titles, 2023 and 2018. That first one he won. And that was, I'd say I was there for that day, and it was a great achievement from young Pat. And just trying to say, I think he won the juniors as well in that year, then the double. And that's been done by not too many surfers. Quite an achievement. A couple have done the Open Senior combination. And green, Luca Owen, he's got a nice looking wave here. Nice clean face. Come on, Luca, comes off the bottom. Oh, just a little bit behind it there. Sets it up again, though, gets through the lip. And again, on his backhand. Oh, and he's got a third finish. Nicely surfed, Luca. Well done. Trying to match the power and speed of his adult competitors. Ryan, his backhand. This isn't going to go to his top 2. Luca's will. I'm thinking that's going to be a 3.5, somewhere in that making. So it's just you can quite see the difference. Well, you can see the difference between perhaps Luca's years and his adult peers in terms of the pace and power he's able to put into those turns. But still, great experience for the youngster to be competing against these guys. Not often you can say you can be in a heat with a top 10 European professional surfer. Pat Dark is watching his surfing mature over the last number of years. Has been quite a pleasure. And you saw on his backhand there, I mean, he's only got 1 wave of note, and that's still enough to hold him in first position.
Surfers in the water. White, you are first. White, you are first. Red, you are second. Red, you are second. Blue, you are third. Blue, your highest scoring wave, a 4-point ride. You need a 4.01 to go second. Blue, you need a 4.01 to go second. Green, Luca, your highest scoring ride, a 2.93. Green, you need a 5.07 to go second. Red, Ryan, you are in second place. Red, your highest scoring ride, a 5. White, your opening ride, a 7.67. White, we await your second score.
A bit of beach announcing there. That's my fellow commentators. And beach announcers Blythe and Anderson will be back in the booth shortly. And I'm sure you'll all be keen to have a break from my dulcet tones. Oh, this is a tight heat. Gareth just requiring a 4.01 to surpass Ryan in second. Gareth replaced a 3.53. Greg Owen there on the beach. Looking like he should be somewhere north of the Rio de Janeiro beaches. In that position he's holding. Red, quick up and down. That's not going to factor in. A cleaner one behind. Ooh, decides not to go. That was Guff. Showed a little bit of interest. Probably right decision. Got another opportunity here. He's going to have a swoop. Is he going to go right? He's going to go left. Goes on the backhand, smacks it through the lip. Can get through this lip again. He might get a score. Another little turn. Ooh, is that going to be a 4.01? Did come through the lip on the first one. Looked a little tentative. Just done with a slight bit of pace. I think that's going to fall short, but we wait to see. But he is the right side of where you want to be in terms of the rip. Patrick Landon Dark. It's his third right-hander now. First opening snap. Just going to fade out a bit, this one. Don't think that'll better his 5.83. Ryan Thomas, this will count. Nice smash on the forehand from Ryan. And sizes up another one. Nice big hit. Looking at home on these right-handers. Oh, he's got a little bit of a bonus section here. And smacks another one. Oh, what a time to get a good ride. He's going to be very, very pleased with that. I think that's going 6s, maybe even 7s. 6.83. It's going to push Gareth's requirement just that little bit higher. We'll wait to see if his second score makes a difference. So my score's just slightly behind yours, potentially online if you're watching with the live scoring as well as the live feed. And I'm trying not to be biased as I'm watching my younger, much more talented and better looking brother. But come on, Gaff, you can do this! I think I get more nervous watching my brother surf than I ever do when I put a vest on. But just seems as though things are starting to shape up a little more. Wind looks like it's eased off, and just watching somebody on the longboard enjoying a nice little ride on the long right-hander there through my window. And 4 minutes remaining. Waiting for these scores to drop in. I've took a little look there. He's in second priority. Not sure if they'll deem that a paddle, but he's having a look. Luca Owen for that 3-turn combo, he was rewarded with a 4-point ride. So he's back in the running. My goodness, look at these scores required. Ryan Thomas, 6.17 for that last ride. That pushes up Gareth's requirement. He now needs a 7.17 to go second. That was a door closer, I feel. And Luca, he's having a look at this one. Just sacrificed first priority. And with 3 minutes remaining, against the caliber of surfer he has in this heat, that's going to be a real challenge to find a 7.17. He's done well to find a 4. Patrick, say, way out in front, and now holding the Barty Wave of the Welsh highest scoring ride with a 7.67. And say, anyone that's thinking these conditions aren't contestable, well, look at that score right there for Pat. 13.94 out of a possible 20. Not a bad way to get down the beach. Luca Owen, and another little dig. It's the 2-minute 30 mark is approaching. This is all going to come down to what Surfer in Blue, Gareth Vaughan, can do on his final ride. He's looking for a 7.17. We've seen just from he's at a 3.53 for just one backhand off the top. So it's definitely within his capabilities. If he was to lock into something that offered 2, maybe 3 turns of similar note, he is going to knock Ryan into third position. A buzzer beater is now required. As the Gareth Vaughan fan club and entourage has grown. Now got 5 people cheering on Guff for this heat. Son Gabe looks slightly distressed by the whole thing. Competitive surfing is very cruel. Takes no prisoners. All your flaws are exposed as the judges review your surfing and put down a score out of 10. But it's not over yet. 1 minute 20. Set approaching the lineup. Still hindered by that kind of rip and cross-shore wind. Though the wind has calmed down quite a few knots. It's almost like face is a little bit glassy at the moment. We did think the wind may come down. 1 minute remaining. Feel that this wave coming through. Now there's another set coming. Oh my goodness, this is tight. And say it's great to see the people of Atlantic Major coming out to enjoy the surfing today. Say not the brightest, sunniest day, but perhaps a great opportunity to make the most of the dry weather at least, and pop down the beach. Come see some of Wales's, well, what are Wales's best surfers. Gareth Vaughan utilises priority. Comes off the backhand, puts it, stabs it up. That's not going to be enough. He looks disinterested. Patrick Landon Dark on the right. Gets another 2-turn combo. Look at this inside. What's he got for us? Bang! Just so polished, so clean. Great surfing from Pat. And congratulations to him. Well, let's see if that exceeds his 7.67. Ryan Thomas, he's on a, well, not a victory lap, but a progression lap. It's not going to count. And that was some great surfing in that heat. I say, wait to see if Patrick's last wave makes a difference to his total score tally, but it won't make a difference to his position. He is advancing along with Ryan Thomas. Gareth, unfortunately, third, misses out, and a well-served heat from Luca. We enjoyed that one. We'll be back after this short break.
Welcome back, everyone. Tom again. These are just surfers making their way in from the previous heat. So we'll get the situation for the next heat up ASAP. The judges are just changing over the panel. I've got a message, meanwhile, from James Jones, who's just been watching the last couple of heats, confirming we were speculating earlier about which was the best Vaughan in the family, surfing-wise, and James has sent me a message saying that it's Guff. So James taking a vote in Guff's favour there. James, I hope you're watching, I hope you're well. Hi to Mum and Dad and Sis. And all down there at PJ's. So we're going to be ready to run with Heat 5 imminently. Live again. Still just changing the computer system over to the next heat. You can see a pretty comprehensive performance there from Patrick Langdon Dark. 15 points in that heat. 11.17 from Ryan Thomas. And Gareth Vaughan and Luca Owen with scores that would have got them through any other heat today. But in that heat, those scores were an elimination. Screens down. Conditions improving again slightly as the rip finishes its work. You can see it's a little bit less chopped up. Just been in the water for a heat myself, and I can confirm that it was a really hard work to try and keep up with that rip, or at least that's my excuse. Good heat here now. Tom Sheldon, Tyler Baldwin and Callum Thomas. Sheldon, a finalist last year. Local boy, youngster, university in Plymouth. Callum Thomas, legend, Swansea based. Not quite sure what we call Callum by a title. He's a 22 media. He's a sort of surfing personality, a competitor, a free surfer. I think he does a bit of carpentry in his spare time, and he's a dedicated dad. And he's out there. Callum's been surfing a fair bit this winter, so I'm looking forward to seeing Callum get stuck into some of these waves. Tyler Baldwin. I think if that is the right Tyler, I think that's Tyler he lives a street or two away from me in Porthcawl. He lives in Rest Bay. Keen surfer Tyler. He's in the water a lot. Competed here last year. And you can see that the treadmill rip is still doing its thing. The Lantwit Thalassotherapy Spark, as you can see them pushing against it or pulling against it. That's Ryan Thomas making his way in. Now, the difficult thing to do as you come in across those rocks is to keep your feet clean. In my heat just then, Rob Blythe went over the rocks a little bit keenly, and now he's cut his feet. And so, had he advanced, he'd have been in a little bit of a pickle for the next heat, because he had a rather sanguine toe when I saw it coming across the rocks recently. And joining me with his sanguine toe now wrapped, it is Robert Webster Blythe, the ringmaster of Ringland, the king of Caerleon, the carapace of the car park, Robert Blythe. We had fun in that one, didn't we, Rob? Commentators' heat. So we haven't seen much. Have you got the scores on the sheet or anything, Rob? What happened in our heat? He's too angry at his loss to pick up the microphone yet. He's just finishing jumping and on the stringer of his surfboard a few times. He's been throwing rocks up at the tower. Tom Sheldon not picking up where he left off last year. That won't go into his top two. Shelley, they call him. Big breakout result for Tom Sheldon last year, getting to the final. In some tough conditions, actually. Some really good surfing in that semi-final last year, Tom Sheldon. Fast, powerful, snappy, frontside surfing over on the wave to the left, ledges as they call it. Although it doesn't really, they call it ledges, but it's not a slab. It's a second little point. To the left of your picture, to the east up the channel. There are actually a few very small waves coming through at ledges at the moment. A couple of longboarders having a go out there. There's Ryan Thomas has now changed direction going across those rocks. It looks to me like he's taking a slightly longer route, but I know he's also going to be searching out the least barnacled rocks. Tyler Baldwin has a paddle. No other ride for the time being. Now we see a ship going past on the horizon. We'll get that picture back again in a second. It looked to me as though that ship had like a huge crane on it of some kind. I wonder if it's a dredger. Lumpy waves there, very difficult to get much out of those. We've got little bits that's riptide there going up the face, so it causes the waves to break in little mini peaks all along the wave. We're not far out from getting Robert Webster Blythe's take on things. And we're going to have a paddle for Callum Thomas. So quite late into the heat to get started. 5 minutes gone. And he doesn't take off on that. Now, the trouble is you can easily end up stuck here. Really strong rip. So you have to paddle underneath this. You've got to try and get yourself to the right of the screen, to the west. There's a little bit of deeper water where there isn't a rip. If it was the winter and surfers were wearing boots, you could possibly run across those rocks. I did it last year in a heat and went out. You go out the other channel again. So you'd ride a right-hander and then come across. Callum, going to go left. Doesn't stand up again. I don't think Callum realises, because you can't hear scores down there, I'm not sure he realises that at the moment, standing up would put him into an advancing position. And then I suppose you never know from there. There's a bit of a scene in the car park today. There's a big running race coming through Llantwit today. So runners are coming by and picking up at a refueling station that is also in the same building as our broadcast. There are actually a couple of very pleasant looking longboard waves going off to the left hand side of the screen, just as the point turns the corner and comes into the wind, so it's more offshore there. And a paddle from Callum. This time he will get to his feet. Tyler Baldwin's going to go the other way. Callum with a lipper. He'll get onto the scoreboard. I'm not sure what Baldwin did. You can see that he didn't go that far. And Sheldon holding place in the lineup, paddling. Interesting to see the priority numbers on the screen to the left at the moment. The computer seems to think there's a fourth person in there. And Baldwin is wearing boots, and look at the advantage that boots give you. Because Baldwin can just march across those rocks and paddle back out, avoiding the rip. So that is why wearing boots at Llantuet to compete can be a good idea sometimes. So a couple of waves continue to peel off on the right-handers. It's rather interesting to see. And here we have Tom Sheldon getting moving, so he'll get a score for that. That'll push him, I would imagine, up into the lead, because Sheldon didn't stick his first turn on his first wave. Thomas with a 2.07 temporarily goes up into the lead, but Sheldon with a second score. It only needs to be a 0.08. It will be a fair bit more than that. Good couple of points more than that, I would imagine. Arguably the best surfing of the heat so far from Tom Sheldon, and he pops into first with a 3.4. The judges are quick to give it. Lots of rip going through those waves. Look at those bumps. They do make for challenging conditions, those bumps. So Tyler Baldwin stuck on takeoff on that one. So Callum Thomas, he picks up a second wave here. Baldwin, though, look at how useful it is to be able to go across those rocks, because Baldwin was out there going on a left-hander straight away. And again, look, he can wade across those rocks. Tyler Baldwin goes underneath for a duck dive, and he's going to head out into the shoulder. It's great line-up position again. So just a 0.43 for the first of Baldwin. I think the second one will probably come in somewhere similar. Not yet getting his account open, Tyler Baldwin. Competed here last year. Landed one of the heats of the biggest surf of the whole event. There was a lot of paddling last year. And you can see a decent set coming through, but whether that set clears the bumps is another question. So Callum takes off. Bumpy, very difficult to get a turn done there. Pretty intelligent choice of turn from Callum Thomas. Now he's going to think about whether to continue on the inside. Guts on rail. It'll add a quarter of a point maybe. Or behind him, Sheldon with a slightly more tapered wave. And a little float connects and gets a foam tap but doesn't stick that. So he probably would say that that's red. Sheldon probably didn't see the first turn. Callum Thomas's first turn was a clever turn. Used the section well. You'd probably think that Sheldon is going to move further in front, though. Callum with a 3.33. So the judges... And I think that is Callum's last score there, the 3.33. So Sheldon likely to top his 2. Go slightly further in front. Thomas would need a 3.6 to take the heat lead now, which would be the wave of the heat. Tyler Baldwin. Look at the speed of that rip. He's paddled out on the left, gone straight through it, and is now over on the right. But he'll use his nice strong reef boots to walk it. You can see the position of the surfers. There's a wide angle shot for you there. Pulled through the lineup by the rip. And Baldwin has a paddle. They let him keep his priority. Tyler Baldwin. Good looking set coming through at the back. Surfers they're not paddling frantically, so I'm assuming position is not definitely a problem for them. It's hard to know when you see those sets coming through and you're out there. It's hard to know whether they're going to come through in the right place for you. Well, this one hasn't. Two separate little lumps of water breaking. Baldwin between the two. Thomas on the east end. Sheldon over on the right. So the last of Callum Thomas. I think we might still be waiting for that score. No, it was the 3.33, wasn't it? Yeah. So Sheldon up and riding again and finds a chance at some rail, slightly overcooks it. He's got scores already, Sheldon, so he doesn't need to do more of the same surfing now. And all the surfers are on the inside of that section now. If we saw the wide angle shot, you'd see that they're all to the east of the lineup area. And here goes on the backhand Tyler Baldwin. Six minutes and just over 6.5 remaining in this heat. Tyler Baldwin again wading through on the inside there. You can see, look at the advantage those boots give you. Baldwin able to get himself straight back onto the shoulder. Biggest set of the whole heat is now coming through, and Sheldon interestingly goes on the inside one that's slightly smaller. Smoothly makes his way through, goes for a foot loose frontside carve, and the bigger one didn't end up breaking properly. So Sheldon, using the local knowledge well there, not actually maximizing it because he didn't stick his turn, but Sheldon busy on that one. So Baldwin hasn't quite come together for him here. Now the judges must have elected that on that up and down that the hands didn't leave the rail because they still keep it on Tyler Baldwin on the one score. But he's back in position, Baldwin. Surf's good, Baldwin. I see him often at Rest Bay. Just as a measure of how difficult the conditions are, that a surfer like Tyler hasn't yet got a decent score on the board. Wife Rachel might be watching. And kids. Bradley, and I know there's another. So there's Tyler. So he's walking across. So Tyler has repeatedly reset his position, but I think he keeps paddling out through the shoulder and then just cutting across onto the peak slightly too quickly. I've seen people do this before. So what Baldwin's done, I think 2 times now, is paddle out in the right place, come across the peak slightly inside Sheldon and Thomas, get picked up duck diving a bit of whitewater, and then have to do the runaround again straight away. But look at the difference in where they are in the lineup there now. So really, really challenging conditions. At this end of the heat with 3 minutes left, catching a wave and surfing well on it is now considerably harder than it was 3 minutes in, because you're that much more tired. And look at that, Baldwin already is duck diving. So he had started on the shoulder, and you can see Tyler Baldwin moving visibly through the lineup backwards underneath that water. And you might well see him waiting again in a second. Meanwhile, Callum Thomas looking to back up anything more than a 2.07. Good chance. Bottom turns hard. Top turns probably gets the ride out. I think in a Welsh you get the ride out for that. In juniors you definitely would. At a more, I think if that was a pro contest, I think they wouldn't give him the ride out. We'll see. I think they've given him a 3.1 for that, so they have given Callum the ride out. Mark the turn as complete. And Baldwin, 2 point. And I know, and Baldwin now needs... Now Baldwin's picked up a score. He's got a 1, so he rode something. He must have ridden a right-hander out of camera, because look how far through the lineup he now is. And 2 minutes, I think, from where Baldwin is to pick up another wave from there. It takes 2 minutes to paddle back to where Tom Sheldon is. Because between Sheldon and Baldwin, you can see it moving against him. Look at Tyler Baldwin staying completely still there, paddling, but staying still to get back. Unless Sheldon stops paddling, in which case the two will be sat right next to each other nearly straight away. But there might be a chance here. Baldwin is under that one. He's going to do a whitewater takeoff, because there could have been a reform on it. It was worth an idea. It needs 5.43, so really he does need a decent wave. And I think to pick that up with the time left is going to be a bit of a tall order. Now, the likelihood is that Baldwin doesn't know what he needs, because you can't hear the scores from there. Sheldon moving again. Chance for a bigger turn here. Oh, nice little fin tweak. Lands that one. Callum Thomas probably going to hold on for second here, you'd imagine, with a minute left. Doesn't have priority over Tyler Baldwin, though. And there is another set coming. We might well see another wave ridden. There's a minute left. So if Sheldon would need to see Baldwin get a 6 for Sheldon to be eliminated here. So Sheldon's a little bit safer than Thomas. But with Sheldon on the inside, both Baldwin and Thomas could still ride a wave with the last 40 seconds. Tyler Baldwin into the rip again, though, and here goes Sheldon. He's going to go right down the inside this time. Builds up a bit of speed, going really fast here. We might see something exciting. Smacks one off the foam, flicks the tail. Knows that's not going into his top 2. It's effectively a wave in. Oh, and look at this set coming through. If you get on the right side of the peak, there's some clean waves to be picked up here. So Callum Thomas, he's going to be just under the first one. Oh, to the left of it. I think the green that we just saw duck dive in was the surfer from the next heat. We're counting out in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, and 1, and that'll be that. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll be seeing Mark Vaughan, our co-commentator. He'll be in the water in Open Heat 6. And we're back. We're about 40 seconds into Heat 6. No blood drawn yet. Mark Vaughan, Craig Bright, Arthur Buick, and Eddie Waring. Pretty exciting heat, this. There's a possibility that Waring hasn't collected his vest, so we might be seeing a three-man heat. They keep a surfer on the scoreboard if they haven't notified the WSF of a withdrawal. So you've heard plenty of the dulcet tones of Mark Vaughan earlier on during this broadcast today. He's been commentating with us. Now he's in the water. We do like to go and have a heat in between our commentary work here. So I would imagine quite a few of the Lantwit locals might be tuning in for this one, because Craig Bright and Mark Vaughan, well known, loved figures in the Lantwit surf scene, and Arthur Buick from St. David's got through his junior heat surfing very well this morning, so Buick will be no easy ride for these two. Craig Bright, low centre of gravity, goofy footer, powerful surfer, very stylish. He's, last I heard, I think he still is, he's a DT teacher in Radar Comprehensive. Here goes Mark Vaughan starting off. Front side lags off that. Leans off the left-hander, and here goes Craig on the backhand, and if he'd got round that, he'd have given it a right clonk, and he still might. There still might be scoring potential on this wave for Craig, but he has earned himself a paddle early on, and I can see he's not wearing boots. Great start for Craig, though, but without boots on, and here goes Buick, and he's lifting and throwing spray as well. So, although Bright and Buick both got much better waves than Vaughan just then, Vaughan by going left. There's Tom Sheldon coming in from the last heat. Vaughan by going left still has a bit of advantage over them, because Bright and Buick have got some paddling to do to make up line-up position from there. And there we go, Mark Vaughan. Now he gets a bit of a faster start than he... Yeah, there we go. Vaughan, two good manoeuvres there. Faster start, sorry, improves the speed with which he's starting this heat. The first wave wasn't so good, but that one will now be comparable, if not slightly better maybe, than Buick and Bright's first waves. 2.5 for Vaughan's starter. So I think we could see the scale opened out a bit now. Buick with a 3.07. They're still to drop the first of Bright and the second of Vaughan. Vaughan, though, cleverly staying on the lefts, which is a wise move out there, because he doesn't have to paddle as hard. Look at Vaughan there, keeping himself off the peak. Low paddle energy used when there's no set. All he's doing is treading water, staying in the beach. That is off to the right of your picture where you just saw Vaughan. So Vaughan is... It might look like he doesn't know what he's doing there for a second, but, well, mind you, there's a left going Arthur Buick's way there. But Vaughan will end up able to hold place on the peak for a little bit longer than the others. Most surfers do eventually end up pulled in. And you can see that Craig Bright is having his work cut out already to try and get back on to the peak. Good first wave for Craig Bright, a 3.7. And then Vaughan's first, a 3.87. Look, you can see Vaughan moving in the rip there, though. Look, as soon as he stops paddling, he's in motion. And now Vaughan treading water. Good set coming through here now. So Vaughan is going to get on it. Only a foam bash to start with, but if he gets around it, now he gives up on that one. Doesn't even... The angle is deceiving from what you can see there, so you might think to yourself that he'd want to ride it a bit further to try and get further over, but actually you're heading in there. You do actually want to kick out of that wave, that left. If you ride it too far in on as whitewater, you end up with a bit more work to do to get back around the rip. So Craig Bright still working his socks off to try and get back into place. So at the moment, Vaughan's in the lead, but with those scores, he'd be vulnerable if Buick or Bright come up with anything similar. Vaughan's going to keep busy, goes onto the front side, writes this wave off, and now this one he has spied as a chance to reposition in the lineup, and so he does. Now that wave bowled outwards a little bit more rather than inwards, and so that's why you saw Mark aim for the shoulder that time instead of trying to kick out straight away. That one was carrying him towards freedom from the rip. So Vaughan using that wave to get out of the rip. Bright and Buick both possibly in place for something here. Neither of them go. A lot of work where those guys are. These smaller waves are very difficult to catch from that position. They come right in under you and drain onto the inside. See that? Look, not much use. Not when you're chasing. It looks as though the going rate in this heat is going to be 3s at least. 6.37 Vaughan's heat total. So advancing is going to require more than that. And you can see the work that they're putting in, Buick and Bright, to try and get some position. See, the spread of the judges is interesting, which I can see on another screen here, that second wave of Vaughan's, one of the judges went as far as a 4.5 on that. And there goes green. Arthur Buick. So the judges preferring the bigger bit of the wave. So we're going to see a ride probably here, though. I do think that surfers are going to be in position for this one. Oh, they both decline it because there is actually something slightly bigger coming in behind. Although, as you saw, both the surfers in white and red were potentially under that wave, and I think that's what's going to happen here. So all of that paddling work that Craig Bright has done, and then when the set has come, he's ended up having to duck dive it. So it's kind of back to where he started for Craig Bright with that paddling. Very tough. And up and right in. This is Craig Bright. So now he does get one, and he's got a left, and he's got some open face. Got to be careful not to get stuck on a bump there. Nice bit of spray on that second turn. Third turn up and into the lip hard. And then there's going to be a possible finish here. And he does finish. So that, a good wave for Craig Bright. Asking judges to consider whether that's the wave of the heat. Second wave of Vorney was a 3.87, and they go well over it, a 5.17 for the last of Craig Bright. So Craig Bright goes into the lead. So a 5.17 for Craig Bright. 8.87. Wouldn't have been enough to get through heat number 4, but it would have got through any other heat today. It wouldn't have got him past Ryan Thomas and Patrick Langdon Dark. But any other heat, the upper 8s would have got you through so far. So Craig Bright puts himself into a pretty commanding position there. And Mark Vaughan. Now I think that, yeah, Arthur Buick is on a good one here. That's the first turn you just saw the tail end of there. 3 frontside calves. Now, this will be a good dilemma for the judges because, yeah, this inside section can fizzle very badly. But Buick's going to stay with it and get wiggling. A lot of paddling you'll be rewarded with there. That needed to be a 3.3. Now, I've seen it given, and I've seen it not given. We're going to be able to see the beginning of this wave on a replay. Here it is. Let's look at this bottom turn. There is a bit of a bottom turn on that. There is a fan of spray. He's back to the power source. The second turn, also a bit of spray, not as much bottom turn. The judges do look at how much bottom turn. A third one, and then he comes through to the inside. So, 3.31 is the question. That is an interesting question because I can see an argument by where the judges, if they're looking to compare it to the waves of Vorney and Bright, which have hit the lip. We've temporarily lost the picture. It'll be back. They've given it a 4.2. So while I was about to say I've seen an argument for not giving it the score based on the fact that it's cutbacks versus re-entries, the judges have decided that there was enough water dislodged, there was enough of a bottom turn, and that is the second highest scoring wave of the heat. It pops Buick up and into second. And like that, Vorney drops 2 places and needs a 3.4. The local Lantwit scene. The bars and pubs and sports bars and living rooms of Lantwit. There'll be plenty of noise being made. There'll be shouting at the telly. Whether in support of Mark Vaughan or not will be down to each individual. Often find some of his closest confidants are those keenest to see him falter. And Vorney's now also further into the rip than he was. So we might well see. He's got 5 minutes left. There's plenty of time, but you can lose your energy quickly out there. And so it could well come to Vorney's advantage now, the energy that he saved in the first half of this heat when he wasn't stuck in the rip and the others were, because you'd imagine that for both Buick and Bright, a lot of energy has been used getting to where they are, and Vorney has a great wall here, and he smashes that whitewater, but it is the only turn. Behind him goes Craig Bright, and he has to come low into that first turn, but he's going to get a second turn, and possibly even a third. So, biggest turn of the heat by Mark Vaughan on his wave. Needed a 3.4. Will the judges give a 3.4 for one turn? Well, they gave him a 3.87 for one turn at the start of the heat. A closeout re-entry. Bigger wave, that one. Not as dramatic a turn. So that last turn from Vorney was a belter of a turn, smaller wave. Plenty for the judges to think about. And then Craig Bright, number of turns. I mean, Bright will improve his position because I think Bright will go over 3.7 here. Buick could be under a bit of pressure all of a sudden here. It might well be a situation change. Bright gets a 5.67, so they've actually decided that that wave of Bright was the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. And so will Vorney get a 3.4? One turn, big turn. Big turn, small section. They'll be comparing it to other mid-threes. The first of Buick, 4.47. So Vorney jumps back up into second. So they've given it the benefit of the doubt by a good, clear point there. And so Buick now needs a 4.15, which would be effectively equal to his first score. But with 3 minutes and 40 remaining, you may well find that this is the point of the heat where Vorney benefits from the energy that he didn't use up in the first 10, and where Vorney may also benefit from the energy that Buick's in his second heat here now today. He's been paddling against this rip then for some 37 minutes of today. He'll have priority if a wave comes. Vorney is going to try and keep busy. I think it'll be at least another set before Buick tries to go. But we've got a slightly flatter lineup now, so then we've got the right surfer with priority for the grandstand finish to this heat. It's the surfer that needs the wave. Possibility the surfers are talking to each other slightly there. So all three surfers have made it together. Vorney probably doesn't know the position he's in. I'd say none of these surfers know the situation, would be my prediction. And it's gone completely flat. I can tell you that a 300-meter 2-foot right-hander is peeling down the point to the east, to the left of the picture, just out of view. And that set has completely missed the point on which we're holding this event. There's a lot more size where these guys are, but a 4-wave set has just poured down that point. But now there's a set that might catch the main peak. And there's only a minute and a half left, so there's only 90 seconds for Buick to try and get another wave. Now, although he doesn't know the situation, Buick will know that he's got priority because he'll be able to see the LEDs, and he may well, and does here, use that priority. And so now this is going to need to be a good score, and he might not know that he needs a good score. And I think he's missed the first section here. So I think it's going to be a tall order for Buick to recover it with the time left. He does do a good inside crack. Vorney, meanwhile, probably going to put this to bed because that was a turn comparable to the turn that he got on his 4.4. And he actually rides out of that turn and into the next one and gets 2 more turns. They won't give him the make on that last one, but that is going to be better than Vorney's 3.87, and Buick is unlikely to get a 4.15 for his. So it may well be that I don't think Vorney's going to get the 6.3 that would have put him into the lead. So I think Bright will hold on for the heat win, but I think Vorney is going to go out of reach of Buick in that exchange. Judges having a think. And so they do. They drop for Vorney a 4.9. Highest score for Vorney in the heat. Buick with the 3.67. So exactly as predicted there. This is going to be that. Bright's going to win it. Vorney's going to come second. Buick's going to come third. Eddie Waring. Maybe watching from home. Who knows? There goes the horn. We're going to take a little break, and we're going to change category. So we are actually going to go into the Open quarterfinals next. And I think that we're going to be seeing Logan and the other Buick, Ewan Buick, Greg Owen, who advanced from the heat with myself and Rob a little bit earlier, and Ryan Thomas. And so this is actually a pretty stacked heat. This would have looked like a semi-final last year. Brighton Vaughan advancing there. So we're going to go straight into the Open. I think we're going to take another ad while we wait to press the horn. But there you can see the heat lineup. We're underway then. 15 seconds in. Logan Nicol, Ewan Buick, Greg Owen, Ryan Thomas. So let's have a think about this. We've got a reigning champion, Logan Nicol, or defending champion. I don't know if you call the champion the reigning champ once the event starts again. I think it's defending at that point, isn't it? Because their title is under attack. So I think you're only reigning when your title is not under threat. But Logan's title is under threat now because there's plenty of surfers down here who want to do something about it. Ewan Buick put together a really good heat total earlier. He's the elder of the Buick brothers from St. David's, and here he goes on the front side. And a big front side fin lift on rail. Bit of work done. Greg Owen stuck behind the section on the way behind. Buick busy on the inside. Then we got Greg Owen. So Greg Owen has won the Open at the Welsh. I think it's either 3 or 4 times. It's plenty of times. And he's got 10 in total. Recently picked up his 10th. It was the over 50s at the junior weekend held a couple of weeks ago. That was Greg's 10th pot at the Welsh. You can actually buy you can buy a celebration hoodie. I saw with a snarling Welsh dragon and a Greg Owen logo on it. And I would imagine snarling at the sight of those hoodies will be the other guys in his heat. They'll be thinking, why does he get a hoodie and not me? And that'll be their motivation to try and beat him, I reckon. Here goes Logan Nicol, defending champion, hard off the bottom, whacks the top. And a second bit of spray. Ryan Thomas, similar surfing behind. I think Logan's first bottom turn, top turn combo was huge. That on the inside from Ryan Thomas. Be interesting to see what the judges do there, because I think Logan, classic, hard off the bottom, vertical in the lip surfing, one significant turn. Ryan Thomas slightly lower on the wave for his first manoeuvre, but he got 3 turns in. So an argument exists for making either of those waves the highest score. It's going to be one of those 2 waves that will be the highest score. Buick starts with a 4.23, which means that the scale will really open up for Nicol and Thomas, because for me there's a fair bit of difference between those opening waves. I think we're going to see a pretty solid score drop for both Logan Nicol in the red and Ryan Thomas in the blue. Judges having a good think. They're having a good think because they've got to compare them to each other. And so in they come, and it is a 4.67 for Thomas and a 4.93 for Nicol. So they went for the higher score for that single solid manoeuvre by Nicol over 3 turns by Ryan Thomas. And it shows how important the technical detail is, because one big backhand turn by Logan Nicol, it's the fact that it had such a hard bottom turn on it and that it was precisely up and in the lip. It meant that Ryan Thomas, 3 turns, one of which to the less educated eye would probably look almost the same as Logan's first turn. It'll be because of a slight bit less bottom turn, a slightly bit less up in the lip. But they've put the one turn of Logan in over the top. But I can absolutely see why they've done that. As I said, the argument could be made, and that is what the judges have gone for. There is a tendency this year so far to reward a single big move, especially if it's at the front of the wave. Here comes Nicol with a overcooks it there. Owen, Greg Owen, of Greg Owen hoodie fame. A toe sore and soul sore Robert Webster Blythe is now back in the booth. He's finished throwing rocks at the judges. He's finished Buick nearly. He's finished lamenting his loss, and he's joining us. And we're going to ask him how things are going. What's news, Robbo?
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Rob.
Not an awful lot. Just went and got some food.
We had a hard heat, didn't we? It was hard work with that rip.
Yeah. Tricky conditions.
In the tradition of the commentary model that we aspire to of cricket commentating, Rob is going to talk to us about his lunch. It's a chicken Caesar.
Chicken and bacon Caesar wrap.
Well, now the bit that confuses me about that is there ever such a thing as a chicken as Caesar when it isn't chicken and bacon? It isn't chicken and bacon what makes Caesar?
No, it's the dressing.
Is it the dressing? Is it anything to do with Caesar?
It's from Caesar's restaurant in Los Angeles, I believe.
Is it? And that's where it came from. But
I
that would probably be
believe
named
so.
after Caesar, because like the movies and stuff, wouldn't it?
I guess so. I've seen this on a film. Actually.
Rex Harrison played Caesar in the Hollywood epic from back in the 60s.
And I think he's coming up in Heat 4.
Rex Harrison, is he? Rex Harrison. And he was flanked. Now here's a quiz question for you, Robbo. I bet you know it. Rex Harrison played Caesar. He of Dr. Dolittle fame, the OG Dr. Dolittle, 1960s. And who played Mark Antony and Queen Cleopatra in the same movie? And you should know this as a Welshman, Robbo. Although I've probably given you too much of an excuse now. Herbie probably knows them personally, would be my guess.
Burton.
Burton and Taylor, of course it was. Burton and Taylor played Mark Antony and Queen Cleopatra. But I don't know whether Herbie's got screen credits with Burton and Taylor, but we know that Herbie is himself a man of several movie appearances. You've been in a movie before, Rob, or have you left that to just me and Herbie?
I was in a Confused.com advert once.
Were you?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
You've not seen that?
I've not seen the
With George and
Confused.com
Max.
advert
Me,
with you.
George and
No
Max.
way. What were you doing?
George goes to the
Max
Max Tucker.
No way. What were you
Yeah.
doing?
Advertising Confused.com insurance.
Oh, hang on. We I don't know. Have Confused paid to be on the broadcast?
I
realise that.
I
But I mean, what were you actually doing to advertise this product? Were you hired
It
for your
was for
surfing?
a
For your
series.
looks?
It was for a series of adverts they did.
Right.
That was #LoveDriving, and it was showing
I
videos.
remember them casting this. Yeah.
Here we go, surfing red up and riding. This is Logan Nicol rapid back to
Full
the
rail.
whitewater there. The surf's standing up a little bit, well, a lot better than it was earlier. In fact,
It's a
Logan
pro
finding
surfer there.
plenty of opportunity on this, jagging back into the pocket and finishing really strongly. Throwing tail there.
Ooh.
Looks to the judges. He liked the feel of that. Behind him is Greg Owen, That wave not offering Greg quite so much, but we didn't see what he got done on the outside, and then the sets continue to stack up beyond that.
Caesar salad, right. Named after Caesar's restaurant, which may well have been named after Caesar of movie fame, who may well have been named after Caesar the Roman ruler. Now, Caesarean, C-section.
It wasn't.
Is that anything to do with Julius Caesar? And I know the answer, so no Googling.
Yeah,
Is it? How so?
I don't know. I've got my restaurant wrong there. It wasn't Los Angeles. It was Tijuana.
Oh, now look at this. Ewan Buick went left on the same wave as Logan Nichols right and went to town, except he fell off on the inside. Wow. Greg Owen's gone for the wade through. I think he might have boots on. So where's this restaurant?
It was
Indiana.
Tijuana.
Tijuana. Oh, I've been to Tijuana. I think you have too, haven't you?
I have been to Tijuana.
It's an exciting place.
Yes, it is, to say the least. And it was created by Caesar Cardini.
Oh,
So
nothing to do with. Right
well,
then.
unless he was named after Caesar, of course.
Now, C-section Caesar is not named after Julius Caesar.
Much like the salad.
It is named after the Latin word case or caesura, to cut. So in poetic meter, when a line is cut in half, it's called a caesura. And the Welsh word in rugby for a try. Oh, look at Buick going to town on this one.
The surf's looking so much better
Goodness
for this heat.
me.
Brilliant.
That is a massive score for Buick, in my opinion. Logan drops a 7 for that right-hander.
So I think, based on Logan's 7, that
Well, will they decide the turns to not be quite as big as Logan's?
I think it's going to come in just under.
Just under, yeah, I think you're right. But Buick's going to be in a commanding position here.
I think it's probably going to come in the 5.
Thomas
upper
and Owen are
5
going to
range.
be Thomas and Owen are going to be staring down the barrel of it in a minute here. Yeah, so the Welsh word. What's the Welsh word in rugby for a try when you score a
I
try?
don't actually know.
The Welsh word for a try is cais. It's a cut. Because you cut the game in half. You cut the clock. You stop the game.
Ah,
You end. You cut the timeline of the game
Interesting.
with a case. All of which has got Caesar's name is just coincidentally similar to that word. So C-section is not a Caesarean has got nothing to do with Julius Caesar, who I think wasn't a very nice guy. But the Romans left Wales, didn't they?
Well, some stayed actually, but as a cohort, yes.
In. We should know it from the song.
In Killian.
We know, as in the year. We should know from the song when the Romans left Wales.
AD.
Yep.
200.
Ooh, bit more,
400.
bit less,
300.
bit more,
400.
bit less.
300.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
69.
Oh, a little bit more. 383. It's in the Amoreheed song. It's the first line of Amoreheed. When Magnus left Cymru in and Blwyddyn Tree Cant Oith Tree in 383. And then that was when the country was born. So Wales as a country, 383 was the birth of Wales. And here in 2025, did Magnus Maximus know that Colhew Point, as it was named after the Normans, I think, and the Romans, whichever one of the two, would be hosting such surfing from Ewan Buick, bashing on the backhand, and again, stuck on the top, looking to improve on a 4.57. Looking good in here now, the waves. Nothing like when we were in there, Robbo.
It's improved
Ryan,
substantially. But
up and going.
same conditions
Two
for
good
everybody
turns.
in the heat. worth
Same
noting.
conditions for everybody in the heat. You are right. Good conditions for everyone in this heat. Standout surfer of the first round was Patrick Langdon Dark, unquestionably. I think it's great that Patrick, for his WSL accolades, is still happy to sit in the Lantwick car park. Had to withdraw from the Welsh last year with some back pain. Slightly precautionary, but he was in a bit of pain. Logan has beaten Patrick in the final of the Welsh twice. Patrick has won the Welsh a couple of times himself too. Hard to see past these two, do you think, Robbo?
Oh, they're quite slight characters.
Looking elsewhere in the draw. Vaughan looked pretty good in the first round, didn't he? I think Sheldon and Callum Thomas will be wanting to be involved, and Eli Perrins-Davis, if he heard us ask whether it's hard to see past Nicol and Patrick Langdon Dark, he'll have probably been thinking that he is a pretender to that crown as well. So it's pretty stacked as we move on into this. Sheldon Vaughan and Perrins-Davis are coming up in the next heat, along with another surfer that I've neglected to mention in this conversation, who surely would be a contender for the title here, Seth Morris. And he put together a very accomplished performance in his heat. Now, Seth Morris surfed when the conditions were much harder earlier in round one, didn't he? But it was the first good surfing of the day, really, Seth Morris. And here goes Nicol, looking to improve on a 4.93, while Buick goes the other way. So just like the other best two waves of the heat, Logan and Buick sharing the peak. They share the peak again. The camera went with Logan in the red. And here goes Greg Owen. Greg Owen, he's not selling his hoodies as well on that wave. Now I'm gonna confess, since hang on, we got a replay here. I think this is gonna be what happened the other way, isn't it? Oh no, this replay goes to Logan too. I mean, very, very precise technical surfing, but just hung up. I'm gonna confess to some bias, Robbo. I would never wish ill on anyone, but I'm partial to Greg's being eliminated, because it means we might have him up in the booth with us. He's quite good fun in the commentary booth, isn't he? Let's have a look at what Buick did. Lifted up into the lip, and he also got stuck. So the two split the peak earlier to get the best two waves of the heat, and then they split the peak that time, and it didn't yield up much at all. Greg's bodyboarding commentary last year was one of the highlights of the event for me. We cropped a few clips of it for Crest, didn't we? Ty Jackson.
There's the talk of the
riding up the ledge.
Riding up the ledge, that was it. Oh,
go on, Ty, said Greg. That's the hammer. And I think Greg called Ty a diving headbanger. So we'll have a bit more of Greg's commentary if he doesn't get through this heat. So come on, Nicol, Buick and Thomas. Do it for the entertainment value of the broadcast. Here comes Logan Nicol on the forehand. Oh, as if he heard us. Throw in spray. 3 minutes left. Coming through to the inside.
if Greg were to claim another title here, the Welsh Part 2, what item of clothing do you think would be added to the range?
I think they just do a gold edition, limited edition range of the hoodies.
Or they'd have to reprint them with 11 on it.
Oh, would they? They would too. They'd have to reprint the hoodies with 11 on.
There'd be boxes and boxes, cardboard boxes of hoodies with 10 on it going to the bin.
All going, yeah, no, yeah.
Or be repurposed.
Maybe they could, oh yeah. I think they were screen printed with the one as well. I think they just, yeah, they'd have to make the 11th edition hoodie in gold, wouldn't they? I
often wonder what becomes of the the merchandise that is prepared in anticipation of a world title or a Welsh title.
Yeah, repurposed. Yeah, when they do
The Griffin Colapinto
the
hat.
Colapinto hat, I mean they've had them most years when there've been those close showdowns, haven't there? WSL finals. Probably that's one of the reasons they've cancelled the WSL finals, was the fact that they had to make 8 sets of discarded merchandise each time. It was an environmental catastrophe. Here we go. Logan Nicol, bottom turn, top turn, shoulder turn, whatever we want to call it. Bottom turn, shoulder turn. Precise, fast, energetic. That's a professional surfer, guys. And he's gracing the Welsh with his presence. It's very good. Seth Morris also doing the QS ripping, coming up in the next heat. I'm looking forward to seeing what Seth does on these waves, actually. Surfed Tempe with him not that long ago, and I was very impressed. Here goes Ewan Buick, looking to make things... Oh, that was a nice fast turn. And again, wow. Oh, and he sticks that one. Oh, I tell you what, Ewan Buick looking to replace a 4.57. He's asked the question, and the surf looks good now. Let's have a look what's going on here. Smaller set coming through. So Greg Owen, no gold edition hoodies coming out this time round by the looks of things, Robbo. He's going to be keeping at 10, although he will be involved in the over 35s. Whereupon, somehow, there's an absolute repeat of our heat, isn't there? You and me and Greg all in together a bit later. I don't know if they run that one today or not. Here goes Greg. Bottom turn. And doesn't quite find the lip. So I think Greg's going to be up against it there. He's looking for a 7-point ride with 1 second left. I think he knows it's not going to happen. I think he knows.
Update, Tom.
Go on.
At the conclusion of these open heats,
Oh, yeah.
it's the over 35 men's.
Oh, wow, we're in. Which one are those? Which heat are we in that one?
I think we're heat 4.
Heat 4. Oh, so we can call a few of them first. So that is going to be, we're going to be running 2 more open heats, aren't we? 40 minutes, and then there'll be the 3, so it's about an hour and 40, hour and 45. Terrific. Surfers making their way in. We're going to go to a break. We're back. So here we are. We're into heat 2 of the quarterfinals. And I'm Tom Anderson, joined by Rob Blythe. And Eli Perrins-Davis is getting busy early here.
Quick start for Eli.
Yeah, looking good there. In fact, that is actually his second wave, amazingly.
Wow.
So in 2 minutes, he's managed to ride 2 waves. And this one's stacked. Seth Morris, Eli Perrins-Davis, Tom Sheldon and Mark Vaughan. This is a whopper of a heat. Eli is a Vale coast surfer. Here goes Sheldon off the bottom, turns under the lip. Nice style. Frontside hack, gets unstuck. And on the backhand, Seth Morris. Look at that speed and power there. That is excellent surfing from Seth Morris. It might not quite be an excellent wave. It's a bit smaller, but the surfing, can't ask more of him. Mark Vaughan has also ridden a wave. It's been off camera. It must have been a short one because he's back in the lineup. But I can see that a score is potentially dropping for him. Look at that start there, Eli Perrins-Davies. I didn't see that first turn. So, no, this is his second wave. This is a third wave for Eli Perrins-Davies here. Goodness me. The rip must be over. Whack. That first turn was huge. I thought that was a replay then. He got out there so quickly. So Perrins-Davies, he's going to go out back and drop anchor, I'd say, after this. He's going to have a score on the board that's close to an advancing score already before we're 3 minutes in. 5.93 for Mark Vaughan. That one was off camera. And Sheldon, front side, is up and riding again. Again, just under the lip with those turns. So we're going to see a 3.9 for the first of Sheldon. A 3 for the first of Morris. So smaller wave holding him back there. And we're going to see, I think the biggest score is going to be reserved for, I would imagine it to be the last of Eli Perrins in the blue. I think that was a really, really good first manoeuvre on that one. And we have been seeing these first manoeuvres, if they're good and big, rewarded. So, be interesting to see what happens there. Just waiting for those scores to drop. So 4 minutes in. Conditions improving rapidly now. There is a bit of the tide that can become very difficult here, but I think we're probably just about past it now. So it was great that we were able to not go on hold. Seth Morris picks up a more smaller whitewatery wave again. Getting busy, although I think Seth's going to need a little bit more of a face to reach his scoring potential. A 5 for the first of Eli Perrins-Davies. So I'm calling that the wave of the heat from what I saw, because I didn't see the first of white Mark Vaughan, a 5.93. Perrins-Davies up and riding again. Huge lipper.
That's a lovely turn.
It is.
Really came down with the lip line. Loads of speed.
So again, there'll be a case for whether or not that goes into a similar score again. So Mark Vaughan, though, with a 5.93 away from the camera. And he's out back. Perrins-Davies 4.83. So all waves ridden are now scored. Eli's in first. Sheldon's in second. Morris is in third and Vaughan fourth. But look at the scores that Morris and Vaughan need. Vaughan with only one wave ridden only needs a 1.3 on his second wave to pop up into an advancing position, and Morris a 3.03.
Fourteen and a half minutes left in this heat's quarterfinal number 2, featuring Eli Perrins-Davies in the blue, Tom Sheldon in the red, Seth Morris in the green, and Mark Vaughan in the white. Vaughan going for a quick turnaround, having appeared in the final heat of the first round of this, the Open. So great first wave for Vaughan, 5.93. So he's got the highest scoring wave of the heat thus far under his belt, but nothing to back it up just yet, but time aplenty to get that done. So an update on the running order. At the conclusion of the Open quarterfinals, we'll be moving into the men's senior division over 35. 4 heats of that, the quarterfinals, and then we'll update you on the running order. We are assessing the conditions by the minute as they are so changeable today. We've definitely had an uptick in the quality of conditions over the past 30 to 40 minutes, and as you saw in the last heat, the scores really reflecting that. And we've had some decent scores in this heat too. The 5.93 of Mark Vaughan in white. We've also had 5.03 and a 4.83 for surfer in blue, a 3, and a 4.2 for surfer in green, Seth Morris, and a 3.9 and a 3.33 for surfer in red, Tom Sheldon. 12 minutes remaining in this heat. It's Eli Perrins-Davis, surfer in blue, out in front in second. It's local boy in the red, Tom Sheldon in third, Seth Morris in the green, and Mark Vaughan in the white, currently in fourth, but with the highest scoring wave of the heat. Back up, we'll see him push into those places that will see him progress into the semi-finals. He's looking for just a 1.30 at the minute. See some action in the water there, some movement, perhaps a set approaching, and our surfers scrambling to try and get into position. It's currently surfer in white, Mark Vaughan, with first priority. He's looking for just a 1.30, but it's Tom Sheldon, surfer in red, currently in second position, up and riding, looking to replace a 3.33, a bash up into the lip there. He needs a 5.96 to move into first, finds another corner to turn off. That wave not offering much in the way of lip line, however, plenty of wall to work with, and Tom Sheldon got busy there, putting together 2 or 3 turns before choosing to kick off as that wave slackened off through the inside. 10 minutes remaining in this heat. We may see a slight improvement for Tom Sheldon because he's now about to post his biggest scoring wave of the heat, which will improve his situation. It won't see him into first. However, it will widen the gap between himself and those surfers sitting in third and fourth. There we see our surfer in green, Seth Morris, currently in third, slamming off an oncoming section, finding a bit of a corner on that wave to allow him to really project out through the lip. That wave not offering much beyond that. Seth currently looking to replace a 3.0. He needs a 3.7 to move into second, and those are spots that will see him progress through to the final, and he may well have done it with that. Yes, he has, as Seth Morris posts a 5.5, the second highest scoring wave of the heat so far. That wave sees Seth move up into second position, just behind surfer in blue, Eli Perrins-Davis. Seth now needing just a 4.36 to move into that commanding first position. And it greatens the requirement for surfer in red and surfer in white. Mark Vaughan, surfer in white, currently sitting on the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, now needs a 3.77 to move into second position. Surfer in red, Tom Sheldon, now looking for a 5.70. Here we go. Eli Perrins-Davies, heat leader, wrapping back into the pocket there, fading back towards the whitewater, knowing that this wave's may steepen up on the inside, but it doesn't offer him any more scoring potential. Eli kicks off, and he's going to find himself battling the rip through the inside there. Surprising amount of water moving right to left here today. That rip current really affecting conditions and the positioning of our surfers up and riding it. Surfer in red, Tom Sheldon, he needs a 5.7. That wave's just simply not going to allow him to get it on the outside. Perhaps something on the inside. If he sticks with it, up into the lip he goes, coming and stuck. Meanwhile, at the back, it looked to be Surfer in white, perhaps having a look at a wave. Of course, Mark Vaughan needs a 3.77. 7 minutes left on the clock. Surfer in blue is your heat leader. Last blue coming in at a 3.33, so he doesn't change the situation at all. However, we may be about to see Surfer in red, Tom Sheldon, post his biggest score of the wave, biggest score of the heat so far. Just saw heat leader again on his backhand. Eli Perrins-Davies, now he really will be battling the rip. He chose to go right. And we know that that rip is very, very strong at the moment. So Eli will have to put all of his fitness to the test as he battles back out into the lineup, not only through the waves, but against that really strong rip current too. Situation is Surfer in blue, Eli Perrins-Davies is in first. Surfer in green, Seth Morris is in second. He needs a 4.36 to move into first. Up and riding now, it's Mark Vaughan, currently in fourth position. He needs a 3.77. He's waited a long, long time for that wave, and it doesn't offer him anything as he kicks out over the back. Behind him, though, it's Seth Morris in second. He wants to improve his situation, finds a beautiful lip line to smash off. Second really strong turn, displacing loads of foam. A little wedgy corner to bounce off, and he'll finish strongly here. He really likes that. You can see he stands tall, shows the judges that he felt that that was his best scoring wave of the heat so far, and initial indications suggest that it could well be not just his best wave of the heat so far, but the best wave of the heat so far, and it will propel him into first position. One judge left to drop their score. Looks to be coming in the upper 6 range. One score left to drop, as I say. At the back, Mark Vaughan in fourth position, floats up over this section, looking for something to hit, wraps into the foam, manages to cling on just. He needs a 3.77. Another little turn there, displacing the fins, sliding out, managing to hold on nonetheless. And last of green drops in at a 6.5. That means Seth Morris is now the heat leader. Surfer in green, you are now in first. Eli Perrins-Davies is in blue in second. Tom Sheldon in red in third, and Mark Vaughan still out in fourth. But his last score drops in at a 2.73, means he's now in second. He needs a 3.93 to move into first after that last of green. A fantastic wave from Seth, and it is Mark Vaughan, the surfer in white, went on the wave just before it. That wave offering nothing, but the one behind that Seth managed to catch up on, doubling up through the inside, offering him time and wall enough to complete 4 fantastic turns. Loads of spray displaced, and the judges rewarding it with a 6.5, one of the highest scoring waves of the day, certainly the highest scoring wave of this heat so far. 4 minutes and 5 seconds left in this one. Surfer in red, Tom Sheldon, currently in fourth, but he does have first priority. He needs a 5.86. Mark Vaughan in third, he's in white. He's looking for a 3.93. Doesn't have priority. He's still making his way back out into the lineup. Surfer in blue, Eli Perrins-Davies is in second, sitting fairly pretty at the minute because he has second priority. And there's a bit of a gap between him and third and fourth, and out in front by a considerable margin now is Seth Morris, the surfer in green, really consolidating his position with that 6.5, a backup score of 5.5, 2 of the highest scoring waves of the heat so far, bar Mark Vaughan's first of 5.93. Just 3 minutes and 18 seconds on the clock. And not much happening in the ocean. I feel that Seth would feel fairly secure at the minute. However, the surfers are paddling. They can see something at water level that perhaps we can't see. they make their way to the right-hand side, to the west of the beach. It does look like there might be a set making its way towards the lineup. There'll be time enough, probably, just for one more set in this heat, 2.5 minutes on the clock. Here's Seth Morris, heat leader, using his third priority, fading takeoff, wrapping back into the whitewater there as he opts to go right, racing down the line, trying to generate some speed, spots a lip, throws his fins and plenty of spray, wraps back into the whitewater and out again for one final wrap. Will he stick with this wave? Will it offer any more? It does. Another wrap, 3 fluid wraps. He's currently in first, looking to replace a 5.5. I don't think he's going to replace the 5.5, Tom.
Oh,
However, I think it will be very close. You think?
I'm just coming back. I mean, didn't see the 5.5, but I was thinking that's got to be close to one of the best waves ridden all day, isn't it?
Well, what do I know? Because the scores, as they start to come in, look very promising for him. And
Do they? I'd be going into 7s and 8s on that myself.
no, it's not as good. The wave Tom's just popped out of the booth and just returned. And Tom, you missed his last wave, which
Did
came
I?
in at 6.5, which to my eyes was a fair bit better.
Was it?
He was on his
Okay.
backhand,
So you
4
think-
really powerful turns. I felt like
Okay.
he had to milk it through the inside a little bit there, but the judges liked it because they are about to reward it with a very
The conditions
nice
must be
score.
getting better then, if that's not 6.37. Okay, wow. So they think there's something left in the. I mean, the conditions are improving a lot then, aren't they? Because I just came round the corner in time to see that first turn by Seth, and then there wasn't a limb out of place for the rest of the wave there. It was very smooth surfing. Vorney on the backhand, needing only a 3.93. And that was a priority use, wasn't it? And then Perrins Davis, wow, right up in the lip as well. Great surfing in this heat, isn't it, Robbo? My goodness me. Speed coming inside on a bowl section. He restrains himself, Perrins Davis, and sticks to something he knows he can land. Tom Sheldon tearing off. Needs a big score on this, a 5.86, which is quite a score in this heat, given the way the scale was deployed on Seth Morris just then. Staying busy though, Sheldon. That's going to be the end of the heat in a moment. That's 25 seconds remaining. Difficult. And so this is the full view of Sheldon's wave using the replay here. Oh, a nice frontside carve, but it's carving, isn't it? The judges want lippers. Perrins Davis's last wave really went up into the lip. It might well put him a bit further out of reach. Mark Vaughan hasn't made it back out in time, so the situation's not going to change at all here. The buzzer goes. Morris and Perrins Davis. Vorney and Sheldon eliminated. We'll see Vorney again in the Masters shortly. Or they now call it the Senior, don't they?
Oh, big score for you, like Perrins Davis.
Perrins Davis is going to get a score. Highest of the heat, says Robbo. Rob can see a slightly more complex scoreboard than I. I can see that there is a score to drop. A 6.83. So Perrins Davis finishes with the highest score of the heat. So they really like that first turn up in the lip from Perrins Davis. Vorney's going to ride in on his in a half prone position. We're going to go to a break, and then we'll have Patrick Langdon Dark, Ollie Wong, Craig Bright, and Callum Thomas. What a start to this one, Rob. Patrick Landon Dark.
Bash off the end section. So we just came back from the advert to see Patrick wrapping into the whitewater on his forehand there, and we have a replay. So let's take a look at that.
There was also a ride for Craig Bright to start that heat. Nice in the lip. And Patrick on the wave behind on the rail. I mean, the speed, isn't it, for Patrick is the difference. It's the speed at which everything's being done. See, all the surfers are still having to paddle over towards the east to try and avoid the rip. So we're going to see Callum Thomas. This is Ollie Wong, actually, on the front side. Well, that's a great front side carve. He's been in Karamas all winter, and it shows. And I think there's a ride on the left as well. Yeah, it's Callum Thomas. So he's chucked a few buckets of spray as well. And then he's working his way through. Patrick Langton Dark starts with a 5.33. It's the speed he surfs at. And there's Callum, a big fan of spray, and then has to actually do a little bit of work to avoid running Patrick Langton Dark over. Now that's really interesting. I don't think they're going to go there, but I've seen an argument made in the past. I've seen surfers in a situation like that throw their arms in the air and, you know, ask the judges whether the paddler should actually be where the paddler was. Patrick Langton Dark out in the back, paddling. Craig Bright, also out back. Langton Dark does still hold the lead, but that's with one wave ridden each. Slower start to this heat than the last one, wasn't there, Robbo? We had everyone had ridden a load of waves in the first few minutes of the last heat.
And also towards the end, there was so much energy.
Perrins Davis had ridden 3 heats in 2.5 minutes in the last heat. Three waves in 2.5 minutes in the last heat.
Here we go, surfer in blue. Callum Thomas looking to take a look at this left-hander up and riding. Into the lip he goes. Wave kind of backing off at just as he got to the lip, and he throws his board up. And Nuna, but not with the commitment that would see him ride out of that. I think Callum knew that that wave was fizzling out, not offering much more. Meanwhile, out the back, set approaches 16 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. And we may well see an exchange take place here because our surfers are scratching for the horizon. One of the biggest sets of this heat so far. Only 4 minutes in. Patrick in position, but opting not to go on that first wave of the set. Will he take a look at the second one? Green certainly does. This is Craig Bright, local boy, on his front side, the goofy foot wrapping back into the whitewater. A bit of bump on that face, but Craig manages to stick with it. That wave just going into the channel, though, and fattening off, not allowing Craig any scoring potential. So he'll reset, make his way back into the lineup, and it leaves Patrick out the back, your current heat leader, with first priority to boot. 5.33, the first of red, and he'll feel pretty comfortable waiting for a wave that he deems possible of scoring a similar scoring wave.
Ollie Wong's holding on to the second highest wave of the heat so far, isn't he, Robbo? So although he's only ridden one wave, he needs a 0.7 to move into an advancing position.
See, a 4.5. I actually missed the first of white, Ollie Wong.
Yeah,
he had a lovely wrapping turn.
Wrap, yeah, pile of spray. He is in this heat at our expense, isn't he, Robbo? He was in our heat, and I didn't actually see what was going on, but I got to the beach and was told he'd ridden a few.
Yeah, I didn't actually see anybody surfing in our heat. I was focused on battling the rip.
It was hard, wasn't it? Tell us about your toe then, Rob. You hurt your toe.
After my first wave, I had what felt like a nice right at the beginning of the heat, and decided to do the runaround rather than battle the rip. 'Cause it was so early on; it was in the first 3 minutes.
Right.
I knew I had plenty of time, but running over those barnacle-covered
PLD,
cobbles,
here he goes, off
Yeah.
the bottom.
uses his priority, a
Oh.
beautiful down carve there, and
Oh.
finds a lip to smash as well. Wraps back into the whitewater behind him. We see Surfer and Green Craig Bright up and riding as Patrick holds on to this wave, looking for something through the inside. He will find another section, bashes it for a final maneuver there. Brilliant wave. And Patrick using his priority to perfection there, because that wave will almost certainly come in the same as the first or even slightly better. I think there were 2 or 3 maneuvers that were better than the first, his first waves ones actually.
I'm going the other way.
We saw 3 surfers get waves there then. So Patrick in red, Craig in green, and Callum in
dagged
blue.
the rail. Callum dagged the rail going the other way, didn't he?
Initial indications suggest that the second of red will improve upon his first. So he'll actually move into double digits overall when the final score drops in.
Ollie
But it's
Wong
looking
in
positive then.
priority, though. Ollie Wong with priority. Will still be within realistic distance of PLD, but I mean, that speed of Patrick Langdon Dark's surfing. Robbo, Patrick's first wave, a 5.33, so 0.83 more. 0.83 more than Patrick Langdon Dark's first wave. So Ollie, with that one front side gouge, he's less than a point behind Patrick's opening wave. That is so Ollie is not far off WQS standard surfing. Because I mean, I think Patrick looks fast in this, doesn't he? But it just shows how important it is for the judges to see one turn with a load of spray and a load of rail. That's what they're liking.
There seems to be some debate in the judging booth now as they look to post the second of Patrick Langdon Dark. They're waiting to drop.
It's got to
the
be
final
more
score.
than the first, doesn't it?
Certainly. It was a far superior wave in my eyes.
Yeah.
There were 2 or 3 extra maneuvers, and they were all completed
Fins up, speed.
with lots more speed. And he was going fast enough on the first wave. The second wave, he was going even faster. So I'd suspect that.
Now, Patrick, of course, needs to win this heat to ensure that he's going on a right here, getting busy. It's a tougher looking wave to ride than his other ones. To ensure that we don't get him and Logan and Seth all in together. So if all of them win their heat, they can't all end up in a semi together. But you'd end up with all 3 of our WQS standard surfers in one heat together if Patrick was to come second. But I'm sure that's not what he's thinking about. He got a 6.57 for that last one, so that is more than a point more than the other. So there's a big difference now, Patrick. That is 2 points more than Ollie Wong's wave, first wave. And Ollie Wong, priority, 1 score to his name of a 4.5. I'm going to ask you, who'd you rather be? Callum, sitting in third. Ollie, fourth. Would you rather be Craig Bright, sitting in second with 2.35s, or Ollie in fourth with a 4.5 and priority with 9 minutes and 40 left? Who'd you rather be?
Probably Craig, I think. There's not much difference. I mean, there's 1 point's difference between his best and White's best.
Callum?
You see Callum, here, the surfer in blue, racing down the line. Kind of mistiming that turn, unfortunately. As he wraps back, he loses his speed.
So you're saying you'd rather be Craig because you'd fancy your chances of having that base to build from, is it? Because I would imagine...
Yeah, although we in the past 2 heats, we have seen a flurry of waves and some good conditions. I think it's still tricky to pick off those.
The chances that Craig Bright's scores remain the scores that are going to advance from this heat are quite low, aren't they? So the last of blue are 3.6.
We're about to see a very big score drop for last of red, Patrick Langdon Dark. The judges really enjoying that.
I don't
last
think we
one.
saw it on the screen, though, did we? That last wave of red.
Saw the tail of it, didn't we? So I suspect Patrick.
Oh, this is the right-hander. Right,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, I see. Oh, yeah, okay. So was there a turn before it
There
came
must
on that
have
we
been.
must... Why is it? You got the more advanced screen in front of you. Is it
looks
going to
to
go
me
in
be
over?
significantly bigger
Does it?
score? As we
Wow,
see
it's
Surfer in
an
white.
8.
So this is Wong looking for a 2.5 to move into second. Out the back, Surfer in green. Craig Bright up into the lip. Meanwhile, Patrick Landon Dark goes right on his backhand. I'm sure we'll be able to get a replay of that in a moment. Craig
Do
Bright
we call
here.
that a cover-up for Craig Bright coming out of that
I
turn?
don't think we're calling that a cover up. Craig races down the
Timothée.
line, then up into the lip one final time.
Timothée Shampoo. Right, this is Ollie Wong looking for a 2.5.
And I think beyond it, that we'll see.
All that time waiting with priority.
See what Patrick got up to. Up into the
Oh.
lip. Floats. Wraps. Beautiful turn there. Kicks out.
So,
So the score has dropped for not the last of red, but the one
oh,
before it,
that
Tom.
wave of Ollie Wong.
And it came in at an 8.0.
Now this is going to be more than 2.5 for Ollie Wong there, isn't it? So but did Craig Bright improve his 3.5? So Ollie Wong is going to pop up very temporarily into second, but will he stay there? So Patrick with the 3.5.
I think
So
Tom.
the 8 for Patrick, we missed a turn then.
Well, it's
surely.
put the other surface into combo land.
Oh, is Patrick opened the travel agency, is he?
He's gone there.
Selling tickets to Combo Land. Let's have a look. Ollie Wong's going to get a score now. He's got a 1.13. So he then got busy again. I think we missed it, but saw it on the replay. So Ollie with an in and out, but then immediately used the repositioning. So he sat there with priority for ages, caught a rubbish wave, kicked out of it on the inside, turned around and went on another one that might well have yielded a score. Look at the distance Ollie's travelled in. You can see him paddling back out. 3.9 for the last of Bright, so he pushes the requirement up by 0.4. Ollie needs a 2.9. I think it's going to be quite close whether Ollie gets a 2.9 for that one. I've seen it given, I've seen it not given. Very, very close, there or thereabouts. So will we see that turning red ball on the screen in front of me is saying that Ollie has a score to drop and that Callum also has a score to drop. Callum's will need to be a 3.8, a bit more. Ollie's only needs to be a 2.9. Rob, your screen, 2.6, just under
yeah,
for
I could
Ollie.
see that coming in.
2.6 just under. Callum needs 3.8. I'm not sure he's going to get it either, is he? 1.6. So, all waves ridden are on the board. Langdon Dark first, Bright second would need a combo to get into first. Wong third needs 2.9, totally gettable, but fourth priority. Thomas fourth, 3.8 the requirement, third priority. So Langdon Dark and Bright in the driving seats. Now you would rather be Bright, wouldn't you?
Definitely at this point. So
He's
1,
got
2.
second, he's got priority.
Surface in first and second with that first and second priority. Patrick really in a commanding position in this heat, putting the other surface into combo land and sitting on priority with just under 6 minutes remaining in this heat. Coming up in the next heat. Actually, coming up in the next heat. I'm not sure.
Not loaded yet.
Do we have another quarterfinal?
No.
Aha, so we're into the Masters.
So yeah, we're into the Masters.
Seniors, sorry.
Well, they call it senior now, don't
It's
they?
always the Masters.
It's
I was
the
actually
over-
looking for it when I entered
It's
it
the over
on the form. I
35s,
couldn't
It's now
find
called the seniors. So they've effectively moved seniors from being over 28 to being over 35. Is that a recognition of the fact that nowadays being over 28 isn't really seen as
Well, I
an
think
age disadvantage of any
what I
kind?
reckon they're doing is there's been a lot of talk about the reigning Welsh senior champion
Oh yeah, this is true.
being you
Be a record breaker, a record holder.
from some time ago.
Yeah, 10 years.
Is that 10 years?
10 years.
Is it this year?
Yeah, 2015.
Wow. So
So then this
Tom
is
won the over
2025.
28, the senior category 10 years ago.
That was that was when it was over 28.
And has dined out on it for 10 years.
10 years because
a decade.
the category.
Oh,
didn't-
Patrick's going to take to the air on this one, Tom. I think through the inside, a beautiful wrap there. He's going to generate so much speed, and he's going to pump down the line. He's going to look for a section. Stick to the face, however, because he can see
Oh, he did take the A. you
Yeah,
said
I
he
think
would.
he'd missed the section for that, but he wrapped around beautifully. He's looking to better that
Oh,
lowest scoring wave of a 6.57,
one with a priority loss there.
which is will take some doing.
So this is your theory then, is it? Your theory is that they want
I
they
think,
want a new name on the seniors,
I think, Tom, that there's a concerted campaign against you
right?
in Welsh surfing.
Oh, there always has been. I thought I might get to hold that in perpetuity, like Gary Lewis has got the kneeboard in perpetuity.
Perpetuity.
Linda Sharp will be messaging in now and telling us of some factoids that we don't know.
Yes. We, of course, are speaking in a tongue-in-cheek fashion. That's a tongue twister.
Both tongues in both cheeks.
Both tongues. My tongue in my cheek and yours in your own.
My tongue is in both my cheeks.
We are speaking in jest, of course, with 3.5 minutes left in this heat. Coming up next, we have a treat for you. Greg Owen will be in the booth.
He's with us already, and
Does he have his hoodie on?
I don't know if they're printed yet. I'm gonna ask him about them, the hoodies, when he gets here. I mean, we've got good surfing.
God, the
to
surf's
talk
picked
about.
up enormously.
It's looking really good now.
Yeah.
We're gonna be back out there in a bit, Rob,
Well,
and with Greg.
We've got about an hour, haven't we? So
So in a minute we're gonna have.
anything could happen.
We got 3/4 of heat 4. Is it 4 heats
It's 4.
in the
Yeah.
senior? It's not
Senior.
masters. Over 35s. We got 3/4 of heat 4 stood in the same room here.
And
it-
Stephen Phillips.
Steve Phillips. Nice. Looking forward
There
to
you go.
having a surf with him.
Wrapping
Ooh, on
back
the
here's
front
Callum Thomas,
side.
surfer in blue, currently in 4th position, looking for a
3.8 the requirement. It
3.81.
could happen here. He's gonna need a bit more lip, isn't
That
he?
wave has run a very long way for
Oh,
the.
that's close.
surfer from Swansea.
Maybe just under.
I'm gonna
give it him, are you?
give it to him.
Ooh.
3.81. I'm gonna say that he's got it, and he's
3.81.
gonna knock Craig Bright into 3rd.
Do you think?
Let's see what the judges think.
5.2.
Wow, they drop it quickly as well. So
5.2.
the judges there putting that on par with in fact, better. Oh no, on par. Sorry, with the first of
Patrick
red.
Langdon Dark.
Yeah, which was a brilliantly surf
Yeah.
wave, going the opposite direction. Of course, both
Yeah.
opposite predominant foot. One regular, one goofy. Interesting there from the judges.
Patrick, here he goes. Off the bottom hard. Bit of spray. Still looking for the big turn. There it is, that turn. That's the turn that got him into the final in Newquay last summer.
At the
That
back, Craig
tight
Bright on his
back knock
backhand. Young local goofy foot up into the lip.
Needs a 4.9. Well, by comparison to the last of Callum Thomas,
I think Last
that
of Blue
Craig
was
Bright would be
better.
close, wouldn't he?
Fairly close. Another wrap from Wong there in the white. I think Last of Blue was better than Last of Greens, but the judges are about to drop in a score, and I think proved me right on that one. So Craig about to post a score that comes just under. Is a 4.7.
I wonder what the judges give Patrick for that very strong finish on that wave, because it was a really big vertical backhand crack, wasn't it? With a bit of fin lift on the way out and through. A flat 6, so it doesn't even go into his top 2. I mean, look at that. It's a lovely peak. That's good surf.
Seconds remaining. I don't think we're going to see a situation change. There's no scores to drop. No real prospect of a wave on the horizon unless this one rolls in time with just 5 seconds left.
Thomas
or
might
anybody
have a look. I mean, they
be
won't know the
able
situation, will
to
they?
get into it. They won't. And so that will be all that she wrote. And I'm about to welcome into the booth Greg Owen. Hello, Greg. How are you?
Hello, everybody. How are you doing out there?
We're doing all right, Greg. You going to introduce the ad for us?
Yeah. Okay, coming up, we got the ads. So it's Mystic, one of our major sponsors. My Post.
Jace Robinson getting barreled.
Chase Robinson, boy.
Greg Owen, as I live and breathe. Greg Owen is in the booth.
Hello, everybody.
How's it going, Greg?
Very well, thank you. Yeah. It's shaping up. The boys getting some good waves. There's some good surfing. Blue paddling here now. Blue up.
Just picked up a little bit of a... I think this is Callum coming in.
Cal coming in. All right.
So I think they haven't started this next heat because they're bringing... So that's why Cal is still standing up. It's probably slightly mischievous, isn't it? Not totally naughty. Now, that little finger of rock to the right of the screen there, Greg.
Yeah.
Once you see it make that little dimple in the rocks,
I think
you have to be warned that the peak is about to disappear
That's
to
right.
the inside, isn't it?
Yeah. What'll end up happening, there'll be an outside
And
where
inside.
the wave will feather, and then it'll back off rages
So
and
it's
then
inside.
slam down on that rock on the inside.
Yeah.
And you're left wondering, where
Where to
do
sit.
where do I sit?
Yeah.
Do I go out the back and try and S-turn through and do a big turn, or do I just take off on the inside and go for a big Hail Mary onto that rock anyway?
And I do not know the answer to that.
No.
Last time I had that stage of tide, I started on the inside and then stayed on the inside.
Okay, we're good to go.
Yeah, we're underway.
It's Mark in
Thorne,
red.
Tyler Baldwin, and Phil Sadler. So, Phil Sadler, Pembrokeshire, London fellow originally, I think, isn't he? And then moved to Wales in the early 2000s to
Living
do
in White
sports
Sands.
science. Yeah, do sports science. Well, he lives just behind Newgale.
Nice.
So he moved here
Especially this time of
early
year.
2000s, sports science degree. Then he worked at TYF, you know, that outdoor, you know, all the abseiling and that's in
Yeah.
St. David's. And then now he's one of the coaches of the Welsh Surfing Federation, isn't he? He does junior work.
Well, yeah, and if you look at the people who are doing well in this comp so far,
There's
there's a lot of Pembrokeshire surfers doing well.
It's his stable, isn't it?
They're in. He's running heats with them regularly.
Is he?
So they're used to having the vest on, and I mean, I've been out there today, and your head's swimming in it, really, right? You're
Yeah.
racing, and unless you practice heats with that vest on,
Yeah.
your head's racing. So the more you put that vest on, the less your head races.
Yeah. You've gone down to White Sands for a couple of the contests that he puts on, haven't you?
Beautiful place, especially this time of year.
It is, isn't it?
Buy a crab on the way home. Lovely.
Yeah. Right-hander off the rocks.
Yes,
Mm.
the elevator.
So you've gone down there with Luca when Luca's done a couple of the junior events down there, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's a beautiful beach. Yeah, we've got a paddle there now.
There's
Green is paddling.
There's places to stay too.
Green up. It's Phil's
Go
up
on,
and
Phil.
running.
Here he goes.
Go on, Phil.
He's got a section coming his way here. He
Up
waits and unwaits into the lip.
Oh, it's a
recovers.
completion. You'll be happy with that.
Yeah, and he comes back off the foam
It's a
as
good
well.
start.
Yeah,
Feet on the wax.
yeah.
It's a manoeuvre. It's a start within 2 minutes. So it's
So-
always good to get going as opposed to just hanging round out the back getting more and more nervous.
Tyler Baldwin. Now I go proper Porth call on you. Now he's Rachel Blackwell's husband, isn't he? They live a street
Yes.
away from me.
Yes. That's right. So,
And, yeah, he was in the Open as well earlier. He had a bit of a tough time with the rip.
yeah, welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to do. We were in together when we had a. I did a bit of training. Like as in actually, in a gym on Thursday night, and
Oh, is that it? Like
the
that's
20,
it,
the 20 minutes into my heat.
What about the previous, like 6
Oh, yeah,
months?
yeah,
I just
yeah,
wandered
yeah,
down
yeah.
the gym on
No,
Thursday
I was like,
night
right, it's
and
the-
arrived at the contest on Saturday. I'm fit now.
It's the yeah,
I
it's
don't
the,
think it works
it's
like
the
that, buddy.
Welsh. I thought, right, it's okay. I'll have a pie and chips as long as I go to the gym afterwards. So, but you know what, right? It wasn't. I wasn't as out. I was more out of breath in our heat trying to hold that rip than I was in the gym.
Yeah.
It was that. I
Fair
think that's
enough.
the toughest bit of exercise I've done all
Fair
week.
enough. And your head's swimming, can't
Yeah.
think straight, and you're supposed to take off on a good wave
Thought to
and
myself,
do a good bottom turn and spank
Yeah.
it off the top, but it's all very difficult.
I thought to myself at one point, I thought if I catch a wave now, I'm gonna struggle to surf it properly because I'll be so out of breath.
To me, it seems like a bit like a scramble of who can do, like, make the best of a worse scenario. It goes red up and running. Nice off the top.
Yeah, that is a nice off the top, isn't it?
Lovely start. Down carve to get back to the foam. Now he's having a little bit. Come in. It's another little hack.
Is he gonna try and stay on through to the inside?
That's a good little starter wave. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah.
Right, he's got a good one within 4 minutes. And, well, he's got, like, I mean, I'd have to think that's a 5 or a 4.
Yeah, it'll be a
There's
decent
big
score.
turn. The reason I say that is because he's pretty lively, big first turn. And I know that's what a judge is like.
And the pressure's off as well. He's got one of those waves from that peak out back. And so, if that peak starts to disappear later into this heat, it doesn't matter because he's got one from it.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that. White's paddling now. Go on, Tyler.
There we go, Tyler, off the bottom.
Bit
Nice
hack.
turn, bit of spray. And he's going to come around the section. And, he's moving again.
See how the wave died off there.
Yeah.
So we can expect that in half an hour. That's going to be the outside, isn't it? That little middle gap.
Yeah.
This is going to change dramatically.
Very quickly, probably during this heat, potentially, isn't it?
Yeah.
They do sometimes go on hold for this bit of tidal movement, don't they?
Yeah. I think I wouldn't.
They decide that there's a little zone of about 20 minutes where it's no use to anyone and they
Green
can't
up.
have a heat. But I think that's going to turn out to be our heat, Greg.
Yeah. Well, likely. Phil's got his second ride.
He's doing all right, yeah, Phil.
He's
styling.
doing all right. He's styling. Yeah, no, he'd be happy with that because he's got 2
Yeah.
scores within 5 minutes. That's
Yeah.
exactly what he's supposed to do. 2 quick waves, then 2 good waves.
Yeah.
Now he's had 2 quick waves, so now he can go, like, waiting for sets to try and get the better scores. And as it happened, his first one wasn't a bad wave already anyway,
No.
so he's going in the right direction. Yeah, look, Mark's scores come in there. There's a 5.33.
Yeah.
Fair enough, because the first turn was real solid. He come off the bottom and he got up into the lip and he spanked it. He drew it back down hard. He created spray, gained control of the wave again, and went off in and did that cut back before he had a little hack on the inside.
Yeah.
So the 5.33, yeah, fair play, well justified.
So there's a peak now. Look at that one now. That feathers, that's still breaking. There's still scoring potential on that, isn't there? But
But look, it's dead now.
You're in cut back.
So in a
cut back
minute,
hill pretty quickly, aren't you?
soon. That's going to just feather out the back.
Yeah, your S turning, looking for the inside connection then, aren't you?
You won't have the power, the guts to get through. But we'll see. And that's a different aspect of surfing that these guys are going to have to just be versatile enough to adapt to. What did Albert Einstein said it, didn't he? He said the success of human beings is down to their versatility.
Did he?
Yeah, our
I thought you-
ability to adapt.
Albert, I like a bit of Einstein. He was a clever man, wasn't he? And
Yeah.
I suppose he was right.
So in a surfing sense, it's often that scenario, isn't it?
He's exactly right.
It
Yeah.
changes all the time, and it's he who can adapt to the changing conditions will be deemed the winner.
And that's why people watch. A lot of the top surfers of this contest. If you go down to that car park, they're sitting on their cars and they're just watching the conditions, aren't they, all day? They just spend the whole day watching the sea and thinking about what it's doing and learning.
Trying to pick up clues.
Who's stood out for you so far, then, Greg?
Patrick Langdon Dark.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's the speed he goes at. isn't it?
In 3 words.
Yeah,
And Logan was good and Seth's really
Seth.
good.
Yeah, it's hard to see past those three at the moment. Eli and a couple of others will be wanting to get into their bracket, won't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
But there is a sort of a power and a speed, power, flow, control. You know, they those are the guys that have got all of the attributes at the moment, haven't they?
Well, what I think will be
They
interesting.
get it from the QS, don't they?
Yeah. What I find interesting now is, I'd imagine getting into the semis, you'd have Seth Morris, you'd have Patrick Langdon Dark, and you'd have Logan. Right? They could all end up in the same semi.
No, so they've managed to avoid each other by all winning their heats.
Right. Okay.
Because now, if Patrick had come second, that would have happened because you'd have had a
Yes,
1-2-1.
That's right. Okay.
in one of the heats.
So then, moving on from that, then in the open semis, two of them are going to be in one
Yeah.
semi, and then you've got two other guys who
Yeah.
have really got their work cut out.
Yeah. So you're going to have one guy who's going to be in a semi with two of those guys, and
Yeah. Good
and then
luck.
you're going to have two guys who are going to be in a semi with a I suppose a peer, for want of a better phrase.
So it's basically someone. Well, I know
Someone's got an easier semi than
that's
someone
right.
else.
Someone's going to have it tough.
Out
And
of-
that-
out
that's
of-
the nature of competition.
Yeah, out of the surfers who are not on the QS,
Red paddling on a good-looking wave.
so we call them like the
Mark
sort of
up.
the national level
It's
surfers.
a nice hit. Off the top.
That is, yeah,
And a gouge again. Down carve. Similar to the first one.
yeah.
And there's a hack again. In fact, I think
it's a bit better.
it's a better wave, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look at that there. Bang. Wow. He went flying off the top there. And another one. EB loving life. Fair play. EB loving life. That's better than the first one. In
Yeah.
the first one, he got a 5.33. I mean, he's got
It's gonna be a 6,
two
isn't it?
solid scores. Yeah.
6.
He's
Yeah.
going. He's right. He's been in for 9 minutes. He has utilised
scores
his
are on the
time to
board.
perfection.
So if we're calling those guys the pro guys, Seth, Logan, Patrick, and then we call the others like a national level surfer.
Mm-hmm.
Eli's somewhere between that, isn't he?
Yeah. He's making his way there.
yeah.
I'm sure he will get there.
So
He's
you-
on course.
You're going to end up with one heat where, you know, for the national level guys, you're going to have one of them's going to have 2 pros in his semi, and one of them's going to have 1 pro and 1 national guy.
Aye, they could end up with 4-man semis.
And so it was 3 quarters, wasn't it? And they put 6 through,
Okay,
didn't they? Because it was 3 quarters with 1 and 2 advancing each time.
right. In that case,
So then it's good. They got
You've
6
got it.
surfers,
6
yeah. So we'll have
left.
semis.
6 men
3-man
survived.
semis. Yeah,
So who were they then? Eli?
they were Patrick Langdon Dark, Callum. If I remember rightly, I
Yeah.
think Callum got the jump on Craig
I
right
know
at the last
Shelley went
seconds.
out.
They were for run through. I think one of the Buicks got in there.
Oh yeah, you went through in my one. He was ripping.
And Logan, and then
Look at that
no,
right
no,
hander
no,
at the
hang on,
back.
So we've got the.
Look at that right hander.
It's good, isn't it?
Good wave. And
Patrick,
again.
Callum, Ewan, Logan, Seth, Eli. That's your 6
That's it.
semi-finalists.
Okay,
And then there were 6, and that is who they are.
fair enough. They worked hard to get there.
Yeah, I can't see none of those names are look out of place, do they?
No.
It would have been nice to have seen your good self on that list, Greg, or
Yeah, I give it my best shot.
or my good self, albeit slightly more
Aye.
improbable than your good self. Hey, no, well done. You won the. What did you win? The 50s at the.
Yes,
Welsh
I
a week
got
ago?
second in the over 40s, and I won the over 50s, and I was very happy because
Congratulations, Llongyfarchiadau.
you know it's easy to mess it all up.
And then that's number 10.
My 10th title.
And I got to ask you, because I've seen it, the hoodie.
Yeah.
There's a celebration hoodie of Greg 10. What would have happened if you'd won something here today? Me and Rob were talking about that.
Well, I did debate
Print
it.
the hoodie again.
Yeah, it fills up and running on a nice little right
Oh,
hander.
lovely
Beautiful
bit of
carve.
rail for Phil there. That's nice.
I
That's a
wonder
score.
if this wave's going to offer him an inside or
It
whether
is.
it'll just
Oh.
die. Fills out. I got a sponsor called Daisy Surf Cream, right? You know the guy, Alex Barnard. up
Alex.
in Scotland.
Does he? Yeah, he's living. Is he living in the Hebrides?
That's right. That's right.
I remember him. He used to live locally to here, didn't he?
So he did that little. He
So it's,
was
it's cold water sun cream, right?
Daisy's cold water surf cream and surf wax. He does that.
And it's all to do with cold water.
Yeah. Soulfire Wax. He's a nice guy, and he's trying his best to
Yeah.
try to promote surfing and take it forward a bit.
Yeah.
So he designed that dragon with Geo 10X, and I wasn't against it, Tom. I thought,
Well,
well,
why would you be?
fair enough, you know. I mean,
I think
it
it's
was a lot of hard
fantastic,
work. It was a lot of hard work to
To
get
win 10 Welsh.
10 Welsh titles. I mean, I got loads of seconds and
Well,
thirds as well, but not counting them.
And the dragon is the emblem of our nation.
So he just designed it. He said, "What do you think of this, Greg?" I said, "Oh, well, it's okay, Al, you know."
7.5 for Vorney on that last one, Greg.
Fair enough. Yeah, it was. Well, he got the 5.33 for the first wave,
Yeah.
and then the second one was better. He had a
Yeah.
better first turn and a better end turn. In fact, there was two end turns on it, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's a big score. That is. That's a big score. Look, if it wasn't for Pat getting an 8 in the last heat,
He'd be looking at the Barty wave of the Welsh,
he'd
shouldn't
be
he?
staring down the barrel of 500 quid in his back pocket. Yeehaw! Milky bars are on me.
So go on, we tell us about the hoodie.
So he made them, and we can buy them. I'm gonna buy one. I like the idea of it.
Yeah.
You know, as a memorabilia thing.
Yeah.
I thought it was quite nice of him. It's a bit
It's quite a
cheesy.
nice
It's a bit
looking hoodie.
cheesy, I suppose, but
Hey,
at the
there's
same
nothing wrong with that, Greg.
time, I don't really mind.
I like the so he designed the actual logo on it. I like the logo. It's like a snarling dragon, isn't it?
That's right, yeah.
So we've got then a
Oh, it's a buy, is there?
oh, they've got a little bit of news on some heat structures, which means
We gotta go.
that we might be in.
Yeah.
So what have we got? Have we got heat 2? There's some news here. Is heat 2 going to be a buy?
Yes.
Which means
We've got to get our wetsuits on, Tom.
that we're going to be getting ready about
No,
5 to 10 minutes into this one, aren't we? Yeah.
you're not going to have Mark back in time. You need someone else to step in here.
Yeah. We got 5 minutes left. We'll get to the end of this, don't we? We'll run an ad and we'll get that figured.
All right. So look at Mark now. Look at his scores here. He's got a 7.5 sitting there, and he's got
Yeah.
a 5.33 sitting there. He's
Yeah,
got a
he's
total
doing
of
well, isn't
12.83. I mean, he is styling. He's well happy with that. Not that he knows he's got those scores, but he will have some idea.
He'll know it's going well. And Sadler, 3.3 for that last one. It was a great cutback. Really stylish, wasn't it? Bit of
Sadler's
spray.
moving on at this rate, isn't he?
Yeah, Sadler will be going through. It's interesting. We're watching. There's a 3-man heat for these guys, and at the moment, 4 points, a pair of 2s would be in an advancing position at the moment because Baldwin, he did have one good wave, Baldwin, but then he's ended up not managing to get the backup.
If you look back at
And
this, Phil started a wave, started his heat off with a wave straight away. Now, more than likely, the first guy that gets a wave of sort of decent quality gets through the heat.
Yeah.
Now, Phil did that in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, you're right.
So-
I remember Tim Jones, God rest his soul, teaching me that in Sophia Gardens in a classroom, sitting in a classroom.
Yeah.
And do you know, at that age, right, I think I was 14, 15, right? So I was with Steve Vaughan, my dear friend, and Chris Sage, Colin Garrett was there, Nate Phillips, a load of us. They'd put together like a little squad, and taking us to Sophia Gardens for the day to sit in a classroom.
Wow.
And this gang, right, none of us would have sat still in a conventional classroom to listen to how
No.
to spell or how to do
Especially
math,
not Sagey.
right? Yeah. And then Tim Jones is sitting there. He's got a whiteboard, or a black. It was probably
Yeah.
a blackboard back then. And I remember him telling us, heat strategy, catch the first wave.
Well, fair play to Tim.
And God rest his soul. Sadly, Tim no longer with us, but hugely influential for me in developing a lot of what I went on, to sort of take as an approach to surfing from there on in that particular day. And Tim mentioned, I remember him saying that day, it just made sense to me. He said, if you catch the first wave of the heat, the rest, every conversation the judges have for the rest of that heat was influenced by your surfing.
That's it.
You're setting the scale,
Yeah.
and psychologically, he said that it just puts you in a position where, I mean, the judges work hard on all this impartiality and all that, right? And they're thoroughly professional, and they do as hard as they can. They work as hard as they can to stay professional. But Tim argued that you're just known in the judge's head as the guy that started the scale off. And
Well,
every
that's
time
it.
you ride a wave, for the rest of it's a bit like having the red vest all of a sudden. It's like the judges in their minds, they feel like they're coming back to base whenever you stand up and ride a wave for the rest of the heat.
Mm.
And I always thought that's true. And it ended up being like a bit of a luck thing. I just felt like my luck was in if I was on the first wave of a heat.
Yeah, and you building momentum quicker than the others, and realistically, most of the time in the heats, there's not enough good waves for everyone to
No.
get into full swing and full flow. So it's all a bit of a scramble of get
Yeah,
as much
yeah.
as you can, as quick as you can. But if you can gain the momentum with the first wave, then that's a good psychological dagger to the others.
Yeah,
really.
absolutely.
And you're flying off on your wave, and you're thinking, yeehaw. But then there's also halfway through the wave, halfway through the heat, there's always a benchmark wave, isn't there?
Yes.
Now, if you look at this one, for this heat,
It's the
that would have been
7, 5
yeah,
and
or even
40.
that 533 he had.
Yeah.
The 533 would have been like, right, that's the one to beat now, and then he's gone and done that, hasn't he? They've scaled it off that, or they could have scaled it off Phil's wave at the very beginning.
This peak is
That's dying, isn't
it's
it?
dying,
Get
isn't
off
it?
that, Phil.
I think the next heat probably doesn't head out there, do they? Oh, I
Well,
suppose
Mark's
there's
in the
one.
water now. He'd be the guy who's deciding what's going to happen. So I think
No, I don't mean that they don't head out there as in that they don't have a bye, as that they don't run the
Well,
heat. I mean that
there's a bye.
they don't paddle out to the heat, to the peak. They stay on the inside, wouldn't you say? Here's Tyler, by the way. He's getting busy. Now,
Oh,
needs,
yeah,
needs, he needs a 4 on this to catch up with Sadler. It's not impossible. And here we go. He's going to try and get... Oh, he doesn't make that connection, though. A minute left. He probably won't get out there again now. And then there's a peek out back. Now, Vaughan doesn't go. So, no, I don't mean that the next heat doesn't paddle out as in we
well,
go on
you stay
hold.
on
I
the
mean,
inside,
you stay on the inside. You don't go... If you're in the next heat, you probably don't paddle all the way out there, do you?
Well, I think you're going to need to be crafty.
Yeah, let's look at this. So here
It's
we go.
not exactly straightforward, that ain't now anymore, is it?
No,
There
well-
is some good waves out there. Mark's got one right now, as it happens.
Yeah, there he goes.
Here we go. Bang. Happy boy.
Wasn't the lip though then, was it? See? And
Nah,
then look,
and
that's
he's,
dying.
and that's
yeah.
Noz.
Oof.
Yeah, that won't go into his top 2, so he's fairly given up. There's
Sadler.
Phil. Well done, Phil.
Nice.
Don't
Stylish
carve.
front side turn there. Here he goes.
Now that might wall up for the
It does.
inside turn there.
Oof, go on, Phil. Oh, he nearly stuck
Almost.
it. Now, we're still waiting for the score of Baldwin, so we don't know whether Phil needed a score when he rode that wave or not. I think Tyler's going to come in slightly under the 4-point requirement myself, but I've seen him given. That's the final horn. And they drop, and so I think it's going to be no change. I think Tyler Baldwin's score is going to come just under, but he's asked the question at the end of the heat, which is, it's the finish everyone wanted. So they've gone for Sadler's score first. They're giving him a 3, which ups the requirement for Baldwin to a 4.13. So that goes into Sadler's top 2. 4.13 for the last of white. I'm not sure. I've seen it given. I think it's going to come in just under. I don't know if you saw the wave, Greg.
I think Phil is second place. I think Sadler surfed well out there, to be honest.
Yeah, I
he was
think he
solid
did
enough,
too.
and for my money, he deserves that second place. I think he had better waves than Tyler.
Yeah.
He got a better start. He got that first wave.
He did.
He built
2.5 last of Tyler. So there you go. You're exactly right.
Yeah, he built more momentum.
Okay, we're going to go to a break, and we're going to figure out who's in next, because Greg and I have got to go and get dressed, apparently. Well, dressed to get into our wetsuits.
Surf
So
on.
enjoy the break, and we'll see you soon. Okay, here we are. So we're into the second of the quarterfinals of the senior men. Now, one of the heats is going to be a bye, I'm told. I think it must be heat 3. And so that means that since heat 4 is being brought forward, myself and Greg and Rob are all going to be surfing. So while we wait for Mark Vaughan to come out of the water, we're going to go to a quick highlights package from the juniors at the last Welsh, and then we'll be back for the conclusion of this heat, and Vaughanie will be in the commentary booth. So enjoy these waves from sunny Freshwater West, and these guys, the rest of this heat will be up shortly.
Under 14 girls champion, Summer Marie Moore. Under 14 champion, Bryn Baker. First place, Josie Hall. 2025 under 16 boys champion, Elijah Jones. The highest scoring wave, and that winner is Josie Hawk. The highest heat total goes to Elijah Jones. Most up and coming Pembrokeshire Grom, Finn, congratulations. A fantastic award. Thank you very much for attending. Congratulations. Good night.
Bywda.
Sitoiti.
Callum Thomas here with
Logan Nicol. We are going to be taking you through the next couple heats. Yeah, we're going to take you through the next couple heats. And we're halfway through this. Well, 6 minutes left on this one. Pretty big one.
a few big names in this.
Craig Bright, Guth Thorne. More importantly, Cal, how was your heat?
Yeah, well,
Went
stoked to
well.
Make it through, yeah.
You
Managed
you
to-
just got out of like similar conditions to this. How was it?
It's definitely the rips eased off, so I think that makes it more manageable.
Yeah.
It's got a little bit fatter, but you can see what waves are going to be good and what aren't. So I think
Yeah.
it's
Just looking at the previous heat, Vorney 12.83 total.
I saw his first wave on that heat, and I couldn't believe how sharp it was.
Yeah, like good.
He hasn't surfed. He was telling me for like 3 months or
Yeah,
due to a back.
he's
injury.
always got a reason.
What's this?
See Nicky.
Camera anchor.
Oh, set on. It looks like. Get back to the
Is that
lens.
straight on me.
Yeah, and it's tricky out there now, isn't it? Because it's coming over that pool. And as we both know, well, we both know because we don't surf here at this time.
Everyone does, so there must be a reason why people do.
Yeah, and two of the boys in the water right now be pretty versed in waves like this, wouldn't they? How long we
Here's
got left?
Gareth Bourne paddling. Oh, that was
It looks soft now, doesn't it?
yeah.
See that wave track down.
There's a nice one coming, and
Oh, go.
Craig Bright paddling in. He's looking left, looking right.
He's sharp on the backhand. Oh, it just doesn't give him anything, does it?
It's good. Hitting a bigger pool, I think, than the one I was surfing in, and
He'll be happy to have had that quick start. Is heats like this when you know it's going to be hitting a pool, it's so important to get a quick start in it.
I find it quite hard to sit out the back, like, and wait for a set here.
Yeah. Sometimes you're better off sitting inside, but then I think when the tide gets like this,
You could see them coming in a bit better.
you need the sets, don't you?
Here's a nice one now. Unsure if anyone's going.
Here we go, paddling. Oh,
Still, it's
Gareth Bennett, owner of Obsessive Disorder. So that's the leashes, traction pads,
accessories.
all the gear. What a day! Were you surprised at the waves today, Cal?
Well, the forecast has changed dramatically. I'm sure they've spoke about that about 15 times today.
Mental
But it
change.
was so dramatic change in the forecast. It went from probably thinking about riding your better wave shortboards and potentially step ups for some people, to then going to your biggest grovelers and
Yeah, flattest board,
just
most foam.
forgiving boards that you could ride for these conditions. Like
Yeah,
the top guys like Pat and yourself are okay on your shortboards because you're sharp enough, but
even Pat was saying he stepped down. He's on his
He's-
proper. He's on his most grovelly board, which to most that wouldn't be a groveler, but it is a change for him, isn't it?
it is a change.
He's normally just on his Ferrari. 3 minutes to go. What do you reckon these boys are on? Just their everyday one board quiver.
Yeah, I think they ride quite similar boards most of the time here because even though the waves get bigger and you can ride it bigger, the shape is pretty good from 2 foot to 6 foot.
Yeah,
It's got that little bit more curve than the waves have by me.
yeah, for
So
sure.
you can kind of jam a shortboard in. It's mainly paddle speed, and they're all pretty fit blokes. So I'd be surprised if anyone's riding anything other than a standard shortboards.
I know Craig sometimes he goes on that the Channel Islands Rocket Wide. You know that board?
Yeah.
He's on one of them. And he surfs that really good. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's on something similar to that. Set on. It looks like there's not much time left.
We got 2 minutes left. There's a set, and here's Gareth Vaughan.
You go trimming. I think he
Stylish
might have
boat
faded
climb.
there. It's clever. Just is he?
Oh,
It's really in a hole now, isn't it? all that work at the start of the heat. That's what's
think that
important.
that was vital. I was quite nervous about if mine was going to change because watching your heat and this heat after yours,
Yeah.
they looked like it was a bit of shape. So I was trying to get in early, and
All you want is
I got
just for
lucky
your
at the
heat.
end, funny enough.
Yeah. It's annoying when you're watching the heats before and you're like, it's pumping right now. And with our tides, it just changes so quick. You don't know. You could paddle out to anything, couldn't you? Here we go. Last minute heroics.
Oh,
Last minute
Craig
blockage.
Bright. God, he's got some arms.
He's got a twin turbo on the bottom of that.
I'll give him a 4 for paddling.
Yeah, the judge is discussing that paddle. That'll be
Oh,
his
I think
priority.
he's going to lose his priority for that one.
Look at that. What does the boat in the background say? Jermaine Liner. Grimaldi, I can't see her.
So-
Minute left.
Counting down. There's no heat 3 of the senior men I'd seen on the running order.
Right, so we'll be straight into heat 4. And who's...
Is there a heat 4?
There is a heat 4. I think that was due to a no-show from Lloyd Cole.
So that is... I
Bit
think
of
that is
a
it.
shame.
I'm not too sure on the... What's after this?
Another men's 35, I think.
No, it's,
Yeah, there's a quarterfinal in it, so there'll be 4 heats.
no, it's a 3-man quarter.
Yeah, you still have...
Huh?
You still have 4 heats of it. Quarterfinal is 4 finals, isn't it? Maybe not.
I could be
Here
wrong.
we go. Paddling.
Hey, I didn't pass maths.
Scratching.
Or English for that matter.
This is...
I'm looking to the ledges, which is to the east of where the guys are surfing now, and that's where Greg Owen's going in with a rash on, and I can see some waves there.
Interesting.
And that's where they must have decided to change to this heat. So
Not a bad tactic.
we know Greg Owen is in next,
To the end of that heat.
but I can't see any other surfers.
Craig Bright, Guff Vaughan through. Commiserations, Gareth Bennett. And over to ledges.
Well,
One of my favourite waves here.
there's
isn't
one
it,
guy.
Cal?
There's someone here surfing ledges, but Greg Owen's 100% paddling out to ledges.
Right,
And it
so
looks quite good. It looks really good, actually. Look.
where are those
look,
two
look.
surfers? Yeah.
Well, there's a guy that's just paddled out to the point, so this is going to be a bit of a confusion one.
Right, you keep it going, Cal. I'll be 2 secs.
1.5, 2. How do I do? We're back.
We're back. We've got a bit of an interlude in action. We've just been given our WSF hats, haven't we, Cal?
Yeah.
Official team
Merch.
riders, members.
You can get yours on the WSF website, I think.
Yeah. And if they're not doing them, me and Cal will print some and sell them on the black market.
Okay, this heat is in red.
Ooh, some big
Greg
names.
Owen. In white, Stephen Phillips. In green, Rob Blythe. And in blue, Tom Anderson. This is quarterfinal 4 of the senior men.
Ah. So the surfers, I've just been told, are split. So there's 2 out on the point and there's 2 on ledges.
I think I know where I'd want
Here
to
we
be.
go. Look who's paddling now, and look where he is.
This is Greg Owen on the ledges in red, straight up and down. He gets through to the next section. We miss it due to the flags, but I'm pretty sure he's done about a couple of wipes in between.
He's getting work done there, wasn't he?
Yeah. I can see him through the window here, so if the flag situation happens again, I know what's
To be honest, that wave is going to be hugging the rocks way better.
got a bit more shape, but
Much more shape. It's
he might
smaller.
lose the yeah,
It's not
lose
as
the
tall as
size.
the point, but when the point is as mushy and like hard to surf as that, I'd be over there.
You'd up to the
Yeah.
ledge. I've never surfed it good.
We've got finalist of the wavelength longboarder of the year. Elliot Dudley just walked through. Recently in his fourth decade of life. Into his fourth decade of life.
I was changing for my first heat earlier, and he was surfing the left-hand side, which is a
Mm.
lower tide. Oh, we got Rob Live paddling.
I believe
He's up and riding.
perching.
He cheeky half snap. He's up and down. He's riding a fish, and he made the most of that.
Love that.
Um,
There was a paddle from Steve Phillips. So, local knowledge in this heat, coming from the surfer in white, Steve. His son, Ollie, ripping earlier.
Yeah.
Really good surfer, really promising. And Steve, when he does get going, can surf very
insanely
well.
Surprising how well he can hit a section.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Tom Anderson. I'm not sure if he's waiting for a boat to take him.
He is in the
He's
channel.
sitting in the shipping lane right now.
But
Greg's paddling back out.
I
They
think-
know the spot a lot more than me, so
I think a bit of patience. Here we go. Steve,
Steve, cheeky up and down.
cheeky up and down.
This is.
It
the
looks like the point's
leftovers of
turned
the
on
point.
again a little bit now.
This is the leftovers of the point, and it's looking at it through the window. It's got a bit of shape.
Yeah.
It might not look it so much on the cam.
The camera makes it look a bit 2D, doesn't it? A little bit flat, and you can't really get any. There's not much depth perception, but there is shape out there. But you're way more impacted by the tide and the rip out there. It's just a lot harder work, a bigger playing field. Whereas the ledges is such a small, obvious takeoff spot that when one comes in, you
know what
you,
to
you
do.
know what waves to go on. Yeah,
Do you surf the ledges often?
that's one of my favorite waves here for sure at Landswet. You probably want a bigger swell. I wouldn't come here on a day like today to surf it. But I mean, if I was in this heat, I haven't seen many sets coming over there, but I'd maybe give it a go. Walking in now,
I'm not sure what he's drinking.
PLD, Liquid Death.
Sparkling water.
There's only 2 mics.
Come beer, Patrick.
Oh yeah, there's a run going on, and Pat just said he might fraudulently run past and try and pick up some of the athletes doing the ultra marathon snacks.
Where's the base?
16 minutes left. Pat,
Only
what do you think of the strategy?
one score so far, and it was a 3.85 from Greg Owen, and a 2.3 from Rob Blythe.
There's 2 surfers, Pat, on ledges, and there's 2 on the point.
I just saw that. I did see a couple waves on ledges, but
Oh, Tom Anson's up.
they look awfully small over there.
Cheeky
I
check
think
turn.
I believe I watched you last year sit out there, and then when you heat on the ledges, am I right?
Yeah, I was saying to Cal, the point is so hard. I went on out there, got 1 wave, paddled like crazy to the ledges, and then just like got 1 last year.
Smoke crew.
Was smoking them, rolled them up.
But I don't know if people understand the rip here. Like,
Yeah,
if you see us paddling, it's probably about 7 knots against you. Running off the peak, so it tires you out, and then you got to take off on the wave. So I'm still out of breath.
I just think you want a little bit more swell for ledges, really. But Greg's done all right. He's got a 3.83, is it? Steve Phillips, Rob. They're not really rewarding the point any more than the ledges, so I think just whatever
There's a
would
set
suit your
coming in
surfing.
now, and I'm sure Greg is eyeing one up. Wind's come in all of a sudden.
Well, look, Tom Anderson on the ledges just got a 2.83. So at the minute, they're the most convincing. They're the most convincing people.
Talk at the screen.
Yeah, because that's out of time. Which peak are we looking at now then?
That's the point.
Right, so we've got a couple skilled cameramen eyes on both peaks, have we?
I think so.
Skilled used very loosely.
I wonder, Steve's the biggest local in this heat, isn't he? So maybe the point's where it's at. He would have served you the most.
Oh, I think
Felt like that was
Rob
an
Wright's
opportunity
having a
gone.
spin.
Here goes Rob.
So Cal, tell us, what's Steve on? Steve and Greg, they're fellow JP surfboards riders, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm not too sure what they're both riding. I think Greg's got his 6-1 standard shortboard.
I think Steve's on a one of them epoxy fishers.
The Bentos model. Oh,
In walks Mark Vaughan, winner of the heat previous to last. How was it?
Oh, hiya, Logs. Patrick, Callum, nice to see you fellas. Holding the fort, well done. How do you boys get on? I saw Pat. How do you get on, Logs? Through? Yeah, how do you go, Cal?
just about skin of my teeth.
Oh, fair play. Representing. Here we go, green. Mr. Blythe, co-commentated. Nice little slice. It has gone a little bit...
Grind.
In the car. I think I'd be like, that's it. I mean, I don't know about you boys, but I was quite surprised by how much surf we had through those last couple of hours. It was
surprising.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and I did feel as soon as this wind started blowing, the swell would drop, and that was the forecast. Yeah, it's dropping down to like 5 seconds period. Tomorrow's gonna be windy, but let's see what that brings. But no, it's great to see you boys surfing well and representing. But it was a bit of fun that last one. I quite enjoyed it. Caught 2 waves this time. Always helps. So I think, gentlemen, after this one, we may be calling it a day. Yeah.
This is the last heat.
Well, we were going to go another 2, but the swell, as you can see, is absolutely like disintegrating in front of our eyes. And when you consider like 20 minutes ago, there was like head-high waves coming through, and it's now knee-high.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens, but I think that's going to be the call. Just going to reevaluate the conditions, but it's...
Steve and Rob here with a little set coming in.
Who's progressing at the moment? Rob?
And Greg.
And Greg. What's Davo doing? The actual real Davo, Steve Phillips.
Analysing.
Come on, Steve-O. Yeah, well, I know his old boy Ollie and Noah will be watching this. They'll be glued to it.
They're probably on their
and his
300
missus.
surfs a day this year.
Yeah, I know. They're even making Logan look like he doesn't surf much. How many surfs you on this year, Pat? Do you keep a count?
A lot.
More than us all. That's what being a paid professional is, Logan. Who's got the highest score so far for the Barty £500 wave of the Welsh? Greg Owen with a 1.2, is it? Mr. Dark being modest there. What you get, Pat? 7? You're in the 8s yet, or?
I haven't seen my last heat.
8 in the last heat. I did see that one, and I thought it was worthy of an 8.
Left.
There we are.
Here we go.
Thanks
Now
for that.
10 minutes left, halfway through.
Vaughan can take a breath, inhale.
Here goes Rob again. Up and down.
This is
There's
the
a
last
half a
heat.
section. Oh, he's flying on the fish, but nothing really stands up for him.
10 minutes remaining of this heat and
Which-
of the day.
Which is the last heat of the day.
I think there's been a solid running of heats today.
They've
Probably
done
more,
well to get
probably
this
more than
much.
expected. Oh, there was a wave on ledges. that I
Here
think we'll
goes
see the replay of.
Greg. Here goes Greg. And up and down as fast as ever. Gets round the flags.
Tricky on the
Hops on out
backhand,
there.
as Paul Gill would say. I think Mark Vaughan not impressed by the choice of sitting on ledges.
Oh yeah, I think it's a good call.
Really?
I would be there. Local boy. Get the runners, see?
Where is Tom Anderson?
Here he goes.
Yeah.
Through the window.
Oh.
Right in front of you. He's on a bone crusher.
Oh, we are live.
We are live. Tom's up. Oh!
Oh dear. Oh, the one behind was a nugget.
Greg going for a
Oh, he's too deep.
some 41.
10 times Welsh champ. Get his hoodie now.
Available on all digital.
Yeah, it is, I think. What's it called? Daisy Surf Cream, I think. The Greg Owen 10 times champ hoodie.
Have you got one, Pat?
I didn't pay for the next day delivery, so hopefully Monday I'll have it. Next working day.
Nice. I think Carl's emailed them for a free one.
Use code CAL10 apparently.
Set on.
What does Steve Phillips need? He needs a 4.6.
0.6. Which is probably one turn in his calibre.
And he looks like he's looking. No.
He's holding the priority quite strong. Oh, he's
I have
actually in
faith
second
in the
priority.
local man picking the right wave. Oh, but he's
We're getting
sitting-
called
he's
out for the
sitting
set.
with second, so might be some defensive plays here.
And here's Rob. He swings it. Oh, I think that might be a priority loss. I'm not
7
a
minutes.
priority judge, but
50 to
that
go.
was a swing with intent.
He's going to need to go, isn't he, Cal? He's going to need to get a wave.
Yeah.
There's plenty of it out on the point as well. Rob's been swinging on the insiders.
And
Was it 4.06? 4.66. More than capable of it.
I've seen him do turns more than 4.6 in these conditions.
It's more just the waves.
So how long do you leave it before you think you can't get 2 new waves?
I panicked from the start, so don't ask me.
Here we go.
Here's Steve. Oh, he didn't like the look of it.
The
I think his
local
boys
knowledge-
might have.
The local knowledge is not paying off.
Still time. I would say on a day like today, you can get 2 waves within 4 minutes.
Yeah, if you're
Yeah. If you're lucky, you paddle back.
The
you know,
rip's east now. The rip isn't 7 knots.
at
against
Lansford,
you.
some of your best waves are as you're paddling back out, aren't they? It's not like often when you wait for one. Here we
I
go.
never get a good
Tom.
one at the back. Tom's going on the ledges. He's making a go of it.
What are you scoring that, Carl?
I'm not a judge, unfortunately. I've been asked to do a judging course, and I said no.
One.
Oh, Rob had luck. So, oh, here goes Rob. This is the replay of Rob's, which we missed. Oh, nice slide the tail. Oh, didn't ride out too clean.
6 minutes.
So would there be a bit of a post-call grudge match going on here? Because we've got the Crest podcast in the same heat, in second and third. And then we've also got Greg Owen, possibly their 10 times Welsh champ, possibly their
Mentor.
their mentor. Could idol, some say. So could there be a bit of a
There's a set coming through the ledges
bragging
now.
rights on the line?
Unsure if
in the last
anyone's
5 minutes?
going for it. It's going to hit the first wave went really good. I think Greg's pushing for the second wave. He's got a good paddle of intent. He's up, he's quick to his feet. There's the Greg Owen snap. There's the second Greg Owen snap.
He's pulling away with it.
He liked that one.
He is pulling away with it.
I think that's Luca cheering him on.
5 minutes to go. Oh. One on ledges, one on the point.
Sorry?
One on ledges, who's in first, and one on the point.
I
who's
think
in
Greg's
second.
going to take that last one now.
There was no real right choice here, was there?
Yeah, last wave from Greg was a 4.17. Clearly the best wave of the heat.
The right choice was just to be busy.
And athletic they are. They're showing their athleticism.
What do you reckon on tomorrow, Cal? Looking at the forecast. This is the last.
There's
heat.
another nugget set hitting the ledges. We'll come back to tomorrow. Tom is. Oh, he comes to his feet. Cheeky check turn. It's a good set coming. He's got a bowl. Another turn from Tom. Oh, he's singing and dancing on this one. He likes that.
What do you reckon, Pat?
I reckon he didn't change direction an awful lot. So I'm not sure how much they're going to enjoy that.
But the speed was added.
But the conditions have deteriorated, so I think, what does he need?
He needs a 3.57, and I think he got it.
It's very close, and he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
He gets a 3.53.
What's the new
Hang on.
requirement? What does he need now?
6.7. Am I reading that
2.87
right?
he needs.
2.87. So he needs
Half of that.
basically that again. And Greg's gonna be on him like white on rice now, probably.
We're going to set on the point.
The bragging rights, the Crest podcast bragging rights is on the line.
But we got Steve here who's got priority. And
Can
he didn't
they
like the look of it.
They both
He
slay
didn't.
the dragon that is Greg Owen.
But out the back, we got a nugget running through on the point. Is Steve going to take it? No.
Yes.
Steve-O's been got he's got to slip this, so he's doing well to be in there.
He's in the
Bad back then.
should be in the bodyboard division. Stay down.
Cousin of Nathan Phillips. Where is Nathan?
Nace, he's doing all right. He's working hard on renovation at the moment, so he's still recovering from that foot injury.
Oh, we got Greg up here and
And
his
we got Gregory Owen.
on
All
the
it counts.
ledges. And a nice snap right back to the whitewater. He changes his direction and he turns his upper body, but the board didn't quite follow through on that one.
No.
But we got Tom out here now. He's sitting there with a belter of a wave coming towards him. Oh my God,
Anderson's
he
got
takes
first
off.
section.
I'll leave it to you.
Oh God, he missed the first section, did he, Cal?
Oh, he's made it. He has made it.
Oh, the commentator surf off.
Oh, he's happy with that one.
Was that a clap of the hands as well?
If that's not a claim, I don't know.
Well,
what
let's see what the judges give it. What do you reckon, fellas? Patsy?
That was better than his last one.
I think he's got it. I think he's got it.
He might have taken the heat on that one. He needs.
Is he the host or the co-host of the
He's the
Crest
host.
podcast? He's gonna stay the host, I reckon.
Host owner.
Blythe's dropped to co-host.
Will he go ahead of Greg?
Potentially.
Ooh.
Oh, we got Rob up here
Whoa, now the
on a
Crest
nice double up.
podcast battle.
and a quick
Ooh.
slash. It doesn't quite stand up, but last wave from Tom, a 4.07 with 1 minute remaining.
Do you, if you're Tom, paddle to the point to sit on Rob now, or is there not enough time?
I don't think
You
he's.
just sit and pray that
He doesn't know how Rob's doing.
no,
He's not going to
yeah,
until he gets out.
they won't be able to hear out there. It was really hard to hear. Well, and no one's announcing. Pat's forgotten to announce.
There's 40 seconds remaining. I think Tom knows he's got the score there. He's cruising back out, chest out.
Chain out. Chain outside the wetsuit.
He's already told Greg. Yeah, he's got it. 4.07. Ah. Oh, I don't think he got a 3. He needed a 4.33.
Down the line speed that Tom had, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bigger wave. It was probably the best wave that's come through.
That was the decision to go to ledges paying off right there, I think.
1 and 2.
Oh, there's going to be hell to play in the booth tomorrow between these two gentlemen as we bragging rights and all sorts. There we go.
Oh, Steve
Steve-O.
Phillips.
We let it go.
He wanted the priority.
Classic. Steve.
And that is heat. That is the day done.
What a heat to wrap up on.
I enjoyed that. First and last heat to commentate for the
What
day.
time are you thinking tomorrow?
Well, we'll just wrap this down because, that is going to be the last heat of the day. We're going to start again tomorrow. Everyone down for 9 o'clock, maybe a little bit later. I've got to announce that on the WhatsApp tonight. So, bit of a lie-in for everyone. And we hope for a slightly bigger swell, similar wind conditions. But thank you very much for tuning in. We're going to leave you with an advert and look forward to seeing you all tomorrow.
Brilliant.
Nice one.
You should have seen him at the local. Now they're playing at the Hollywood Bowl. White lights shining on their bright. First time it gave them a fright. Ow!